Trial resumed. Jury not present.
The court said, "Good morning. Make your appearances, please."
Ms. Murray said, Juliana Murray, Ryan Finkel, Micah Ferguson and Justin Horton on behalf of the United States.
Mr. Kamraju said, "Good morning, Your Honor." Sid Kamraju on behalf of Mr. Guo. Mr. Guo is at the counsel's table. And we're also joined by Jorge Salazar.
The court said, "Please be seated. Are there any issues you'd like to discuss before we continue with the testimony?"
Mr. Kamraju said, "Not from the defense, Your Honor."
Mr. Finkel said, "Not so much an issue, Your Honor, but just an update. With thanks to the court for allowing us to sit full days. The government has made real progress this week in its presentation of evidence. Given our current projections, we believe that we will rest on Tuesday. Don't hold me to that. I can't control the cross. We told defense counsel this on Wednesday 2 days ago, and had a good discussion with the defense about the scope of their case, and just trying to understand how long that would take. The government doesn't know exactly who the defense's witnesses are going to be. We have their witness list. But we understand from discussion that it's going to be a subset of who's on their witness list. So we're going to talk some more, I assume, to figure that out. What we would request is that the defense provide us tomorrow, on Saturday, any additional 26.2 material that has been generated, and on a going-forward basis. Just as the government has provided its 3,500 material. The defense should provide its 26.2 material daily to the extent there exists any. And that we ask that the defense tell us early Sunday morning who they anticipate will be their witnesses come either late Tuesday or early Wednesday, so that we could appropriately prepare and provide the jury an efficient presentation of evidence. So the court also knows on Wednesday, we told the defense, who we think will be our witnesses next week. We're going to confirm that tonight. We might add 1 or 2 witnesses, like a custodial witness. Potentially a police officer from Cambridge, but pretty much who is left is more or less known to the defense. So that's an update for schedule, just so Your Honor knows.
The court said, "You bring me good news."
Mr. Finkel said, "I'm happy to do that."
The court said, "Mr. Kamraju, with regard to your production?"
Mr. Kamraju said, "That's fine, Your Honor. We're happy to oblige and will continue to produce any witness statements that we have on a rolling basis as we develop them."
The court said, "All righty. So if you'll have your witness on the stand at 9:29, please."
Mr. Finkel said, "We will certainly do that. I guess the thing to add, defense counsel can speak more to this. Just again for the court's awareness. It appears based on their current projections that they think they'll rest their case, and you'll correct me if I have this wrong, but I think on July 2nd or so. That doesn't count if the defendant testifies. And obviously that's not something that anyone could say is yes or no. That's Mr. Guo's decision, and he'll make that decision. But if he does testify, that's obviously going to add some time to the trial. And so we'll sort of see, I think, how things progress. The government may request additional full days to the extent it suits the court and the jury. I'm not sure what that look means."
The court said, "That means that I think that all of us would be motivated to help the trial move along."
Mr. Finkel said, "Yes, certainly that's the government's point of view. And I appreciate that's Your Honor's point of view. To the extent the defense can provide any more information to the court about its schedule, and what it presumes will be its presentation, they can certainly do that. I just want to update the court on what the government knows."
Mr. Kamraju said, "We are, I think, as Mr. Finkel sort of alluded to, we are going through our witness list, Your Honor. We're trying to streamline it. We've had discussions with the government about sort of obviating the need for certain witnesses. So we are hopeful, again, not factoring in whether Mr. Guo testifies. But we're hopeful that at least with respect to the other witnesses that we would be able to rest prior to the 4th of July break under a week. The only thing I will say, and we can take it as we go along, is given that we are nearing sort of the end of the government's case and the defense case, we would likely need more time to prepare Mr. Guo in the possibility of his testifying. And so we would just ask at those times that we have the schedule that Your Honor had previously proposed to give us some of that time in the afternoon to meet with him. In the event that he decides to testify, we can address that, I think, as we see the schedule coming. That's just to give Your Honor sort of a preview.
The court said, so I do want to go over the days that we're going to have off, and I need to check with my law clerk. Alrighty. So we will not be meeting on Friday, June 28th, nor will we be meeting on Monday, July 1st. We have off July 4th, which is Thursday, and July 5th, which is Friday, so just wanted you to keep that in mind.
Mr. Kamaraju said, yes. Thank you, Your Honor.
The court said, alrighty. Thank you.
Recess.
The court said, now that we have the good news, I want to know if the parties can get their comments to me about the jury charge by Monday?
Mr. Finkel said, good news always comes with bad news. The government.
Ms. Schrofa said, Your Honor, the witness is on the stand. I'm just letting the court know in case it matters.
The court said, I don't think it does with respect to this issue.
Mr. Finkel said, the government can certainly do that. I guess we asked could we have till Tuesday.
The court said Tuesday. The defense can do it by Tuesday?
Ms. Schrofa said, it's only one here out of the team. I think so, Your Honor. But if they disagree with me, I will let the court know shortly.
The court said thank you. Alrighty. Let's have the jurors brought in.
The law clerk said, jury entering.
Continued on next page. Jury present.
The court said, please be seated. Good morning, jurors. We're going to continue with the direct examination of the witness. Please remember that you're still under oath. You may inquire.
Ms. Murray said, thank you, Your Honor.
Gabriella Luciano. Resumed. Direct examination continued. By Ms. Murray.
Good morning, Special Agent Luciano.
Good morning.
Ms. Loftus, if we could please publish Government Exhibit NJ 808 and go to page 2, please. Zoom in on the bottom portion. Special Agent Luciano, we were looking at this when we left off yesterday. Can you please read what is listed as service providers on the left?
The service provider was ACAS Canada, Limited.
On the right, what is the customer?
The customer is Whitecroft Shaw Limited.
There's a signature below that and then a printed name. What is the printed name?
Guo.
And the title listed for Guo?
Sole Director.
Of what company?
Whitecroft Shaw Limited.
Ms. Loftus, we can zoom out and go to the next page, please. Let's focus on the top portion through to the second resolved, please. What is the title of this document?
It's the consent of sole member without a meeting.
And the line above that, what does that read?
Hudson Diamond Holding, LLC.
Special Agent Luciano, do you know what Hudson Diamond Holding LLC is?
No,
Now looking at the second resolved, can you please read the text there?
Resolved that Yangping Yvette Wang will be and hereby is appointed signing officer for the company and be it further.
Let's zoom out of that, please Ms. Loftus, and go to the next page, please, and zoom in on the content here. Looking at election of officers, Special Agent Luciano, who is listed there and what are the titles?
Yangping Yvette Wang, President, Max Krasner, Vice President.
And then at the bottom, what is the date of this document?
July 17, 2019.
And what is the name under the signature line?
Guo.
We can take that down. Can we please put up New Jersey or NJ 209? What type of room is this? Special Agent Luciano?
This is a bathroom.
Let's go to NJ 2010. This room, what floor was this on in the Mawa residence?
This is on one of the upper floors.
Can we please pull up NJ 335 and NJ 336? What type of room are we looking at here?
This room was being used as a closet.
Did you observe this room during your search on March 15, 2023?
Yes,
What observations did you have about this room?
The room was filled with luxury designer clothing. It was predominantly women's apparel. There was a dry cleaning station in the room and an extremely large Hermes tote bag.
We can take that down and put up NJ 338, please. What type of room are we looking at here?
This looked like an office or media room, but a smaller one.
And on the left side of this photo there's some type of equipment. What does that appear to be?
Camera equipment.
Ms. Loftus, if we could zoom in on the rightmost picture on the wall, please. We can take that down and put up NJ 259.
Ms. Shrofa said, I'm sorry, was there a question?
Ms. Murray said, I was just highlighting the picture that the witness just testified to, Your Honor.
The court said, all righty. Go ahead.
New Jersey, 259. Special Agent Luciano, what is this?
It's an item reading personal shirt, Miles Kwok, shipped to Italy.
Let's put up NJ 229. What is shown in this photo?
Personal photographs.
We can take that down. Special Agent Luciano, are you familiar with the FBI's search warrant protocol?
Yes,
Does that protocol include identifying or marking rooms to be searched?
Yes,
Yesterday you mentioned that, or we looked at one of those room markings. Do you recall that?
Yes,
What type of document or sketch, if any, does the FBI prepare in conducting a search warrant?
There are multiple documents. There will be a search of the site. There will be a sketch of the search. So it will be in this case broken up floor by floor. Or in sometimes more specifically wing by wing. There will be a log of sign-in and sign-out for all personnel. There will be a log of evidence items collected. Each item will be labeled with the room in which it was found, who found it, a description of where it was, and the date and the location of the item. And there will also be an FD 597, which is paperwork that is left behind with a generalized receipt so that, should somebody not be home during the search, they can see generally what was taken, but that's not a specific list.
What types of logs, if any, are there regarding the photographs that are taken during the search?
There's also a log for all of the photographs taken.
Ms. Loftus, if we could please display just for the witness Government Exhibit NJ 358. And we can flip through the pages. Special Agent Luciano, what is this?
This is the sketch from the search.
And the search of what property on what date?
This is March 15, 2023, and the location is 675, Ramapo Valley Road, Mahwah, New Jersey.
Ms. Murray said, Your Honor, the government offers Government Exhibit NJ 358.
Ms. Shrofa said, Objection, Your Honor. Your Honor, there's a slew of objection, so.
The court said, we'll have a sidebar.
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
Ms. Shrofa said, Thank you, Your Honor. All of these documents are written hearsay. They do not fall within any exception. And therefore the defense has an objection to the introduction of them as evidence. Some of them I only got notice of this morning, so I was not able to raise it earlier.
The court said, are they all drawings?
Ms. Shrofa said, No. Some of them, I'm happy to hand them to the court which was handed to me just now.
Ms. Murray said, for the clarity of the record, only one document was handed to the defense today. The others had been identified in the list of exhibits that we intended to introduce through Ms. Luciano. The document that was handed to the defense this morning is something we produced long ago in Rule 16 Discovery. I'd also just note for the record. The defense produced a decent quantity of documents today this morning to us marked as defense exhibits that had never been produced to us previously.
Ms. Shrofa said, I wasn't pointing it out that you hadn't done something correctly. I was just pointing as to why I hadn't raised it before.
The court said, let's talk about the first item. That looks like a handmade drawing of the layout of the property. Is that correct?
Ms. Murray said, That's correct, Your Honor. And Special Agent Luciano just testified that she's familiar with the FBI's procedure for executing search warrants. They include creating a hand-drawn sketch. They include creating evidence logs of items collected. which is one of the items that we seek to introduce through her. And they include photograph logs that identify where different photographs were taken so that we can link the photographs that we've shown her to the specific location of the search property.
The court said, so starting with the drawing, is she going to be able to say that she recognizes this as an accurate drawing of the property?
Ms. Murray said, yes, Your Honor.
The court said, let's go to the other documents. These logs, they come in because...
Ms. Murray said, they come in because they relate to items that she has testified to that she saw herself on that day. So between the sketch that she's able to authenticate, and then the photograph logs that we have, which are 3 of them for different floors of the property, it will help her say and confirm that, yes, that is the room where I identified this item that we talked about from the sketch. And these are maintained in the normal course by the FBI for all the premises searches they conduct.
The court said, is there anything on the log that she had nothing to do with?
Ms. Murray said, I guess for clarification there are items on the log that relate to photographs of rooms that she might not have gone into. So yes, it's relating to the broader search. But each of the logs has information relevant to things that she saw that day, things that she tagged as evidence, things that she did in the course of her work that day as a searcher.
The court said, it's those items that you're looking to highlight for this witness?
Ms. Murray said, correct.
The court said, and so if there are items that don't relate to the witness, you wouldn't be concerned?
Ms. Murray said, no, Your Honor. Because all of the logs just maintain information about items that were seized pursuant to the search warrant as through instrumentalities or evidence of the subject offenses.
The court said, she will be able to authenticate them as business records?
Ms. Murray said, these documents, yes. As I just inquired, and I can ask additional questions. But she said that that is the process of maintaining these different documents for all FBI searches.
The court said, Mr. Kamraju.
Mr. Kamraju said, I don't think the issue is an authentication issue. I think it's a hearsay issue. And the hearsay exception that would typically apply to FBI records is 803A, a record or statement of a public office. If it sets out the officer's activities, a matter observed while under a legal duty to report, but not including in a criminal case, a matter observed by law enforcement personnel. FBI records are not business records. If they were, Your Honor, then the defense would be able to introduce 302s. For example, those are not, and the fact that this is what the FBI does in connection with other searches doesn't mean that it's regularly conducted activity to search MOA, for example. So I don't think the government can rely on the business rule exception when there's a much more specific hearsay exception that's specific with regard to what business records are. I've actually never seen a case, and maybe the government has authority for it, where an FBI record is admitted as a business record.
The court said, what I don't understand is what would be the proper foundation.
Mr. Kamraju said, well, I think at least for the logs, I think the logs contain information that says, photograph 17 is a picture of this, right? And it's found in X place. So if they want to put up a photograph, that is what it is. But to put in a log to say, this is a photograph of an item, that item was found there, that's hearsay.
The court said, what about the items that she has specifically identified, where she has seen the photograph and she said this is a photograph of X and that is simply written out on the log?
Mr. Kamraju said, well, then, I make 2 points. One is I'm not sure why it's relevant that it's on the log, but 2, I would say that the log is cumulative of her testimony saying that, I've seen the photograph. It is what it is.
The court said, so suppose I were to reject the cumulative argument?
Mr. Kamraju said, well, it's worth the defense.
The court said, I assume the items that she identified on the property and in the courtroom would not be considered hearsay?
Mr. Kamraju said, I believe they still would, Your Honor. It's still an out-of-court statement being admitted for the truth.
The court said, in other words, it's merely a record that she created.
Mr. Kamraju said, all FBI reports are merely a record, right? They're a record of a matter observed by an FBI agent. Just like a 302, just like an evidence log. They're all records of matters observed by law enforcement personnel, which are specifically under the hearsay rule. Whether she observed, whether she knows it personally or not. Because the objection is not authentication or lack of personal knowledge. It is specifically hearsay. And this witness's knowledge has nothing to do with the hearsay exception.
The court said, I have to say I'm not familiar with this rule. Are you?
Ms. Murray said, I am not deeply familiar with the rule, Your Honor.
Mr. Kamaraju said, and I have it here.
Ms. Shrofa said, I do want to cite United States versus Schultz. In that case, I tried to introduce the FBI 302. Mr. Kamaraju was the assistant United States attorney versing me and I lost. And those 302s were deemed inadmissible by the Honorable Judge Crotty. Because, 1, the FBI is not a business, and 2, that exception applied, which is why Mr. Kamaraju knows it so well.
Mr. Finkel said, in the alternative, Your Honor, Ms. Murray could ask the agent as to each document, where did you find this? She might say she remembers or she doesn't, and we can use the photograph log to refresh her recollection. It might refresh her recollection. We can do that for each one. And then if there are additional items, assuming the court sustains the objection on this, if there are additional items, then we may need to call additional FBI witnesses who collected those particular items to state as to where those items were found. That would be the alternative to admitting the record if Your Honor sustains the objection. In some sense, there's an efficiency in this. And that would be up to the defense if they want to pursue the hearsay objection on additional items, and Your Honor sustains the objection on additional to show where they were found that she didn't personally find. We'd have to get those agents to come in and explain where they found these items.
The court said, is that a threat?
Mr. Finkel said, it's not a threat. Of course not. I'm just telling Your Honor the government's thinking. And also the defense, so they understand.
The court said, are you saying that, I have to sustain the objection because now I've been educated, but you'll think about whether it's necessary to bring any additional witnesses?
Mr. Finkel said, we certainly will. And just so Your Honor knows, as we told Your Honor this morning, we've streamlined our case quite a bit, so we've definitely been thinking about these things.
The court said, okay.
Continued on next page. In open court, jury present.
The court said, sustained.
By Ms. Murray.
Ms. Loftus, if we could please display for the witness Government Exhibit 358, NJ 358. Actually, we can take that down. Let's put up for the jury as well what's in evidence as Exhibits NJ 40, 41, and 42. We can do them one at a time. Let's do 40 first, please. If we could zoom in on the top portion, please. Special Agent Luciano, what's the date on the top right of this document?
The 2nd of November, 2022.
And what is the name in all caps at the top of this document?
Cedric DuPont Antiques.
Looking on the left side, can you read the name of the company and the address under sold to?
Sold to Taurus Fund LLC, Skypoint Drive, Suite 129, 1071. Las Vegas, Nevada, 89141.
And then looking at the line under ship to, can you read the same information for ship to, please?
Ship to Taurus Fund LLC, 675, Ramapo Valley Road, Mahwah, New Jersey, 07430.
We can take out the zoom, Ms. Loftus. Let's now go to NJ 41, please. If we could zoom in on the top half of this. Special Agent Luciano. Do you see handwriting on the first two items here?
Yes,
Can you read for the first item what that handwriting indicates?
Flower painting location Madam's Bed South Door Right.
And what is the price listed for that item and then the amount?
The price was $26,500. The amount was $19,610.
And item 2, the same question with respect to the handwriting. Can you please read that?
1F hallway madams living north close to clock door or closet door.
And what is the price listed and the amount listed for that item?
The price is $43,500 and the amount is $32,190.
You can zoom out of that, please, Ms. Loftus, and let's go now and zoom in on the remaining line items here. Looking at item 8588, Special Agent Luciano, what is the description of that item?
A sensational and very rare pair of palatially scaled Italian mid-19th century Baroque ST double-framed giltwood mirrors.
What is the price and the amount listed for that item?
The price was $165,000, and the amount was $12,100.
Looking now at the next item CDM, what is the handwriting listed for that item?
My's bedroom, bed left top to ceiling.
Ms. Loftus, if we can take that down and put up NJ 42, please. If we could zoom in on the very top portion to the first item here. Special Agent Luciano. Do you see writing up at the top portion of this document?
Yes,
What does that say?
It looks like it reads, personal entrance.
We can take that down. Ms. Loftus. Can we show for the witness only Exhibit NJ 358 and scroll through the pages? Special Agent Luciano. Do you recognize what is depicted in NJ 358?
Yes,
What do you recognize it to be?
It's the Marwa residence.
Is NJ 358 a fair and accurate representation of the Marwa residence as you observed it on March 15, 2023?
Yes,
Ms. Murray said, Your Honor, the government offers NJ 358.
Ms. Strofa said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit NJ 358 received in evidence. By Ms. Murray.
Can you explain to the jury, please, Special Agent Luciano, what we're looking at on page 1 here?
This is an overview of the property done by sketch.
Let's go to the next page, please. What are we looking at here on page 2?
This is the basement, so the lower level of the residence in a sketch.
Can you please identify on this sketch for the jury where the pool area that we have looked at the photos of yesterday is located?
There's a piece that says hot tub.
Is that at the top middle of this sketch?
Yes,
Let's go to the next page, please. What is this showing us, Special Agent Luciano?
This is the main floor of the residence.
And the next page, please. Which floor is this?
This is the second floor of the residence.
Can you identify on this sketch where the safe that we looked at photos of yesterday was located?
Yes, It's immediately to the left of the opening to the first floor section in the room that says closet labeled YY.
And the room just below that labeled VV, which room is that?
That's the wide open room being used as a closet to store linens. It was the second in the series that we saw through the door frames yesterday.
Ms. Loftus, can we pull up alongside, please, Government Exhibit NJ 204? I think it's the left page on the left. So, Special Agent Luciano. Can you explain for the jury how the photo we're looking at on the right relates to the sketch we're looking at on the left of the second floor?
Sure. This is room VV. It's just rotated.
Where in the photo on the right would room YY where the safe was located be?
It's in the white closed door on the right-hand side of the wall bearing the open clothing rack.
And, Ms. Loftus, let's keep 358 up on the left, please, and on the right can we please put up Exhibit NJ 201? Special Agent Luciano, I want to look again at NJ 201. It's one of the rooms we talked about yesterday. And just go to the next page on the left side, please. Where on the sketch on the left here is the room that's depicted in NJ 201?
If we could zoom in a little bit so I could see the numbers, but it's on the left-hand side.
Ms. Loftus, we can actually zoom out and zoom in on the left column of that sketch.
The bedroom is room SS.
And the dresser we're looking at in the photo on NJ 201, where, if anywhere, is that depicted in the sketch in SS on the left?
It's the long rectangular object on the right-hand side of room SS.
And, Ms. Loftus, if we could now pull up on the right. We can keep that on the left. If we could pull up on the right NJ 250. Special Agent Luciano. Where in the sketch on the left was this item depicted in NJ 250 located?
It was located in room SS in the long rectangular item on the sketch.
We can take those down. If we could please put up, Ms. Loftus, what's in evidence as Exhibit NJ 607. Special Agent Luciano, if we could focus on the top portion, third floor. Actually, the top above that. What is the word listed above third floor?
Crocker.
And what, if anything, do you understand that to refer to?
I couldn't say.
So looking down third floor, if you could read just the descriptions of the room. What appears to be description of rooms running down the page?
My's closet ceiling, My's bedroom ceiling, My's bedroom cove, My's bath cove. Clubroom bar, clubroom picture, Wayne's bedroom, bathroom vanity, Wayne's office, bathroom, Wayne's bedroom sconces. Wayne's living sconces.
Do you know who Wayne is?
No,
Do you know who May is?
No,
Looking at the second floor, similarly, if you could read down just the names of the rooms?
Boss main bath shower, Boss main bath toilet, Boss main bath center chandelier, Boss main bath. Boss main bath, Boss sconce lights hall entry, Boss sconce lights living entry, Boss Pico bath entry. Madam's bath number 2 ceiling light, Madam's bath number 2 shower light, Madam's bath number 2 vanity light.
We can zoom out of that and go to the next page, please, Ms. Loftus. Special Agent Luciano. Do you know who Boss is?
No,
Do you know who Madam refers to?
No,
Let's take this down and go to Exhibit NJ 608, please. Looking here, if you could just read the words that are bold and underline on this exhibit.
Madam main hall, Boss closet, Boss grand bath, Boss bed, Boss sitting.
Let's stay up on the first page, please, Ms. Loftus. And what floor based on this document are those rooms associated with?
The second floor.
Let's scroll down. The bottom of this page, what does it say?
Son's hall, Son's closet, Son's bath, Hall clubroom, My's bed, My's living, My's closet.
Do you know who son refers to?
No,
Looking at the top of the screen right here, the bottom of the first page. What floor are those rooms associated with?
The third floor.
Ms. Loftus, let's take that down and pull up NJ 155 and NJ 156, please. Looking first on the left. Special Agent Luciano, what type of equipment appears in the center of this photo?
Production equipment.
And looking in the photo of the right, is that a different view of the same room?
Yes,
Ms. Loftus, let's take it down and just put up 156, please, and zoom in on the bookcase against the wall. Special Agent Luciano, do you see the item that's in the center of that bookcase on the shelf?
I do.
What does that appear to be?
A statue.
Ms. Loftus, let's take that down. If we could pull up Government Exhibit GXZ 9 at page 189. And zoom in on the top portion of this. Special Agent Luciano, what's the date in the column on the left here?
The 2nd of August, 2023.
And looking at the photo on the top of this exhibit, what, if anything? Do you recognize from that photo based on your search of MAWA on March 15, 2023?
The bookcase.
Is that the same bookcase we just looked at in Government Exhibit NJ 156?
It appears to be.
Do you see an item that appears above the individuals heard? You can see a portion of it in this photo in Z9 at page 189?
Yes,
How, if at all, does that look familiar to you based on your search of MAWA on March 15, 2023?
It looks to be the same statue.
Ms. Loftus, we can take that down and put up Government Exhibit C 461, please. Actually, let's take that down and let's go back to Government Exhibit Z9 at page 197. If we could zoom in on the bottom entry here. Special Agent Luciano, what is the date in the left column here?
The date is the 19th of February, 2023.
Continued on next page. By Ms. Murray.
And looking in the box on the right with the photo, what is the text below that? The black text that's written there?
On February 19, 2023, Miles Guo revealed this breaking news in his live broadcast.
Looking at the photo above that, what, if anything, do you recognize in that photo from your search of MOA on March 15, 2023?
The bookcase.
Ms. Murray said, Ms. Loftus, if we could now go to Government Exhibit W5V. If we could play from the 150 mark to the 205 mark. Please. Special Agent Luciano. Ms. Murray said, before we start that, if we could go back, sorry, Ms. Loftus, to the beginning. Looking at this image, what, if anything, do you recognize in this image from your search of MOA on March 15, 2023?
The bookcase and the statue.
And where is the statue in this image?
On the shelf immediately to the left of Mr. Guo's head.
Ms. Murray said, all right. So let's start at 150 and play to 205, please.
Video played.
Ms. Murray said, if we could play just another few seconds there, please.
Video continued. By Ms. Murray.
Special Agent Luciano, have you ever seen this video before?
No,
There is a kind of an oval on the top left of the screen. Do you see that?
Yes,
What words are written there?
New Federal State of China.
And below that?
CCP does not equal Chinese.
Do you know what the new federal state of China is?
No,
Ms. Murray said, and Ms. Loftus, let's take that down and go to Government Exhibit NJ256. I want to zoom in on the bottom entry. Please. If we could actually zoom out so we can see the full document and then zoom in there. Looking at the bottom entry, Special Agent Luciano, what is the description of that item?
Thank you. Crocodile hoodie leather jacket 50.
And the price that's listed for that item?
$129,600.
Ms. Murray said, all right. Ms. Loftus, let's now go to Government Exhibit Z9 at page 206. Looking at the bottom entry here, Special Agent Luciano, what is the date in the leftmost column?
The 3rd of August, 2023.
And looking in the right, there is a bracket and then some text. Can you please read both of those?
March 7th, 2023. Full text of Miles Guo's GTTR video.
Ms. Murray said, let's scroll down, please, Ms. Loftus. Actually, just a moment. Can we take that down and go to, may I have a moment, Your Honor?
The court said yes.
Ms. Murray said, Ms. Loftus, can we go to Government Exhibit W183, please? And that's what's cited on the right side of that entry we just looked at.
By Ms. Murray.
Special Agent Luciano, do you see the heading on this document?
Yes,
Is that the same heading you just read from Government Exhibit Z9 at page 206?
Yes,
Ms. Murray said, if we could scroll down a bit to the photo please, Ms. Loftus. And pause there. Do you see the clothing that is depicted in this photograph on the individual?
Yes,
Ms. Murray said, if we could zoom in on that, Ms. Loftus. What does that appear to be?
It's a crocodile black jacket bearing the label G Fashion.
And what type of jacket, if any?
Crocodile, or leather.
Is there any kind of a collar or any other identifying feature of the jacket?
It's a hoodie.
Ms. Murray said, all right. We can zoom back to normal and scroll down a bit, please. And actually, what letters are there in yellow on the left side of this?
NFSC.
Do you know what NFSC is?
Below it, it says the new federal state of China.
Ms. Murray said, all right. Ms. Loftus, let's scroll down, please. Keep going a bit. All right. Pause there, please. In the middle of this page, Special Agent Luciano, starting with. Take a look, can you please read that and the next two paragraphs?
Take a look at this leather hoodie I am wearing. Look at the texture of the leather. It's as soft as flowing water. One of my friends in France and another family in Japan have the same style as this one. It looks terrific on everybody. You will look dashing and charming if you wear this style of clothes correctly, right? You can also put on the hood, making you look more dashing, right? What do you think? Does it look good? Wearing this leather hoodie, whether walking with your mate on the beach or boarding a yacht, how romantic it will be. Right. It also looks very cute, isn't it?
Now, Special Agent Luciano, in the text that you just read, did you see any references to the CCP?
No,
Ms. Murray said, we can take that down. And let's put up Government Exhibit NJ 807, please. Zoom in on the top portion of this for the moment, please, Ms. Loftus. What is the title of this document?
Residential Lease Agreement.
Who is listed on this as the landlord?
Taurus Fund SP.
And in what country is the address for Taurus Fund SP?
Grand Cayman Islands.
Who is listed as the tenant?
Ms. Shrofa said, Your Honor, I have an objection. This is not a summary witness. This is a witness who is testifying about a specific topic. She's not a summary witness.
The court said, is this a document that's already in evidence?
Ms. Murray said, yes, Your Honor, and it was seized during the search that Special Agent Luciano conducted.
The court said, all righty. You may continue.
By Ms. Murray.
Could you read the tenant line, please?
Naok Hing Kai.
And the address?
373, Taconic Road, Greenwich, Connecticut 06831.
Ms. Murray said, let's zoom out of that, please, Ms. Loftus. And let's focus on property, term, and rent. The first three items. What property does this residential lease agreement relate to?
675, Ramapo Valley Road, Mahwah, New Jersey 07430.
And the line above that, if you could just read the first line, ending with the parenthetical.
The tenant agrees to lease from the landlord and the landlord agrees to lease to the tenant.
And how is it described in the parenthetical there?
The single-family home.
And in item 2, there's a lease term. Looking at the first sentence. What is the lease term of this residential lease agreement?
The term of this lease is for 2 years starting on June 1, 2022, and ending on May 31, 2024.
And item 3 here, the rent. What is the rent for that 2-year term of lease?
The rent for the term of this lease is $2,400,000, to be paid as follows, $100,000 per month, which is due on the first day of each month.
And to what entity or individual is the rent payable?
Taurus Fund SP.
Ms. Murray said, zoom out of that and go to the next page, please. At the bottom of this page, Special Agent Luciano, do you see what appear to be initials?
Yes,
And what party to this contract initialed this document?
The tenant.
Ms. Murray said, zoom out of that. Go to the next page, please. Pause there for a moment. If we could focus on items 31 and 32 here. For item 31, what is the title of that portion of this residential lease agreement?
Lead-based paint document acknowledgement.
And item 32, what is the title of that portion of this residential lease agreement?
Window guard notification.
Can you just read the first sentence of item 32?
The owner, landlord, is required by law to provide, install, and maintain window guards in the apartment if a child or children 10 years of age or younger is, or will be, living in the apartment or is, or will be, regularly present there for a substantial period of time if the tenant gives the owner,
Landlord. A written request that the window guards be installed.
Ms. Murray said, we can zoom out of that. Let's go to the next page, please. And stop there. If we could focus here on the handwriting. What is the date on the left side here?
The 29th of May, 2022.
And there's a signature on the right. What is the printed name below the signature on tenant?
Naok Hing Kai.
Ms. Murray said, zoom out, Ms. Loftus. Go down to the next page. And the next page. The next page. And again, Special Agent Luciano, on the bottom of these pages, there is a space for initials. What party to the agreement initialed all of these pages?
The tenant.
Ms. Murray said, "We can take that down." May I have a moment, please, Your Honor?
The court said yes.
Special Agent Luciano. Were you involved in the investigation into Miles Guo beyond executing the search warrant on March 15, 2023?
No,
The photographs and documents that we've looked at during your testimony. Are those all of the photographs and documents that were taken on March 15, 2023?
No,
Did you select the photos and documents that we discussed during your testimony?
No,
Who did?
The government.
Ms. Murray said, "Nothing further, Your Honor." Thank you.
The court said, cross-examination.
Cross-examination. By Ms. Schrofa.
Agent Luciano, you've worked for the FBI since 2017, is that correct?
No.
So what year did you start with them?
2019.
2019, and who did you work for before 2019?
I worked for Pearson,
What's Pearson?
an education publishing company.
And since 2019 until now, you've worked for the same squad?
No,
Which squads did you work for before this squad?
I worked for HIDTA Squad, which is a drug trafficking squad. I worked for White Collar Crime Squad. And I worked on a surveillance squad.
Okay. And as part of your duties for the FBI, you took photographs of this place called Crocker Mansion. Correct?
No,
Okay. You took none of the photographs that you viewed today, right?
no,
No, you didn't take them? I just want to make sure I understand your answer.
I did not take any of the photographs.
Ms. Schrofa said, "I thought I heard a dog. Sorry."
The court said, so is there an infant or a small animal here? So the courtroom is not a place for pets. Oh, it was a sneeze. Well then, bless you. All righty. Go ahead.
By Ms. Schrofa.
And by the way, do you know how many special agents there are in the FBI?
I do not.
100,000?
I couldn't say.
Okay. And you were telling me that you took none of the photographs that we saw in the courtroom yesterday and today, correct?
Ms. Murray said, "Objection." Asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Ms. Schrofa said, "I was just trying to get back to base, Your Honor. That's all."
The court said, all right. So don't.
Ms. Schrofa said, "I'll move on."
By Ms. Schrofa.
And you met with Ms. Murray to prepare for your testimony here, correct?
Yes,
And you reviewed these photographs with her, correct?
yes,
And when you reviewed them with her, did you juxtapose them just like they were juxtaposed at trial? Or was that done just in court for you for the first time?
Could you repeat the question? I don't understand.
Sure, of course. You know, at times Ms. Murray put two photographs side by side and asked you questions? Do you remember that?
Yes,
So did she do that during the prep, or was it the first time for you when she did it in court?
we did not review that at prep.
Okay, so when she put the two photographs side by side, that was the first time you'd ever seen those?
Ms. Murray said, "Objection." Asked and answered.
The court said, sustained. So don't repeat the questions.
Let me go back to the last document, 807, okay? You testified about this document a minute ago, right?
Yes,
Okay, and this is a lease agreement, right?
that's what it says. Yes,
And it tells you who the landlord is right on top, correct?
yes,
Okay, and the landlord is Taurus Fund SP, right?
yes,
And then there's a tenant, right?
yes,
And the tenant is Naok Hinachi, correct?
yes,
And it seems, you tell me, you're the FBI agent. Seems like a standard residential lease agreement, correct?
I couldn't say.
Okay, well, it has paragraphs there, correct? Property, term, rent, initial deposit, right?
Yes,
And the tenant has signed it on the left side, correct?
yes,
Ms. Schrofa said, okay. And if we could just go to the last page. And just go one page back. Okay, there we go. And you see there are does it look like a standard lease agreement to you?
Ms. Murray said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
And what is the date on the document?
I can't see which date you're referencing.
Okay. Is this one of the documents you reviewed with Ms. Murray?
I believe so, yes,
At that time, did you review whether the document was dated or not?
I can't recall.
Did you review the fact that there was no landlord's initials?
I can't recall.
Do you recall if she asked you any follow-up questions if there was in fact an executed copy found?
I don't believe so.
Okay. You don't believe she asked you?
Ms. Murray said, objection. Asked and answered.
The court said, sustained. All right. So Ms. Schroff, ask the question once and don't ask it again.
She directed you to paragraph 32, correct, of this document?
I believe so.
And that paragraph talks about window guards?
Yes,
Right? Did you look during your search to see if there was any follow-up to this window guard being put into place?
I did not.
Okay. So when you were reading these paragraphs, you were simply reading what Ms. Murray asked you to read?
Yes,
Okay. And there was nothing unusual for you about paragraph 32, correct?
I couldn't say.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Schrofa said, you can take that down, Jorge. Thank you very much. Now let's go to, I think it was NJ 256. And if I could just have that brightened up for the jurors and the witness, please. You were asked questions about this particular invoice, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the focus seemed to be on this crocodile hoodie leather jacket, right?
Yes,
Okay. How about the cashmere mock neck sweater?
The court said, are you asking a question?
Ms. Schrofa said, yes, ma'am. It cost $2,635. Is that correct?
That's the price listed. Yes,
Right. And for some reason there's one in blue and then there's one in red, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And then there's another one, red and blue, correct?
The court said, one moment please. You may continue.
Ms. Schrofa said, thank you. And on the top there is a peplum biker jacket, right?
Yes,
Ms. Schrofa said, okay. And if I could now ask for Z9 to be pulled up. I believe that was the video that the government showed you, correct? Do you recall this video?
Was this one the video?
I thought she did show you that video. Do you recall that?
I recall a video, yes,
Right. And the focus seemed to be on some statue behind Mr. Guo's head, correct?
Yes,
It's a statue of Buddha, correct?
I couldn't say.
Ms. Schrofa said, okay. Could we show her Z9.197? Now if you could just scroll up. And a little bit further up. Okay. And Ms. Murray asked you questions about this particular video of February 17th, 2023, correct?
Ms. Murray said, objection, Your Honor. It's not what I asked her about.
The court said, sustained.
She asked you questions about this document?
Ms. Murray said, no, Your Honor, also not this entry.
Ms. Schrofa said, then she can say no, Your Honor. It's just a question.
The court said, all right. You may answer.
I can't recall if it was this specific document or what the specific question was.
Ms. Schrofa said, okay. Let's just keep scrolling down. And let's just look at that photograph, right? She asked you questions about what is the new federal state of China, correct?
I don't know if that's what she asked me.
Okay. Let's look at that little icon on the left side, or my left side, of Mr. Guo's head. On the corner left.
Yes,
Right. She asked you if you knew what the new federal state of China was, correct?
yes,
And what does it say right below that?
CCP, equal sign with the cross off, Chinese.
Okay. So even though Mr. Guo has not spoken in the video that she played you about CCP, you see a note about CCP on that document itself, or this video itself, correct?
I see the note for CCP, yes,
Ms. Schrofa said, okay. We can zoom out. If we could show her W183, please. And do you recall being questioned about this document?
I remember reading the title for this document. Yes,
Okay. So why don't we read, the CCP strengthened its rule by. Could you read from that point onwards?
The CCP strengthened its rule by cleaning up the party members, arresting those unwilling to be party slaves and reluctant to obey orders. God blesses the NFSC. We lived through a tough time being sieged by the world's dark forces and made significant progress.
Ms. Schrofa said, "You can take that down. If I could go to page 156. I mean, not page 156, Exhibit NJ 156. Now you were asked several questions about this bookcase, correct?"
Yes,
Ms. Schrofa said, "Okay. Now if we could just zoom into that statue that you see. This bookcase, according to you, appears in several videos of Miles Guo, correct?"
It appears to be in the background of the videos. Yes,
Right. And the room itself, if you could zoom back out, shows a camera and other recording equipment over there, correct?
Yes,
And it shows a table where a person who would be doing the broadcasting would sit, correct?
It shows a table. Yes,
Ms. Schrofa said, "Okay. And if you could zoom a little bit more outside of the room, just outside of the photograph. If you could just make, okay. And none of your work involved learning whether or not more broadcasts were made from this particular room. Correct?"
Could you rephrase the question?
Sure. Sitting here today, you do not know how many broadcasts were made from this room, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know if other people broadcast from this room, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't know if there was any other use to this particular room, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now you were shown photographs of various parts of this place called Crocker Mansion, correct?
Could you repeat that, please?
Sure. You were shown various different vantage points of this Crocker Mansion place, correct?
Yes,
And you were shown a scale that you made, a drawing that you made, correct?
I did not make the drawing, no,
Who made it, by the way?
Another search party member for the FBI.
Ms. Schrofa said, "Okay. Could I show that to the witness, please? And when you were testifying about it, when was the first time you saw that sketch? This one? NJ 358.
This piece. Today.
So before today, you'd never seen this document?
That's correct.
You'd not seen it when you prepared with Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray said, "Objection." Asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Okay. And when you were testifying about the sketch, if I could just ask you to look on the left side. Do you see where it says Ramapo Valley Road on that part?
Yes,
What does it say right below that?
It's not on the.
What does it say?
It's still not on the screen,
It's on my screen. Ms. Schrofa said. Is it on the jurors' screens?
The juror said, yes.
It's not showing up for me.
How about now?
Now I can see it. Yes,
Okay.
It says, Preparer, Laura Rodia.
No. I meant right on the left. All the way on the left. Ramapo Valley Road, right there. What does it say below that?
Guardhouse, parking, building, tennis court.
Okay. What's the guardhouse?
A guardhouse.
Were there guards in it? Do you know when you went and searched the place if the guards were there?
I couldn't say.
Okay. Well, the house had a lot of security on it, correct?
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. Crocker Mansion had a lot of security on it, correct?
I believe so.
Right. There were cameras everywhere, correct?
I believe so.
There were cameras in the rooms themselves, correct?
I couldn't recall.
There were cameras in the basement, correct?
I couldn't recall.
Well, you were executing a search warrant there, right?
Yes,
And it's part of FBI protocol to be aware of all of the many nuances of the place you're going to search, correct?
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. Isn't it FBI protocol to have like a search plan?
It is the protocol to have a plan. Yes,
Right. And the ERT has a plan, right?
Yes,
And part of the plan is to make sure that you know the place you're going to search, right?
Yes,
You want to be aware if there are cameras in the house, correct?
We treat all areas as if there are cameras.
I didn't hear that. Could you repeat that for me?
It's best practice to always treat areas as if there are cameras.
That wasn't my question, but that's okay. My question was, it is FBI protocol to make sure you're aware of where cameras are in the place you're searching. Correct?
Yes,
You want to make sure there are no animals in the place where you're searching, correct? So a dog doesn't pounce out on you?
Yes,
Okay. And you want to make sure that the people who are still in the place that you're searching, you know who they are, correct?
Yes,
And when you searched this property, were there ex-NYPD people working there as security guards?
I couldn't say.
Did you meet somebody named Scott Barnett who was in charge of security?
I did not.
Do you know if anybody on your team met an ex-NYPD officer named Scott Barnett who was working at the Crocker Mansion?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you make a list or make note of how many people were working that day?
I did not.
Did you make a note of who was in that mansion that day?
I did not.
Did you know, sitting here today, who, if anybody, was arrested in that house that day?
I'm not aware.
Do you know, before you executed the search warrant, whether or not you're FBI, right?
Yes,
Have like a drone circling the house?
I couldn't say.
How about if any kind of FBI aviation structure was looking to see who was in the house that day?
I couldn't say.
Mr. Guo wasn't in that house that day, correct?
I'm not aware.
I won't repeat. Was anybody else that you've testified about during your direct and now your cross? Do you recall any of those people being in the home that day?
I couldn't say if they were.
How long did you spend doing the search?
It was a full, long day, late into the evening.
Right. And before you started the search, you had a tactical plan meeting, correct?
There was a tactical plan meeting. Yes,
Did you attend it?
No,
Okay. Which meeting did you attend?
The search meeting.
Okay. And you had a search team meeting so that the search could be organized, correct?
Yes,
And at the end of the day, when you had finished your search, did you have a meeting at the end of the day?
I was not present for that.
So you only participated in one meeting on that day.
Yes, I had to leave early.
Ms. Strofa said, "Okay, we can take this down." Now, if I could have you recall the questions Ms. Murray asked you about this crocodile hoodie jacket. Do you remember testifying about that?
Yes,
Okay. And she showed you the hooded jacket, correct?
yes,
And then she showed you the getter photo of Mr. Guo in that jacket, right? Ms. Strofa said, "I'm going to be right back. If I could just show it." Thank you. She asked you questions about this. I don't know if I should call it a document or whatever it is, but this. Right?
yes,
Ms. Strofa said, "Okay. And if we could just zoom out of this." And she asked you to read parts of the document, right?
yes,
Ms. Strofa said, "Okay. And if we could just scroll down on this. Actually, if I could just. You see it says March 7th, 2023?
yes,
And what does it say right below that?
51st episode.
Okay. And he's wearing G fashion in that photograph. Is that right?
Yes,
And that's the jacket that you testified about and the dollar amount and the crocodile and the hoodie. Correct?
it could be.
Well, you tell me. You testified on direct about it. So I just want to make sure I understand your testimony. Is it or is it not?
I made observations about the jacket. I don't believe we said this is the exact jacket.
Okay. So sitting here today, you do not know if it's the exact jacket.
I couldn't say.
Okay. But it says G fashion on there, right?
Yes,
Okay. And as the agent testifying here today, do you by any chance know if Mr. Guo had a contract with G Fashion?
I couldn't say.
Do you know if he was the promoter for G Fashion?
I couldn't hear your question.
Do you know if he was the promoter for G Fashion?
I couldn't say.
Do you know if he got 100% discount for promoting the wear that he was putting on?
I couldn't say.
Ms. Strofa said, "Okay. Well, let's scroll down." Okay. And the next page. Next page, please. Did you read all of this, or did you only read for the jury the portions Ms. Murray picked?
I only read what I was asked to read.
Ms. Strofa said, "Okay. How about the next page?" Oh, actually, this is the page. Go back up there. This is where you read, right? Take a look at this leather hoodie I'm wearing, right?
Yes,
Okay. And she had you read this portion, right? How cute it would look.
Ms. Murray said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Ms. Strofa said, "I'll move to the next paragraph." Could I have her read the next paragraph?
Which paragraph?
We shall cherish.
We shall cherish what we already have. Brothers and sisters. We do have every reason to feel joyful and proud.
Keep going.
I have to find my place. Sorry.
That's okay.
Is there anyone else who can compare to us? But we also must love our fellow fighters. For it's our obligation to do so.
Okay. Do you by any chance know if this document was translated or it was written in the English language?
I couldn't say.
Ms. Strofa said, okay. We can take that out. Now, Special Agent Luciano, all told, you testified about, what would you say, like 120 photographs?
I couldn't approximate.
Do you know how many photographs were taken?
No.
And sitting here today, do you recall how many rooms you searched?
No.
It's fair to say it's been more than a year since that search, right?
Yes.
And is it also fair to say that your memory and your recollection of events was refreshed by Ms. Murray when you met with her, correct?
Not particularly.
Your memory is still the same after she showed you the photos as it was before she showed you the photos?
I believe so, yes.
Ms. Strofa said, okay. Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
The court said redirect?
Ms. Murray said, thank you.
Redirect examination. By Ms. Murray.
Special Agent Luciano, you were asked questions on cross-examination about the FBI's search protocols. Do you recall those?
Yes.
Was the Mawa mansion cleared prior to the execution of the search?
Yes, it was.
Can you explain for the jury what the process of clearing a location entails?
Sure. So a separate tactical team will go through the entire expanse of the property, to include the grounds, any extra buildings, and the entire residence, to make sure that nothing could hurt or harm anyone that's entering for searching, and, in addition, we'll look for things like weapons that are immediately on the person, anybody who is in the vicinity of the property or the mansion, and any animals.
And did that process happen prior to your execution of the search on March 15, 2023, at the Mawa mansion?
Yes.
You were also asked questions about the sketch of the Mawa property. Do you recall those?
I do.
Ms. Murray said, Ms. Loftus, can we please pull up NJ 353? Oh, excuse me, NJ 358. And if we could zoom in on the top left portion. And this can go to the jury and the gallery as well. Special Agent Luciano. You recall that Ms. Schroff asked you about the structure that is indicated below Ramapo Valley Road, correct?
Yes.
What is the street that is listed as coming off of Ramapo Valley Road on this portion of the sketch?
Emma Court.
Ms. Murray said, we can take that down. And then you were also asked questions about the NFSC on cross-examination. Do you recall those?
Yes.
And about G Fashion?
Yes.
When you searched the Mawa mansion on March 15, 2023, did you see any signs or placards that referenced the NFSC on any of the doors within that residence?
I couldn't recall.
Did you see any signs or placards referencing the NFSC or G Fashion next to the doorways of any of the rooms in the Mawa residence on that day?
I couldn't recall.
Ms. Murray said, nothing further, Your Honor.
The court said recross?
Recross examination. By Ms. Schrofa.
She asked you about Emma Court, right?
Yes.
What's Emma Court?
I couldn't say.
Ms. Strofa said, okay. Thank you very much. You have a good day, ma'am.
The court said, all righty then. You may step out of the courtroom.
The witness said, thank you. Witness excused.
The court said, and the prosecution may call its next witness.
Mr. Horton said, government calls Jesse Brown.
Witness sworn.
The court said, please state your name and spell it. You may be seated.
The witness said, Jesse Brown. JESSE BROWN.
The court said, one moment please. You may inquire.
Mr. Horton said, thank you, Your Honor.
Jesse Brown, called as a witness by the government, having been duly sworn, testified as follows. Direct examination. By Mr. Horton.
Good morning, Mr. Brown.
Good morning.
What are you doing for work these days?
I'm currently working on a new project that uses Solidity and Ethereum to tokenize our real-world assets.
And do you have any employees on this new project?
I do not at this time.
Where do you conduct your work?
Out of my home in Flagler Beach, Florida.
Did there come a time you were named the CEO of the Himalaya Exchange?
Yes, there was.
And when were you the CEO of the Himalaya Exchange?
That would have been sometime in the spring of 2022.
And for how long were you the CEO of the exchange?
I'm sorry. That would have been the spring of 2021.
And for how long were you the CEO of the exchange, Mr. Brown?
Till I resigned in January of 2023.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, can you please publish what's in evidence as GX 113? Mr. Brown, who is in this image?
That is me.
And were you CEO of the exchange when this image was taken?
I was.
As CEO of the Himalaya Exchange, Mr. Brown, how many people reported to you?
0.
And as CEO of the Himalaya Exchange, what were you in control of?
I was in control of nothing at that.
Who appointed you CEO of the Himalaya Exchange?
That would have been William J.E.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, can you pull up what's in evidence as GX 103? Can you publish it, please? Mr. Brown, who is this?
That is William J.E.
As CEO of the Himalaya Exchange, Mr. Brown, who was your boss?
That would have been William J.E.
Mr. Horton said, you can take that down, please, Ms. Loftus. Mr. Brown, what, if anything, happened on March 15, 2023?
On March 15, my house was surrounded, and the FBI came and took my personal devices, my work devices, and also documents from my home.
The court said, "Sir, if you would speak into the microphone so that everyone can hear you. Bring it closer to you if you want, but speak right into it."
The witness said, "Okay."
Mr. Brown, did the FBI have a search warrant when they came to your home that day?
Yes.
Were you arrested?
I was not.
Did you get a lawyer after that?
I did.
And after you got a lawyer, did you meet with the government?
I did.
About how many times did you meet with the government?
4 or 5 times.
Mr. Brown, are you testifying today pursuant to an agreement?
I am.
And what's your understanding of what that agreement means?
The agreement means I will not be prosecuted for anything that I did with Guo Media, GTV, Himalaya Exchange, or a mortgage application that I applied for.
When you say a mortgage application, what happened with that mortgage application?
That was a stated income application in 2007.
Why is that mortgage application part of your agreement with the government?
Because I misrepresented my income.
And what are your obligations under this agreement, Mr. Brown?
My obligations are to tell the truth at all times, to provide documentation when asked, and to provide availability as well.
And what's your understanding, Mr. Brown, about whether the non-prosecution agreement protects you from prosecution for conduct other than in connection with the Himalaya Exchange or with the 2007 mortgage application that you mentioned?
It does not protect me.
And what is your understanding as to whether the non-prosecution agreement protects you from a prosecution for perjury, obstruction of justice, or making false statements if you lie on the stand today?
It does not. It does not. It would be voided under those circumstances.
If you were to lie here, could the government tear up your non-prosecution agreement?
They could.
Could you then be charged for your past conduct?
I could.
Could the statements you made in your meetings with the government be used against you?
They could. Mr. Skirrick said, "Objection. Is this his understanding?"
The court said, "As to what you understand the agreement to mean, you may continue."
That's right, Mr. Brown. Do you understand that if you were to lie here, the statements that you previously made to the government could be used against you?
I do understand.
Aside from this non-prosecution agreement, Mr. Brown, were you made any other promises by the government?
I was not.
I want to turn your attention now back to the Himalaya Exchange. What month and year did you interview for that job?
That would have been June of 2020.
And how many interviews did you have?
I had 2 interviews.
Who interviewed you the first time?
The first time was Yvette Wong and a gentleman named Joe.
And what company did you understand you were interviewing with when you were interviewed by Yvette Wong and Joe?
GTV and Guo Media.
Where did you do this interview from?
I did it from my home in Florida.
And where was Yvette interviewing you from?
New York City.
What, if anything, did you know about Guo Media or GTV at that first job interview?
I didn't really know that much for the first interview.
And after Yvette Wong, who interviewed you next?
That would have been William J.E.
Where did you do that interview with William J.E.?
I actually did that interview from my late mother's home, via video conference.
After your interview with William J.E., did you get a job offer, Mr. Brown?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as Government Exhibit 3419. What is this document, Mr. Brown?
This was my offer of employment.
Mr. Horton said, Government offers GX 3419.
Mr. Skirrick said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit 3419 received in evidence.
Mr. Horton said, if you could please publish it, Ms. Loftus.
By Mr. Horton.
Mr. Brown, what company did your job offer come from?
GTV Media Group.
And what understanding, if any, did you have about what the G in GTV stood for?
My understanding. Mr. Skirrick said, objection. At the time.
The court said yes at the time.
My understanding was that it was Miles Guo.
And who controlled GTV, as you understood it?
Miles Guo.
When is this offer letter dated, Mr. Brown?
June 17, 2020.
And when did you start to work on this job for GTV?
That would have been that week.
When you got this job offer from GTV, Mr. Brown, at that time what, if anything? Did you know about the Himalaya Exchange?
I didn't know a lot about the Himalaya Exchange.
When you took this job offer, June 2020, Mr. Brown, what did you understand that you were being hired to do?
I understood that I was being hired to help launch and create cryptocurrency as well as work to build out or develop an exchange.
And when you were hired for that by GTV, what did you understand the name of the cryptocurrency was you were hired to help launch?
The cryptocurrencies at that point were branded G-Coin and G-Dollar.
And what was your understanding as to why they were called G-Coin and G-Dollar?
I believed it was for Miles Guo.
As you understood it, Mr. Brown. Was there any relationship between the cryptocurrency projects you were hired on for GTV and any other Miles Guo companies?
Yes.
What was that relationship?
The relationship was to work with some of the entities for Miles Guo in the ecosystem.
And when you say the ecosystem, what are you referring to?
I'm referring to entities that would have accepted or transferred the cryptocurrencies.
And besides the Miles Guo companies, what other companies were part of that Himalaya Exchange ecosystem?
There were no others.
Mr. Horton said, Ms. Loftus, if you could zoom in on paragraph 1 of this document, position and start date. Mr. Brown, this document says you would be reporting to Joe Wong, Chief Tech Officer, and Yvette Wong, Director, at our New York City office. After you took this job, did you report to Yvette Wong?
I did not.
Did you report to Miles Guo?
I did not.
Did you report to Joe Wong?
I did not.
Who did you report to?
I reported to William J.E.
Mr. Horton said, we can take this down, please, Ms. Loftus. Mr. Brown, what, if anything, did you understand was the relationship between William J.E. and Miles Guo?
I wasn't really privy to the relationship, but I knew that they spoke frequently.
How did you know that?
From meetings we had with the company and William stating that.
When you say, meetings we had with the company, what did you learn at those meetings?
Mr. Skirrick said, objection to the hearsay, Your Honor.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
When you say meetings at the company, what did you learn at those meetings about the relationship between William J.E. and Miles Guo?
Well, there were several times his name was mentioned in talking about his entities and then also about certain initiatives that we had with his companies.
And when you say, initiatives that we had with his companies, whose we?
Himalaya Exchange.
And what were the initiatives that the Himalaya Exchange had with Miles Guo's companies?
The idea was to work with G Fashion, G Clubs, and these other entities with the cryptocurrency.
After you were hired by GTV, what was your understanding of why you were reporting to William J.E.?
Because William J.E. was launching the coins. He was involved in issuing and launching the coins.
You accepted a job offer with GTV. Was reporting to William J.E. a different job or part of that same job?
I saw it as part of the same job.
Mr. Brown, what was Hamilton Investment Management?
That was a fund from London that William J.E. also managed.
And when you were interviewing for the GTV cryptocurrency job, what, if anything, were you told at that time about Hamilton?
Nothing when I interviewed.
And when did you hear about Hamilton?
Later on when I was hired.
Who did you hear about Hamilton from?
William J.E.
And what did you understand Hamilton did?
Hamilton was an investment fund.
And why were you being told about it when you were working for William J.E. and GTV on a cryptocurrency project?
The fund was going to be part of the ecosystem as well. And the fund was going to work with the exchange.
When you say the fund, the Hamilton Fund was going to work with the Himalaya Exchange. What do you mean by that?
Well, what they did is, the fund, people in the fund were allowed access to the coins.
Mr. Brown, taking a step back, when you worked for the Himalaya Exchange, how were you paid?
I was. Mr. Skirrick said, objection. Time frame.
The court said, would you couch it in a certain time frame?
Mr. Horton said, sure. Mr. Brown, how long did you work for the Himalaya Exchange?
2.5 years, approximately.
During those 2.5 years, how were you paid for your work?
Mr. Skirrick said, objection. Time frame. The first.
The court said, from when until when?
Well, were there different ways that you were paid for your work, Mr. Brown?
There were.
Can you explain what those were?
The court said, it's the start of the work.
Mr. Horton said, sure. Starting at the time you joined.
The court said, what year was that?
The witness said, the year I joined was 2020.
And how were you first paid for your work?
I was first paid by Guo Media, and GTV.
And what was the form of payment?
I was paid bi-weekly.
You said there was more than one way you were paid. What happened? How were you paid after Guo Media?
I was let go by Guo Media at the end of the year, and I went onto the books of the London entity. Hamilton.
And how were you paid from the books of the London entity Hamilton?
I was wired money into my business account.
You said you were let go. What else, if anything, changed besides the way you were paid?
I lost my health insurance.
And other than the entity paying you and your health insurance benefits, what, if anything, changed about your work when you were paid by Hamilton instead of Guo Media?
Nothing changed.
Did you have colleagues at the Himalaya Exchange, Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Who employed your colleagues at the exchange?
The Hamilton Group.
When you were reporting to William J.E., where was he based?
London.
And where were you working when you were reporting to him?
Florida.
Where in Florida?
Flagler Beach.
What kind of office were you working in?
My home office.
How long did you spend reporting, withdrawn? How long did you report to William J.E. at the Himalaya Exchange?
Until my resignation in January of 2023.
And how long a period was that, Mr. Brown?
That would have been 2.5 years.
During those 2.5 years reporting to him, when, if ever, did you meet William J.E.?
I did not meet William J.E. Mr. Skirrick said, objection. Can we define meet? In person. Meeting. Honor.
The court said, are you speaking about an in-person?
Mr. Horton said, I can ask a few different questions, Your.
The court said, okay.
By Mr. Horton.
Mr. Brown, during your 2.5 years reporting to William J.E., did you ever meet him in person?
I did not.
How did you communicate with the people you were working with at the exchange from your home in Florida?
We had daily meetings in the mornings.
And how often, if ever, was William J.E. in those meetings?
Pretty much every day.
You say daily meetings. What form did they take?
They were video conferences for me and for another employee in Australia. But they were in person for everyone else in London.
Were there any other Himalaya Exchange employees in Florida, Mr. Brown?
There were not.
Who led these video meetings that you participated in?
That would be William J.E.
And where would he sit in these meetings?
He would sit at the end of a long table. There were 2 screens. I was on one screen. The compliance manager from Australia was on another. And then the stakeholders would sit next to each other. And William would be at the end of the bench.
Could you just keep the microphone close to your mouth?
Oh.
Just pull it closer to you so you don't have to lean forward.
Yes. You said the stakeholders were in the meeting.
Who was that?
The stakeholders would be the Chief Security Officer, the Chief Financial Officer, the Chief Marketing Officer, and Internal Auditor.
Those executives you just mentioned, where did they work?
They worked for Hamilton.
And where in the world did they work?
London.
Did you ever meet any of them in person?
I did not.
At the Himalaya Exchange, Mr. Brown, what were country heads?
Country heads were people who were helping market the coin.
And who selected the country heads?
I'm not sure of that.
How did you know who the country heads were?
They were spoken about during these meetings.
And who spoke about the country heads in the Himalaya Exchange meetings?
That would have been William J.E.
You said the country heads were to market the exchange. What did that mean?
Well, they would go out and seek people to participate in the private sale.
Who directed the country heads at the Himalaya Exchange?
That would be William J.E.
Mr. Brown, what are farms?
I'm not sure of that.
What's the Himalaya Farm Alliance?
I don't know what that is.
When did you first learn about something called H-coin and H-dollar?
Pretty much my first day.
And other than the names, Mr. Brown, what, if anything, was the difference between G-dollar and G-coin on one hand and H-dollar and H-coin on the other hand?
There was no difference.
And focusing on the time period when you were hired in mid-2020, what did you understand you were hired to do?
I understood I was hired to help with the creation of the coins.
And who were you doing that work for? Who were you creating the coins for?
That would have been Guo Media.
And what did you understand that to mean, hired to create a coin?
Well, typically, in the crypto industry, there are certain things you do to develop and issue a coin.
And what are those things?
Well, there's the tech development on the Ethereum blockchain was what we were looking at. And then also writing white papers and raising awareness.
And what's a white paper?
A white paper is typically a document that you would release for a crypto that would talk about its utility. The team that's building it, and, some things you're going to be doing with a roadmap in the future.
You said you were looking at the Ethereum blockchain. First of all, what's the Ethereum blockchain?
Well, the Ethereum blockchain is one of the most used blockchains. It's something that you can, develop and create coins on top of.
And what does it mean to create a coin on top of the Ethereum blockchain?
Well, Bitcoin is its own blockchain, and it's a little bit different. Ethereum allows developers to actually build coins on top of it through smart contracts.
Bitcoin and Ethereum, are these public launchings? Actually, withdrawn. Let me step back one step. When you say blockchain, what do you mean?
Well, a blockchain is a publicly distributed ledger that shows all the transactions for that ledger.
And what do you mean by a public distributed ledger?
Well, it's a ledger where typically there are what are called nodes in the system. So those are computers that approve or disapprove transactions.
Are all blockchains public?
They are.
Is there such a thing as a private blockchain?
There are private blockchains. But the data is still made public to the members of that consortium.
You said the exchange when you joined was looking at the Ethereum blockchain. But what do you mean by they were looking at it?
Well, we were looking at using Quorum for it at that point.
And what's Quorum?
Quorum is a JP Morgan product that allows for, like I was talking about, a private consortium to use a blockchain.
And what, if anything, did you understand when you first started working on this project about whether the coins would be on a public blockchain or a private blockchain?
I understood that they were going to be on a private blockchain or something like Quorum, where members would be able to participate in it.
And why did you have that understanding?
Well, because that's really the only way that crypto works.
What do you mean it's the only way that crypto works?
Well, crypto has to be, it's something that is a public chain. So everything is able to be viewed or seen by anyone who has. Mr. Skirik said, Your Honor, objection. Online access. Mr. Skirik said, Could we have a brief sidebar on this, please?
The court said, all righty.
At the sidebar.
Mr. Skirik said, So I'm going to raise an objection. It's the same objection that we raised with respect to Mr. Roberts' testimony from a week ago. We're veering into what is expert testimony here. I understand that Mr. Brown has held roles in the crypto and blockchain industry, just the same way Mr. Roberts held roles in the crypto and blockchain industry. But he's not been noticed as an expert. He's not been qualified as an expert, and to have him testify on, general topics, which is now, I think, if you review the transcript, veering into opinion testimony as to what his view is of the way that crypto works and blockchain works. Now the question may have not been put that way. Mr. Horton was careful not to use the word view or opinion. But the answer was opinion.
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor, this is Heartland 701 testimony. He was hired, first of all, the context is. He was hired by an agent, one of the charged co-conspirators in the scheme. He was hired by GTV Media in the first instance and then reported to an agent who is a charged conspirator to carry out the conspiracy. Was an insider. He's very different from Mr. Roberts, who is approaching this from the outside and who had a limited several-month investigation from the outside of this. Mr. Brown was inside for 2.5 years, and he's being asked questions about when you were hired by the co-conspirators, about people who reported to the defendant. What did you understand you were being hired to do? When you say you were hired to do something on the blockchain, what did that mean to you at the time? That's the only way he can give the jury context about what he personally observed in real time as an insider of the conspiracy.
Mr. Skirik said, Your Honor, we can look at the transcript. I may be wrong, but I believe the witness answered the question about what he believed he was hired to do. And then the next question veered into, it may not have been the questioner's fault. But the answer veered into generally that area. Answer.
The court said, Would you read back the last question and?
Record read.
Mr. Skirik said, And that's the essence of the generic question about how the thing works, which is improper.
The court said, He's hired to create this crypto exchange, and so it would be odd not to have him discuss his understanding of what he had to do.
Mr. Skirik said, Well, it's one thing, again, if he's discussing his understanding in the context of what he was hired to do. I understand that point, Your Honor. But I think, that answer is a more generic answer, a more sweeping answer. And again, We're just trying to police the line here between expert testimony, and we're raising the objection. It has nothing to do with whether there's a co-conspirator exception or whether there's a hearsay objection. So the fact that, he worked for the Himalaya Exchange, reported to William J.E., really is of no moment. It's just the answer that's been given, or was in the process of being given, I think veers towards expert testimony.
The court said, so just how far do you expect to go?
Mr. Horton said, so he was the CEO of the Himalaya Exchange, cryptocurrency exchange for 2.5 years. He experienced the projects that were being represented to the world as cryptocurrency projects. His testimony is about what the projects actually were, from his perspective, in real time, as the CEO. And so to the extent that he mentions a term like blockchain, quorum, or something that the jury is not going to know. I think it's fair to ask him, as an insider of the conspiracy, what did it mean in the conspiracy at the time? What did you understand it to mean? If there's a discrepancy, why?
The court said, so you expect that he will say that what was created was inconsistent with what he expected?
Mr. Horton said, yeah.
The court said, that's fine.
In open court.
The court said, members of the jury, it's 11:30, so we'll take our half-hour break now. Remember, do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Don't permit anyone to discuss the case in your presence. Don't read, listen to, or watch anything from any source that touches upon the subject matter of this case. And sir, you may step out of the courtroom. Don't discuss your testimony.
Jury not present. Witness not present.
The court said, is there anything before we return at noon?
Mr. Horton said, not from the government.
Mr. Skirrick said, not from the defense, Your Honor.
Recess. Afternoon session 12 p.m.
The court said, please bring the jurors in.
The law clerk said, jury entering.
Jury present.
The court said, remember, sir, that you're under oath. You may continue the inquiry.
Mr. Horton said, thank you, Your Honor.
By Mr. Horton.
Mr. Brown. Before the break you were discussing your understanding of the cryptocurrency and exchange project you were hired for. What did you understand about whether the coins you were hired to work on would be on a public blockchain or a private blockchain?
I understood that they would be on a public blockchain.
What, if anything, did you understand the role? Before the break you mentioned something called quorum. Can you remind the jury what quorum is?
Quorum is a JP Morgan open-source blockchain that is an enterprise chain for Ethereum.
Is Quorum a public blockchain or a private blockchain?
It's a private blockchain.
And when you were hired to work on the cryptocurrency project for GTV, what understanding, if any, did you have about the role that the Quorum blockchain would have in this project?
I understood that it would be the chain that the coins would be distributed on and transferred and traded on.
Now, Mr. Brown, in your 2.5 years with the Himalaya Exchange, when, if ever, could customers buy H coin on a blockchain?
Never.
And when, if ever, could customers buy H dollar on a blockchain?
Never.
Was that what you were expecting when you took this job in 2020?
Mr. Skirrick said, objection, asked and answered.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
It was not.
What were you expecting about the type of coin you developed?
I was expecting something that would be built on top of the Quorum chain and something that would be what a typical crypto would be. Mr. Skirrick said, objection.
The court said, are you saying what you expected it to be?
The witness said, yes.
The court said, go ahead.
You said you were expecting it to be what a typical crypto would be. How is what you actually observed at the exchange different from what you'd expected typical crypto to be?
The exchange used just a database. It wasn't a blockchain.
And what was the database you're talking about? What does that mean?
Well, a database is a typical tech tool where data is stored and accessed by computers.
And what was the name of the database that the Himalaya Exchange was using?
It was Postgres, I believe.
Can you spell that?
POSGREST, I believe.
And this database, how does it compare to a spreadsheet?
It's typical to a spreadsheet, only it would allow not only structured data, but unstructured data.
Was this database on the blockchain?
It was not.
Where was it if it wasn't on the blockchain?
It was controlled by the exchange and the technology team there.
As CEO of the exchange, did you have access to this internal database?
I did not.
Why not?
I wasn't allowed access to any of the technology that they were building in London.
What do you mean that you weren't allowed access to any of the technology that the exchange was building?
There was only a small group of people in London that had access for security reasons.
Did you ever ask William J.E. why you didn't have access to the exchange's internal database as its CEO?
I did not.
Why not?
I just felt as though the chief security officer and the chief operations officer were the ones really managing that.
If customer couldn't buy H-coin on the blockchain, what could they buy from the exchange?
They could buy credits.
And when you were hired to work on this GTV cryptocurrency project, were you told about credits then?
No, I was not.
What were credits at the Himalaya Exchange?
Credits were when people would join the exchange. They would buy certain credits with US dollar that they had deposited into their accounts, and then they would receive credits for the crypto.
And what were the name of the credits at the Himalaya Exchange?
The names of the credits, could you repeat that?
Sure. What were the names of the credits that people could buy at the Himalaya Exchange? What were they called?
Himalaya dollar and Himalaya coin.
And were Himalaya dollar credits and Himalaya coin credits the same or different from Himalaya dollar and Himalaya coin?
They were different.
How were they different?
The Himalaya dollar was a stable coin which was backed. For every Himalaya dollar, it was to be backed by a US dollar in a bank account.
And how was the Himalaya dollar credit different from the Himalaya dollar stable coin?
It was not.
It was not the same, you said?
No, it was the same.
It was the same?
Yes.
When somebody bought a Himalaya dollar credit, were they actually buying a Himalaya dollar?
They were buying credits to the dollar, not the actual dollar itself.
And where were these credits, Himalaya dollar credit, Himalaya coin credit, where were they stored?
They would have been stored on the database, I believe.
Could customers buy Himalaya coin credits and Himalaya dollar credits on the blockchain?
They could not.
In your understanding at the time as the CEO of the exchange, were these credits cryptocurrency?
No, they were not. Mr. Skirik said, "Objection, Your Honor."
The court said, "Overruled."
In your understanding, Mr. Brown, at the time as the CEO of the Himalaya Exchange, were these credits cryptocurrencies?
Mr. Skirik said, "Same objection."
The court said, "He answered that question."
Mr. Horton said, "I'm sorry, Your Honor. I wasn't sure if the jury heard the answer."
Could you repeat it?
The court said, "No, he answered the question. He did."
Who did you first hear about the credits from?
I first heard about the credits from William J.E. in a team meeting.
And, Mr. Brown, what did William J.E. say about the credits in this meeting?
He spoke to them as if they were like an amusement park credits where you pay for tickets and cash them out when you left the park.
What did you think when you heard William J.E. describe the credits that way?
Somewhat amusing.
What was amusing about it to you?
It just kind of flies in the face of a cryptocurrency, right? Mr. Skirik said, "Objection, Your Honor."
The court said, "Overruled. You may continue."
Mr. Brown, what do you mean that the credits at the Himalaya Exchange fly in the face of a cryptocurrency?
Well, what cryptocurrency is about? It's about a public chain where transactions are viewed for everyone. And everything that goes on that chain people have access to. This wasn't anything like that.
Why weren't the credits anything like that?
Mr. Skirik said, "Same objection."
The court said, "Sir, you're speaking based upon your personal understanding. Is that correct?"
The witness said, "Yes."
The court said, "Go ahead."
Mr. Brown, why as the former CEO of the Himalaya Exchange, why in your view, why in your understanding? Were the credits at the exchange nothing like the cryptocurrencies you've just described?
Because the credits were obfuscated. They weren't public knowledge like a public blockchain or like a private chain would be for all the consortium members.
You said earlier that you helped draft white papers at the exchange?
Yes.
Where were these white papers published?
They were published on the Himalaya Exchange website.
Were they available for the public?
They were.
Did these white papers discuss HCN and HDO credits?
Yes, they did.
Did you ask William J. questions about why the exchange was using credits instead of cryptocurrencies on the blockchain?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask him?
I asked him why we were using this model as opposed to just issuing the coins on the chain.
And what did William J. say when you asked him why the exchange wasn't issuing credits on the blockchain?
At that point we were looking for a place to issue the coin, and the British Virgin Islands was a jurisdiction that they picked. And that at this point legal counsel in the British Virgin Islands suggested this.
Mr. Brown, you were at the exchange for 2.5 years. At any time during your time there were H-coin and H-dollar able to be bought or sold on the blockchain?
Mr. Skirek said, objection.
The court said, asked and answered. You don't need to answer.
Mr. Brown, if you thought that these credits were not cryptocurrencies, why didn't you leave your job?
Mr. Skirek said, objection.
The court said you may answer.
I kept my job for my paycheck.
When you worked at the exchange at that time, did you believe it was a legitimate business?
Yes. Yes.
Did you believe you were committing crimes when you worked there?
I didn't, no.
And remind the jury, when did you leave the exchange?
January of 2023.
By the way, Mr. Brown, was G Club a client of the Himalaya Exchange when you were there?
They were.
And what did G Club use the exchange for?
I believe it was for the money transfer for the purchase of the G Club memberships.
And did you understand what that meant at the time?
I did not.
Did you ask William J. what it meant?
I did not.
In general, Mr. Brown, what was your understanding of how William J. treated your views and opinions?
You know, I think because I was in Florida, I wasn't able to get in his ear as much as a lot of the people in London were. So most of my concepts or strategies or ideas never really made it to fruition.
And how, if at all, did that affect your experience being the CEO of the exchange that William J., that your ideas didn't take fruition?
Mr. Skirek said, object to form.
The court said you may answer.
I just felt like I was kind of a strawman, like the face of the company. I didn't really have any say in anything that went on.
Why did you feel like a strawman? What do you mean by that?
Mr. Skirek said, asked and answered.
The court said, you may explain what strawman means.
Strawman is someone who they don't really have any say in the decision-making, right? They're just kind of the face of it but don't really have any input into the decisions.
What understanding, if any, Mr. Brown, did you have about why the exchange wanted you to be its face?
I think part of it was I was willing to move to the BVI. And I think part of it too was my experience at DTCC and at Ford working with blockchain there.
And did you feel like you were able to bring that experience to bear when you were working at the exchange?
Not at all.
You said you were willing to move to the BVI, did you ultimately move there?
I never did make it there.
Did you spend time at the BVI for the exchange?
I did.
And what were you doing there for the exchange?
Part of the time was spent seeking out an office space. Other time was spent talking to telecom providers about a potential data room. And then other times I was working with a sandbox application there as well.
And did the exchange ever get a property in the BVI?
We did not.
Did it ever get a data room in the BVI?
It did not.
What happened to the sandbox application?
Denied.
What is a sandbox application?
A sandbox application is an application where you apply for an exchange license. But you're placed in a sandbox kind of as a test period to see if everything will be compliant and everything you do with your company will meet their guidelines.
Was that the application that was denied?
That was.
How many hours a day were you working on exchange projects down in the BVI?
Probably about 3 or 4 hours.
How did that compare to the amount of day you were spending on exchange work back in Florida?
It was about the same.
Did you like being in the BVI?
I did.
Other than 3 hours a day working for the exchange, what did you do down there?
I surfed.
What was your title when you were hired in 2020, Mr. Brown?
Associate Blockchain Manager, I believe.
Did there come a time that you sought out the title of CEO?
No.
How did you find out you'd been named the CEO?
During one of our stakeholder meetings, William appointed me CEO.
Before that happened in the meeting, did you know it was going to happen?
I did not.
Was it on the agenda for that meeting?
It was not.
What was your reaction when you heard William say that you were their CEO?
I was pretty surprised.
Why were you surprised?
I don't consider myself CEO material.
Why do you mean by that? Why aren't you CEO material?
Well, I'm a terrible public speaker. I don't really understand all the dynamics that go with being a chief executive. I'm a tech guy.
Had you ever been a CEO before that?
I had not.
Did you ever lead an organization?
No.
Mr. Brown, what, if anything, about the work you were doing changed after you were named CEO?
I guess I was involved more in the marketing side.
What did that entail, being involved in more of the exchange's marketing side?
It meant doing some video sessions and doing some interviews that were given to me by the marketing team.
What do you mean that interviews were given to you by the marketing team?
They would decide who I would talk to and when. They would set the agendas.
And what kinds of things would you talk about in these interviews?
Talk about the exchange, the coin, technologies that were used.
Did you have an understanding of why the exchange wanted you to do public interviews?
No. Like I said, I'm terrible at them.
Did you ever ask William J.E. why you're asking me to do this?
No, I just considered it something that I had to do.
Mr. Brown, what, if anything, happened with the exchange in November 2021?
That's when we had the official launch.
What do you mean by the official launch?
The exchange, prior to the launch. There was a private sale for the HCN coins or for the H-dollar coins. People were topped up to buy H-dollar. And then when the exchange launched would be the first time people could buy these coins.
The private sale you referred to, were people buying H-coins or H-coin credits?
They were buying H-coin credits.
Were they buying H-dollars or H-dollar credits?
They were buying H-dollar credits.
When you say building up to the launch, what do you mean building up to the launch?
There was a pre-sale where $100 million was raised before the launch of the exchange.
What was the date of the launch?
November 1, 2021.
What's your understanding of why that date was chosen for the launch?
My understanding was, it was a drop-dead day issued by Guo.
How do you have that understanding?
Well, we had really struggled to launch the exchange. It was scheduled to launch several times previously in the previous months, and every time we failed. And there was a time where that was it. We had to launch the exchange on November 1st, come hell or high water.
Did Guo have a title at the exchange?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did he participate in those daily video meetings with William J.E.?
No.
What is your understanding of how that drop-dead launch date came from Guo?
It was from some conversation that I had after with some team members, and then also. Mr. Skirrick said, objection to the hearsay.
The court said, overruled. You may continue.
Mr. Brown. The question was, how do you have the understanding that Guo gave you instruction for the exchange to launch on November of 2021?
Mr. Skirrick said, Your Honor, can we have a brief sidebar on this, please?
The court said, all right.
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
The court said, Mr. Horton, do you expect that he is going to say that the people he was speaking with were part of the alleged conspiracy?
Mr. Horton said, yes. What he's going to say is that what the people working with William J.E. at the Himalaya Exchange telling him what the exchange is doing for Miles Guo.
Mr. Skirek said, Your Honor, the question is, how far does this co-conspirator exception goes? And to what extent does the government have to build up? As we understood the court's opinion to require specific statements from specific people that can be relayed as hearsay under the exception. Right now, we don't even know who he's talking about. He's just talking about people at the exchange, right? So is every person. We understood the court's ruling pretrial to be that there was no blanket exception under which hearsay would be permitted. Just because someone used, of the various entities here, had conversation with witnesses. And right now that's where we're at.
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor, there is now in evidence minutes if not hours of the defendant talking about G dollar, G coin. H dollar, H coin, the exchange, video of him saying that. William J.E.'s testimony. William J.E. was running that project. He's charged as a co-conspirator. The information Mr. Brown was getting was from people who worked directly for William J.E. at the Himalaya Exchange, which is instrumentality in this RICO conspiracy, telling him what was going on.
Mr. Skirek said, There's a difference, Your Honor, between saying that William J.E. said something that this witness will identify and saying unidentified views of people who worked for Mr. J.E.
Mr. Horton said, There's a co-conspirator exception. There's also an agent exception. They work together. He's the principal and he's speaking on behalf of a co-conspirator. That comes in.
The court said, All right. I'm going to let it in. I've ruled.
Continued on next page. In open court, jury present.
The court said, Overruled. You may continue.
By Mr. Horton.
Mr. Brown. The question was, how did you understand that it was Miles Guo who gave the instruction for the exchange to launch on November 1, 2021?
After having some conversations with some colleagues after the launch and then also during the launch. GTV had a big presentation going on at the time.
And what role, if any, did you have in GTV's presentation on the launch day of the Himalaya Exchange?
I was to speak live as soon as the launch, as soon as the exchange was launched.
And where did you get that assignment from?
I got that assignment from William J.E.
We'll come back to that in a second. Were you CEO on the day of the launch?
Yes.
Were you CEO in the days running up to the launch?
Yes.
In your view, was the exchange ready to launch?
It was not.
Why was it not ready to launch?
We had struggled so long with the technology. I had a lot of talks with the technology leaders and they felt the same way.
And you said struggle with the technology. What does that mean?
It means we weren't able to deliver on time. At the time there was the pandemic. It was hard to get really talented blockchain developers. And we just really didn't have the skill set or the means to deliver on time.
What time on November 1, 2021, was the exchange supposed to launch?
I believe it was 9 or 10 in the morning.
And what time did it launch?
11 at night.
And why is that?
Because it wasn't ready. And from my understanding from conversations, one developer kind of put together the exchange quickly in that time to launch.
How did that happen? How did it happen that one developer put the exchange together quickly?
He was just kind of like the top Superman developer, I guess, that was there, and he took matters into his own hands.
Mr. Brown, after the exchange launched that day, at this point were customers able to buy H coin on the blockchain?
No.
Were customers able after the launch to buy H dollar on the blockchain?
No. Mr. Skirek said, Objection, asked and answered.
The court said, Overruled. You may answer.
No.
You said that there was a long broadcast on GTV on launch day. Did you participate in it?
Yes.
And where did you film your interview from?
My office in Florida.
The people interviewing you on GTV, do you know where they were broadcasting from?
I do not.
What were you? Can you sort of walk the jury through that day? What was it like for you?
Well, it was stressful. I was supposed to talk at 10. I'm not great at public speaking. So I was a little nervous. I didn't think the tech would be ready. And then it just dragged on for hours and hours and hours, which led to more anxiety.
And what specifically were you asked to do on GTV that day, launch day?
I believe just to be interviewed.
Ms. Loftus, can you please pull up what's been marked as GX3401, just for the witness, please? Then with the sound off, Ms. Loftus, if you could please scroll through it for the witness, please. Mr. Brown. What is this?
This would be my interview during the launch day.
Mr. Horton said, government offers GX3401.
Mr. Skirrick said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit 3401 received in evidence.
Can you please publish this, Ms. Loftus? And if you could take it to the 1 minute and 45-second mark and play that with sound for the room.
Media played.
Mr. Brown, you said we suffered some delays, but we wanted to make sure we did it right. And I think we have. Do you think the exchange had gotten it right that day?
No.
Why did you say that on GTV?
For fear of disrupting the whole launch.
Ms. Loftus, can we go to the 2:45 mark, please?
Media played.
Mr. Brown. The question you were asked was, what are the advantages of H-coin compared to other crypto like Bitcoin? When you were asked that question on GTV, was H-coin a cryptocurrency like Bitcoin?
Mr. Skirrick said, objection, asked and answered.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
It was not.
Why not?
It wasn't on the blockchain.
In your answer on the video, you said we have this permission chain that we use. What were you referring to by permission chain?
Quorum.
And were customers able to buy H-coin or H-dollar using Quorum on the date of this interview?
They were not.
Were your answers in this interview truthful, Mr. Brown?
They were not.
Why did you lie in these interviews?
Again, I was fearful of causing a major sell-off during the launch of the coin. And I was kind of towing the company line on what to say during these events.
And what do you mean by the company line?
Well, there were certain talk points that, we were to discuss at all times. And one of those was the quorum chain.
And where did you get your understanding of what the talking points were to be?
That would have been from the legal team and from the marketing team as well.
And legal and marketing at the exchange, who did they report to?
William J.E.
Mr. Brown. Was this November 2021 GTV interview the only time you gave an interview in public on behalf of the exchange?
It was not.
In those other interviews, did you say things about the exchange and its coins that were not true?
I did.
And what are the things that you lied about in these other interviews?
Really constantly talking about the coin being on the blockchain and us using Quorum.
You said a moment ago that you were fearful of causing a sell-off?
Yes.
What is a sell-off?
Well, a sell-off is when there's fear in the marketplace and people rush to sell their currencies.
And what effect, if any, would a sell-off have on the price of H-coin?
It would drop the price.
What happened to H-coin's price on the day of the launch?
It popped.
What does that mean that it popped?
It went from 10 cents to $1 while I was interviewing, and it later went to $20 in 14 days.
And as the CEO of the exchange at the time, what was your understanding of, well, let me ask you this. What was your reaction of seeing that price hike?
Kind of amazed.
And why is that?
It was kind of a giant leap for a coin that was really only on a small exchange. It wasn't on any big exchanges.
And what do you mean that the coin wasn't on any big exchanges?
Well, typically when you launch a coin, 2 exchanges will pick you up. And when that happens and the coin is kind of broadcast on a lot of sites that rank coins and show prices like the Nasdaq does. So, we weren't anything like that. So the awareness for our coin globally didn't exist.
When the H-coin price was rising the way you explain, Mr. Brown. At this time were customers able to hold an H-coin or were they able to hold an H-coin credit?
Mr. Skirrick said, objection.
The court said, you may answer.
Mr. Skirrick said, over and over. Credits.
Did you ever ask William J.E. if there's an explanation for the price hike?
No.
Was H-coin ever listed on other exchanges other than the Himalaya Exchange?
It was not.
What about H-dollar?
No.
And as the CEO at the time, what was your understanding of why H-coin and H-dollar weren't listed anywhere except the Himalaya Exchange?
There was quite a bit of fear among the stakeholders that if it was listed on other exchanges, the price would drop.
And who were the stakeholders who had this fear about a price drop?
Pretty much all of them, but the chief security officer, the legal team and the chief operations officer.
What was your understanding of why listing H-coin and H-dollar on other exchanges could cause a price drop?
Well, because it would allow a free market to participate in a much broader scale. So more people could come in and it would give the people who owned the coin more liquidity to sell.
And why didn't the exchange want that?
Mr. Skirrick said, objection.
The court said, by the word exchange, why didn't the exchange want that? Who are you referring to?
Mr. Brown, you were the CEO at the time?
Yes.
What was your understanding why stakeholders at the exchange didn't want the coins or the dollar to be listed on another exchange?
For fear that the price would drop.
What is Hummingbot? Do you know what that is?
Yes.
Can you spell it, please?
Hummingbot.
What is Hummingbot?
It's a software that trades takes both sides of a trade. It will buy and sell autonomously.
Was Hummingbot used at the Himalaya Exchange?
It was.
And how did you know that?
It was spoken about in several meetings.
And who told you that Hummingbot was being used at the exchange?
That would be David Fallon.
Who is David Fallon?
He was the fund manager for Hamilton Fund.
Who did David Fallon work for?
William J.E.
What's your understanding as the CEO of the exchange why Hummingbot was being used on the exchange?
There were primarily two purposes. One was a bot is typically used in a low-volume scenario where there aren't a lot of traders. That does not bode well for other investors because they don't want to see a ghost town. So these bots automatically trade to give the impression of activity.
Why are they called bots?
Because they're automated. There's no human behind them. It's just software.
You said a low-volume scenario?
Yes.
What does that mean?
A low-volume scenario means there's not a lot of trades. Typically an exchange will trade in the millions every day.
At the time did you observe a low-volume scenario at the Himalaya Exchange?
Yes. It got gradually worse after the launch.
And as the volume got gradually worse, what, if anything, was happening to the price?
The price remained stable for the most part.
What was your understanding of how that was?
My understanding was that the bot was driving a lot of the trades and propping the price.
Did you ever ask William J.E. about the Hummingbot?
I did not.
Why not?
That was a David Fallon fund task.
Mr. Brown, did there come a time you learned anything about GTV and the SEC?
There did.
And were you CEO at the time you learned this information?
I was.
What did you learn? First of all, what's the SEC?
The Securities Exchange Commission.
And what did you learn when you were CEO of the Himalaya Exchange about GTV and the SEC?
I learned that they entered into a settlement with the SEC. And part of the SEC stated that Miles Guo was not to participate in any crypto or security issuances directly or indirectly.
As CEO of the Himalaya Exchange, why did you learn that information?
I typically read some of the SEC filings because at that point there was a lot going on with FTX and their collapse. And basically to understand compliance moving forward because compliance is a very difficult thing in this field. So you kind of have to get a feel for the industry.
What, if anything, did you do when you learned that there was a GTV settlement with the SEC about cryptocurrency?
I raised it in one of the meetings.
Mr. Brown, was this a Himalaya Exchange meeting?
Yes, it was.
Why did you raise GTV's settlement with the SEC in a Himalaya Exchange meeting?
Because there was a lot of marketing being done by Miles Guo at that time around the exchange. And I felt that that was indirectly being involved.
What do you mean marketing being done by Miles Guo around the exchange?
He spoke about the exchange a lot on his platforms. He created an iTunes song about HCN to the moon.
Did you hear that song?
I did.
Before the Himalaya Exchange, had you worked in blockchain?
I had.
What, if anything, did the title HCN to the moon mean to you?
Well, to the moon is a crypto saying that everyone wants to invest in a coin and then it skyrockets in price to the moon.
Mr. Brown, what was your understanding about why Miles Guo was making a song called H-Coin to the moon?
Mr. Skirik said, objection.
The court said, you may answer.
I don't know if I had an understanding of why.
You said that you raised the GTV settlement in a meeting at the Himalaya Exchange. Who was in this meeting?
The stakeholders that I mentioned before, as well as William J.E. and head of legal.
And who was the head of legal?
Priya Patel, I believe, is the name.
What did you say about this GTV cryptocurrency settlement in this meeting?
Well, I raised the issue because I felt that, by promoting the coin and by talking about the coin that was being indirectly involved in it. Mr. Skirik said, Your Honor, can we have a brief sidebar here again?
The court said, yes, you may step up.
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
Mr. Skirik said, Your Honor. I let two questions go there where the subject of the question was a meeting at the exchange that involved the stakeholders of the exchange including the general counsel of the exchange. Now we're clearly getting into, I think the witness was just asked about what counsel said. In any event, we're clearly in the context of what would be a privileged discussion and it's inappropriate for the government to elicit testimony.
The court said, one moment. I just want to hear the question.
Record was read.
The court said, so what is it that you expect might be elicited that you object to?
Mr. Skirik said, I think eliciting any testimony about this conversation where the witness, according to his own words, raising a legal question, a legal issue, concern. And I expect that the next question or 2 or 5 is going to get further into that. In fact, well, I'll leave it at that.
The court said, I think Mr. Horton is going to tell us about an exception. Go ahead.
Mr. Horton said, it's the crime-fraud exception is relevant here. First of all, if there was a privilege to assert Himalaya Exchange, the lawyers in this meeting aren't able to assert that privilege. They don't represent the Himalaya Exchange. I don't believe they're asserting that Priya Patel was representing Miles Guo. They're free to assert that. That would be relevant to the case. There's a privilege to assert. It's not their privilege to assert. To be really clear, Priya Patel is a co-conspirator. If she speaks on behalf of the instrumentality of a RICO conspiracy, it's not privilege. When she lies to Mr. Brown, it's not privileged.
Mr. Skirik said, may I just respond to that, Your Honor? So again we have the agent and co-conspirator exceptions here swallowing the rule. All the government appears to need to say is that someone is an agent of one of the many entities or just assert that a person is a co-conspirator without so much of proving either of those things out. And then not only do we have testimony coming into evidence for its truth, we also have privileged conversations coming in. Now we're happy to take a break and see if we can raise someone at the exchange to see if they'd like to assert privilege. The government has not, we had no notice that this was going to happen, right? You didn't tell us beforehand that you were going to go through it. We didn't have an opportunity ahead of time to get ahead of this. We're dealing with it in real time. We can't very well say that no one from the exchange is here to assert privilege. That is the ultimate argument.
Mr. Horton said, just 2 brief things on that, Your Honor. Ms. Patel all over Mr. Brown's 3500 because this was important for him as the CEO of the exchange. Second thing. There was extensive testimony from Sam Roberts from BitGo about communications he had with Priya Patel where she was not only a spokesperson for the Himalaya Exchange. She spoke extensively about Miles Guo and his relationship to the exchange.
Mr. Skirik said, I'm not sure what that has to do with anything. Those were third-party conversations. We're talking about privileged conversations.
The court said, so the government is alleging that she was part of the conspiracy?
Mr. Skirik said, I understand that, Your Honor. We understand the court's pretrial ruling to require that there be some proof of that before the testimony comes in. That only takes care of one issue. We're still on the privilege issue.
The court said, I think the foundation has been laid to establish the rule.
Mr. Skirik said, in a conspiracy.
The court said yes.
Mr. Skirik said, I'm not sure I'm aware of what that evidence is. But I think it's a separate question whether crime fraud applies. Obviously I think, my understanding at least, is that it would require the court to make a finding that at the advice of counsel was used in connection with a crime. Was used to facilitate a crime. And just a conversation that's happening around a round table about developments with an SEC settlement is far from proving that the lawyer's advice was used in connection with committing a crime.
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor doesn't need to go there. The question can be about what happened, and Mr. Brown raised the issue of the GTV settlement in this meeting. What happened is not Ms. Patel gave legal advice. She did not give legal advice. For one thing she said, he believes is a lie. Another thing, there's no world in which her response was legal advice.
Ms. Shrofa said, he literally said he raised a legal concern, and he raised it with a lawyer in the meeting in her capacity as a lawyer. She's certainly not there in any other capacity.
Mr. Horton said, I expect Mr. Brown will testify that after he raised this issue, Priya Patel looked to William J.E. and said, That's the first I'm hearing of that. And he will say that struck him as not credible even what he understood.
Mr. Skirik said, that doesn't make it not true.
Mr. Horton said, that's not legal advice, this is the first I heard of it.
The court said, considering all the testimony concerning Ms. Patel, I think that an accurate foundation has been laid, so I'm going to permit the testimony. I just wanted to make clear that under Guinea I'm making a conditional finding of I'm expecting the prosecution to be making a motion at the end of their case.
In open court, jury present.
The court said, overruled. You may continue.
By Mr. Horton.
Mr. Brown. Who were the stakeholders in the Himalaya Exchange meeting when you raised the GTV settlement about cryptocurrency?
That would have been the Chief Security Officer, the Chief Operations Officer, the Chief Financial Officer, the Chief Marketing Officer, William J.E., Legal and Internal Audit.
And, sorry, you mentioned Priya Patel before the sidebar?
Yes.
Who is that?
She was the head of legal.
And as you observed it, what was her role at the exchange? What did she do?
She basically made all the decisions at the end, all the commercial decisions.
And who did Ms. Patel report to?
William J.E.
What happened and you raised the SEC settlement with GTV about cryptocurrency in this meeting with the exchange?
There was somewhat of an awkward silence. I observed Priya looking at William and then she basically turned to me and stated that was the first she had heard of it.
Had you previously heard Ms. Patel talk about Miles Guo?
I don't recall.
How did it strike you when Ms. Patel said that was the first she heard of it?
Between the awkwardness, the sheepness, I found it somewhat untruthful.
Why did you find it somewhat untruthful when Ms. Patel said she hadn't heard about this SEC settlement before?
Mr. Skirik said, objection to relevance, Your Honor.
The court said, you may answer.
I just felt that she was a competent lawyer. She would have done due diligence and understood it.
Mr. Brown. Why would someone from the Himalaya Exchange know about the SEC settlement with GTV from the cryptocurrency?
Mr. Skirik said, objection, hypothetical.
The court said, sustained.
Mr. Brown, was it your expectation that Ms. Patel would know what you were talking about?
It was.
Why did you expect that the head of legal at the Himalaya Exchange would know about the SEC settlement with GTV on cryptocurrency?
Because she spoke to William all the time and understood all of the dynamics of the relationship between William and Miles. Mr. Skirik said, objection to testifying about what Ms. Patel understood.
The court said, He cannot speak to what was on her mind, so that portion about what she understood is stricken.
Mr. Brown, why did you expect withdrawn? Did you ask William any questions about the settlement?
I did not.
Why not?
We quickly moved on after that with our regular agenda.
Mr. Brown, you said earlier that Miles Guo promoted H-Coin on social media. Did you personally observe any of that?
I heard the iTunes song.
I'm going to show you a document that's in evidence as GXC 405. Ms. Loftus, can you please put that up? If you could scroll to the top. Mr. Brown, what is this?
It looks like an article from G News.
And what was G News?
I believe it was one of the entities in Guo Media.
Ms. Loftus, if you could scroll down. Mr. Brown, what you do understand this document shows?
There was a live broadcast and it's reporting highlights from September 29th.
Ms. Loftus, can you please scroll down about just under halfway down the page? There's a paragraph caption. What's the best way to keep the Chinese people's money safe? When you get there, can you enlarge that paragraph? Mr. Brown, do you see this paragraph? It's entitled What's the Best Way to Keep the Chinese People's Money Safe Without Devaluation?
I do.
Ms. Loftus, in the middle of this paragraph there's a sentence that starts, the safest virtual coin. If you could highlight that, please. Mr. Brown, could you read this statement?
Yes. The safest virtual coin at the moment is Himalaya coin because 20% of the value is anchored in gold.
Ms. Loftus, can you go to the top and show the date of this interview? Were you the CEO of the Himalaya Exchange on September 29, 2021?
I was.
Was it true, Mr. Brown, that 20% of the value of H-Coin was anchored to gold?
No, it wasn't.
How much of the value of H-Coin was anchored to gold?
None to my knowledge.
How much of the Himalaya dollar reserve was in gold?
0.
As CEO of the exchange, did you have any role on what Miles Guo said?
I did not.
Did you ever tell Miles Guo not to make statements like this?
I did not.
Why not?
I never spoke to Miles Guo.
And as CEO of the Himalaya Exchange, Mr. Brown, were you told to sign documents?
Yes.
Who told you to sign documents?
I was requested to sign documents often by the chief financial officer and also the compliance officer at the time.
And what kinds of documents would these executives at the exchange tell you to sign?
Mostly they were bank applications because getting banking was very difficult for crypto companies at this time. And then also I would sign other things around audits and other things representing the exchange.
What was your understanding of why you were being asked to sign documents that were going to banks and auditors?
Could you repeat that?
What was your understanding, Mr. Brown, of why you were being told to sign documents that were going to banks and auditors?
'Cause I was the CEO.
Did you read these documents when you were asked to sign them?
Yes.
How carefully did you read them?
Not that carefully.
Why is that?
I'm a quick-skin reader.
When, if ever, did you ask a document to be changed before you signed it?
I don't recall ever asking.
And why is that?
They were just typical CEO things I thought needed to be signed and pushed through.
Ms. Loftus, can you please pull up what's in evidence as GXBR 208A? It's the first page. Can you show the second page, Ms. Loftus? You can zoom in on the text above Jesse Brown's CEO signature line to the top of the page, please. Did you sign this document, Mr. Brown?
Yes.
It says US dollars held in Himalaya-owned bank accounts. How much money does it report were being held in the Himalaya-owned bank accounts?
That would be almost over a little over $401 million.
When you signed this as CEO, did you know if this was true?
I did not.
What did you know at that time about how much money the exchange had?
I had no knowledge on any money that the exchange had.
Before you signed this, did you ask anyone to verify if it was true?
I don't recall.
The lines below this refer to collateralized HDO credits on Himalaya ecosystem platforms and collateralized HDO tokens on the Ethereum blockchain. What's the number on the line item for collateralized HDO tokens on the blockchain?
That would be 0.
Where it says collateralized HDO credits on Himalaya ecosystem platform. What does Himalaya ecosystem platforms refer to?
That would be all the entities on the platform.
And what is the purpose, as you understood it, of this document that refers to collateralize HDO credits? What did collateralize mean in this context?
I believe the coin would be collateralized against that amount.
How, if at all, does this document relate to the HDO reserve?
As I stated before in my testimony, with a stable coin each coin has to be backed by $1. And that's what this would have represented.
What, if anything, does this document say about how much gold was used to collateralize $?
There's no gold mentioned in this document.
When you worked at the Himalaya Exchange, Mr. Brown, did there come a time you learned about a seizure of funds?
Yes.
And what was the seizure you learned about?
We had funds in, I believe it was a bank in Puerto Rico, that were frozen by the U.S. government.
How did you find out that the government had frozen the Himalaya Exchange funds?
I heard about it in an emergency meeting.
And what did you hear in that emergency meeting at the exchange after the seizure?
I heard that the funds were frozen, and we were going to be unable to provide redemptions.
What were redemptions?
Redemptions are when Himalaya Exchange users would cash in their credits and receive fiat for that amount.
The court said, "What do you mean by fiat?"
The witness said, US dollar.
What would it mean for a customer to not be able to make a redemption at the Himalaya Exchange?
It would mean that their money was trapped in the exchange and they couldn't take it out and deposit it into their own accounts.
And were you CEO at the time you learned about the seizures?
I was.
What was your understanding of why the exchange stopped redemptions at that time?
Because we were unable to provide any fiat or any US dollar to satisfy the redemption.
Mr. Brown, what effect, if any, was there on the money in the $? reserve after the seizures?
There was no reserve to my knowledge.
What, if anything, would that mean about the status of $?
It would mean it's no longer backed and worthless.
What did the exchange tell its customers about this?
There was a big customer service push to mention that we were having problems with banking at the time and that we were hoping to resolve them in the immediate future and to please be patient.
Did the exchange say that $? was no longer a stable coin?
They did not.
Was it a stable coin at this point?
No. Mr. Skirek said, objection.
The court said, sustained.
Were you the CEO at the time, Mr. Brown?
I was.
After the $? reserve the funds were gone, was your understanding that $? was a stable coin?
Mr. Skirek said, objection, misstates the record.
The court said, was it your understanding? I didn't hear the last part.
The question was as CEO at the time, after the seizure of funds. Was it Mr. Brown's understanding that $? was still a stable coin at this point?
The court said, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Was there any cash left at the exchange at this point as far as you knew, Mr. Brown?
As far as I knew, we were cash-strapped.
Was that disclosed to customers?
It was not.
As the CEO of the exchange at the time, did you have an expectation about how these seizures would affect the price of coin?
Yes.
And what was your expectation?
Well, at this point there was a lot of fear in the marketplace after what had happened to FTX and some other big exchanges. So there would have been a big run, what's called a run, where everyone tries to sell at once.
Just to be clear, what was your expectation about what would happen, if anything, to the price of the Himalaya Exchanges as coins?
Mr. Skirek said, objection.
The court said, what did you fear? Is that the question?
Mr. Horton said, yes.
The court said, go ahead.
A big price drop, because that's what happens during these times.
And what did happen to coin's price?
Very little.
Were you able to account for that, Mr. Brown?
Mr. Skirek said, objection, calls for speculation.
The court said you may answer.
I was not.
Did you ask William J.E. about why the H-coin price didn't drop after the seizure?
I did not.
As a CEO at the exchange at the time, Mr. Brown, what, if anything, did you know about the exchange making a $37 million loan?
I recall there was a meeting about that during a meeting we had. We had meetings around, I can't remember the specific term. But it was based on there were 5 or 6 of us in a board and things came up. And we determined we were going to do them collectively as a team or not. I can't remember the exact name of what that group was. But there was a group that collectively made decisions that William J.E. led.
And as the CEO of the exchange at the time, did you know what that $37 million expense was for?
Yes.
What was it for?
It was stated that it was for a loan.
Did you know what the purpose of that loan was as the CEO?
Mr. Skirek said, objection, foundation.
The court said, you may answer if you know.
Yes, I believe it was for a yacht.
Were you asked to approve that, Mr. Brown?
I was.
What, if anything, did you do to look into the circumstances around the exchange making a $37 million loan for a yacht?
It was discussed. It was discussed internally. There were some objections made. But ultimately it was voted to go ahead and make the loan.
And what understanding, if any, did you have at the time as CEO about why the Himalaya Exchange was loaning $37 million for a yacht?
It seemed like a personal loan to me.
Did you take any steps to stop it from going through?
Marios and myself objected and talked through it and then begrudgingly agreed to it.
Who is Marios?
Marios was the COO.
When you say it seemed like a personal loan for who?
Mr. Skirek said, objection to seem like. It's speculation.
The court said, sustained.
Why did it appear to you to be a personal loan?
Mr. Skirek said, same objection.
The court said, sustained.
Why was your understanding that it was a personal loan?
Mr. Skirek said, same objection.
The court said, sustained.
I'll move on. In your 2.5 years at the exchange before that, had the exchange made a loan for a yacht?
No.
Who was this loan for if you knew?
Mr. Skirek said, objection.
The court said you may answer that, yeah.
William stated it was for Miles Guo's daughter.
And what understanding, if any, did you have about why the Himalaya Exchange was making a loan for Miles Guo's daughter?
Mr. Skirek said, objection, relevance.
The court said you may answer.
I didn't really have an understanding why.
What happened with this $37 million loan for Miles Guo's daughter after you and the COO objected?
It ultimately passed.
Mr. Brown, did there come a time that your title changed again from CEO to something else?
It did.
What did it change to?
I was promoted to president.
And how, if at all, did your job change when you became president of the exchange?
It didn't really change at all.
How did you find out that you were becoming president of the exchange?
I believe it was in another meeting, a group meeting.
And who told you that you were no longer the CEO?
Well, I had gotten a few messages from colleagues who asked me if I was fired originally.
Before you got those messages asking you if you were fired, what, if anything, did you know about your job title at the exchange?
I didn't know it had changed.
Who replaced you, if anybody, as CEO?
There was a gentleman. His name was Kevin and he replaced me.
And as far as you understood, who picked Kevin to replace you as the Himalaya Exchange CEO?
Mr. Skirek said, objection.
The court said you may answer.
It was well known that he was placed there. Miles Guo placed him there.
How did you learn that Miles Guo had placed Kevin at the exchange?
Kevin told me.
Mr. Horton said, if I could have just a moment, Your Honor. Going back to a minute for your interview with Yvette Wang. Were you asked by Ms. Wang about your views of the Chinese Communist Party?
I was not.
Do you have a view of the Chinese Communist Party?
I do not. Mr. Skirek said, objection.
The court said, sustained.
In your 2.5 years at the Himalaya Exchange, Mr. Brown, did you understand it to be a political organization?
I did not.
Mr. Horton said, no further questions, Your Honor.
The court said, cross-examination.
Mr. Skirek said, thank you, Your Honor.
Cross-examination. By Mr. Skirek.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brown. Good afternoon. I'd like to take us back to the beginning here if it's okay with you and just talk about how you got your start in crypto. You first started working in the blockchain and crypto industry in 2016 or thereabout. Yes, late 2016. And do you sort of consider yourself self-taught? That's a fair statement. And we'll get to your work at the Himalaya Exchange in a moment. You had a number of other positions in the industry before the Himalaya Exchange, right? Yes. So let's just walk through them briefly. The first was at Ford, is that correct? Yes, I was. I'll follow up. Thank you. That's the car company, right? Yes. And you were a consultant for 4 to 5 months there? A little bit shorter. And now you can explain if you would what you did there. I was Ford's first blockchain consultant. And the next role you had was working with electronic health records, but it was crypto-related. Is that right? Yes. And the concept was that you would own your own health records, but be able to send them securely over the blockchain. That's correct. And that was in 2017. Yes. And you were there for less than a year or so. Yes. And why was it only a year or so that you were there? I was fired. And then the next venture you went to was something called data blockchain, right? Yes. And you worked there for a couple of years? Yes. And what did data blockchain do? It made it easier for small companies to purchase records to market to people for specific industries. So a mom and pop shop would have the same advantages of someone buying, a $100,000. It was like an advertisement related. Yeah, that's fair. And then a time came when you left there, right? Yes. And why was that? The job ended then. They no longer wanted to pursue issuing a coin. And then at some point you also withdrawn. Following the data blockchain job. At some point you began talking to, if I have it correct, the government of Nevis about a potential crypto project. Is that right? That's correct. And Nevis the Caribbean island? That's correct. And why don't you tell us about that? I was going to raise a token to enable the country to launch a geothermal plant and build data centers there. And what happened with that? Kind of ran out of steam with the government. There was some back and forth, but never got the financing. And how long did that last? It was ongoing back and forth for a couple of years, but it was just something that, these types of things have to pass through multi-layers of government. Just didn't get traction. Yeah. And your next position was at the DTCC, right? Yeah, that's right. And the DTCC is a clearinghouse, is that right? That's right. And it's a clearinghouse for, among other things, stock transactions, transaction in equity, right? Yes.
Continued on next page. By Mr. Skirek.
Okay. And am I right that the DTCC is, well, probably the largest clearing entity? At least in the United States. Yes, in the world. They settle all over $1 trillion a day in stock transactions. It's a massive operation. Yes. And you were there for approximately 4 months, right? Yes. And then why did you leave that job? That was a consultant role, and it ended. Okay. And now these roles that we just went through. You were not a coder or a programmer in these positions, right? No. No. And you weren't a software engineer, right? No. Because you have no formal training in computer science, right? No. I studied computer science in college. Did you graduate with a degree in computer science? I did not. Okay. And even today, you don't really do coding on crypto projects, right? Your role is a little different. I do. I don't code in Solidity, but I can architect, I read it, I understand it. Sure. But yeah, I don't create production code. Okay. So code not really your thing, right? Not your strength. No, not my strength. As you said before, you're more of a designer or sort of architect for. Architect, yeah. Crypto projects. Okay. And fair enough. So let's just talk, I mean. For some of us who are not as initiated in crypto and blockchain as you are, if we can, for a second. About some of the jargon in. Okay. Crypto and blockchain, all right. Yeah. Now so just, what is a blockchain? It's a public ledger. It's called a distributed ledger technology. Okay. And it allows you to record transactions that occur on that chain, right? Yes. Okay. And on a public blockchain, those transactions are visible. That's correct. All right. But there are also transactions that can occur on a public blockchain but that are off-chain. Right. Not to my knowledge. So just to be clear, is it possible to have transactions in cryptocurrency that occur?
Mr. Horton said, objection. Calls for speculation. He asked if it's possible.
Mr. Skirik said, Your Honor, we had extensive testimony about this on direct.
The court said, you may answer.
So it's true, isn't it? That you can have transactions that occur in cryptocurrency that are off blockchain, right? No, that's incorrect. Okay. Now if you have, well, let's put it this way, is there such thing as a private blockchain? Yes. Okay. And you testified about that, right? Yes. And for example, you worked with a blockchain project that was in the healthcare industry? Yes. Is that an example of one where it would be a private blockchain? It would be. Okay. So it's not open to the public, it can't be seen by anyone. You have to be invited to enter as a participant on the blockchain in order to see what's happening. Yes. Okay. And are you familiar with JP Morgan coin? Is that JP Morgan you're referring to? Yes. Yes. And is that another example of a private blockchain, or token that trades on a private blockchain? I believe so. Okay. Now these private blockchains. The transactions still occur on the chain even though not everybody can see them from outside, right? Correct. There's privacy involved. Okay. And those tokens that trade are still cryptocurrencies, right? Correct. Now do you know what I mean if I say a centralized cryptocurrency exchange? I do. Okay. And what is that? Just explain that. A centralized cryptocurrency exchange is where the exchange holds the user's keys. And the key is to a wallet, so essentially they hold the crypto for them. Okay. So all of the exchanges, withdrawn. All of the customers' crypto is held in the exchange's wallets, right? Yes, that's true. Okay. And now is it typical for centralized exchanges to have off-chain transactions? No. So let's talk about, are you familiar with Coinbase? I am. Okay. So when Coinbase facilitates a trade between two customers, are all of those transactions recorded on a blockchain, as you understand it? Yes, they would be. All of the transactions recorded on the blockchain. Yes.
Mr. Horton said, objection. Asked and answered.
So to your understanding, centralized exchanges don't use internal mechanisms to match orders, correct?
Mr. Horton said, objection. Asked and answered.
Mr. Skirik said, that's a different question.
The court said, sustained.
Okay. Now are there reasons why an exchange and users may want transactions to happen off a chain?
Mr. Horton said, objection. Calls for speculation. Your Honor.
The court said, you may answer.
Could you repeat, counsel? Sure. Are there reasons why users may want transactions in cryptocurrency to happen off-chain? I couldn't think of any. Okay. Maybe I'll suggest some to you and you can let me know if they make sense. Do off-chain transactions settle more quickly than on-chain transactions, typically? Depends on the network congestion at the time. Sure. But with Ethereum, for example. Ethereum can be slipped sometimes, right? That's just a... Well, the most recent upgrade has eliminated most of that. Let me just...
Mr. Horton said, objection. He's got to let the witness answer the question.
Mr. Skirek said, I hadn't finished my question.
The court said, you have to let him answer before the next question.
Mr. Skirek said, I believe the witness started talking before I ended my question, that's all. But it's fine. We can move on. Finish. Mr. Brown, we just have to wait for each other to.
The witness said, sorry, counsel.
Mr. Skirek said, no problem. I apologize too.
By Mr. Skirek.
So my question again was, is one reason that off-chain transactions might be preferable is because they settle more quickly? I guess you could make that case.
The court said, so I don't want you to guess. If you know, you can say yes or no, or you can say I don't know or I don't remember. Something like that.
The witness said, all right.
It's a possibility, right?
The court said, no, I'm not asking him to speculate. Don't speculate.
Can you repeat the question again, please? Sure. Is one reason that participants in a transaction may want to settle off-chain? They want to conduct transactions off a chain in crypto because it settles faster.
Mr. Horton said, object to the form of the question, Your Honor.
The court said, I'll allow the question.
I don't agree with that. Even something, what you're referring. Okay. I don't agree. Are you familiar with something called gas? Yes. Okay. And is gas the fee that one has to pay in order to use a public blockchain? No. Gas is the fee for the Ethereum public blockchain. Okay. Fine. So is one reason that people may want to have off-chain transactions because they are less expensive to settle because you don't have to pay gas.
Mr. Horton said, objection. Calls for speculation.
Mr. Skirek said, it's his understanding, Your Honor.
The court said, I'll allow the question.
That's true. Okay. Now in fact, a significant amount of cryptocurrency transactions today happen on centralized exchanges, right? Right. Okay. And viewed from the outside, is it your understanding that centralized exchanges have a number of wallets in which they hold customers' crypto? Yes. And that they don't necessarily have a separate wallet for every customer, right? Yes. Right. The customer may have their, I see your hesitation, so let's get there. So the customer may have his or her, its own wallet, right? Yes. But the exchange itself has its wallets, and for tokens that it custodies, the exchange custodies. They hold them in those wallets, right?
Mr. Horton said, objection to the testifying, Your Honor.
The court said, I'll allow the question.
Correct. Okay. And so when there is a transaction, say, between two users on Coinbase, it's true, isn't it? That those tokens that the users want to exchange may reside in the same exchange wallet. Yes. Okay. In that scenario, were those two customers to engage in a transaction? You could not see that transaction happen from the outside, right? That is not true. You could see into the exchange's wallet, is your testimony.
The court said, sustained, asked and answered.
Mr. Skirek said, okay, Your Honor. Can you tell me how one can see inside Coinbase wallets? Any transaction made on Ethereum blockchain, whether it's what you're referring to, Coinbase or any level 2, is still broadcast on the public blockchain. Now remember, I just want to make sure that we're clear. The question that I asked you before was whether, if two users whose tokens are held in a single wallet, single exchange wallet, want to engage in a transaction. That's what I'm talking about. Does that make sense? Can you repeat it again? Yes, sir. So if you have two users on an exchange, on a centralized exchange, and the exchange's wallet holds both users' tokens, and those users engage in a transaction, are you with me so far? Does that make sense? Yes. Okay. You cannot see into that wallet when that transaction happens, right? You cannot see into the exchange's wallet.
Mr. Horton said, objection. Asked and answered.
Mr. Skirrick said, he asked me to clarify, Your Honor. I'm just trying to clarify.
The court said, you may answer.
It sounds true. Right. So if you have transactions that are happening on a centralized exchange, it is the case that sometimes you can't see those transactions because they happen inside a wallet, not across the blockchain. Fair enough. Okay. All right. Thank you. Now let's just go back to your work history here for a second and talk about the Himalaya Exchange. So I believe you testified on direct that you started work in June 2020, is that right? Yes. Okay. And this was during the pandemic, as everybody knows. Right. Yes. And you were at home, stuck at home like the rest of us. I was. Okay. And now at that time the crypto and blockchain sectors were pretty hot, is that fair to say? Popular. Yeah, that's fair to say. Enjoying some media and press, fair to say. Yeah, at that point. Yeah. Okay. And is it also fair to say that you felt like you had a lot of potential job opportunities around that time? Yeah, that's a fair point. Right. And I mean, do you recall telling the government when you met with them that your phone was ringing off the hook around this point in time? My phone rings off the hook. At this point in time. I have no doubt. All the time. But at this point in time. At this point in time, just to be clear. Yes. Okay. And then you testified on direct, a first interview with someone named Yvette Wong. Right. Yes. Okay. And fair to say this was sort of an initial interview with Ms. Wong. It was. And did you get the sense that Ms. Wong knew anything about blockchain or crypto?
Mr. Horton said, objection.
Mr. Skirrick said, asking his impression.
The court said, you can answer that question, yeah.
I didn't get the impression she knew a lot about blockchain or crypto. Okay. It was just sort of a general interview, right? Yes. And it was relatively short. It was probably half an hour. There was another gentleman involved in that interview too. Sure. And was that one call that you had with Ms. Wong and the other gentleman, or were there two? They were both on the same call. And it was a single call. Yes. Okay. Thanks. Thanks for that. And the person who was on that call was the Chief Technology Officer of GTV. Yes. Okay. And did that person ask you some questions about blockchain? He did. Okay. Now following that call you had, I believe you testified on direct, an interview with Mr. J.E. Right. Yes. Okay. And now there were two interviews with Mr. J.E., right? Yes. Okay. Yes, I believe. Right. And the first interview happened fairly shortly after the first interview with Ms. Wong, right? Yes. Okay. And you took those interviews via video call, I believe you testified. Yes. Okay. And the scope of the job, as you understood it, was that you were interviewing for blockchain architect. Yes. And the role wasn't for a CEO role. It was not. Right. Okay. And now can you just tell us a little bit about what you discussed with Mr. J.E. during that first call? I went over my job history and kind of dug into the DTCC component of it. Okay. And did he seem particularly interested in your work at the DTCC? He did. Okay. And you spoke in depth with him about blockchain and finance? Yes. I crushed the interview. As history shows. And you had the impression that William J.E. had a lot of experience in finance, right? Tremendous amount. Right. And you found him pretty impressive, I think you said, right? Very impressive. And knowledgeable, right? Very knowledgeable. Okay. Now you didn't talk to William J.E. during the first interview about GTV, did you? I did not. Right. That didn't come up, right? I don't recall it coming up. Yeah. You were talking about the idea of an exchange. I was pitching the chain. Sure. A crypto chain. Yeah. And the tokens, right? Yeah. Okay. And one of the tokens that you talked about was, I think, what we've been referring to here today as a stablecoin. Right. Yes. All right. And that's basically sort of like a crypto dollar, is that a fair? That's a good analogy. Analogy. Okay. And the idea was for that crypto dollar to be backed by cash, right? Yes. Okay. And eventually, and we'll get to this later, but eventually that becomes HDO, right? Yes. Okay. And then the second token that you talked to him about was what people referred to as a trading coin. Yes. All right. And that is what eventually becomes HCN, right? Correct. Okay. And did you talk to Mr. J.E. about a longer-term vision for the exchange too during these interviews? I didn't. Yeah. And what was his longer-term vision, to your understanding? His envision was to be the biggest exchange in the world. Okay. And was he also trying to, as you understood it, create an ecosystem, so to speak? Yes. Okay. And to recruit merchants who would accept these coins for payment for various goods and services. Right. That is correct. Okay. And did that strike you as a pretty grand vision at the time? Yeah, I thought it was cool. Okay. Now is it fair to say these two interviews with Mr. J.E. had a lot more substance to them than the initial interview with Ms. Wang? Yes. Okay. And you felt like the interviews with Mr. J.E. were sort of the ones that counted, right? I felt they all counted. Okay. Did you feel like you had to impress Mr. J.E.? Yeah, you have to impress anyone when you're trying to get a job. And you said before you crushed it, right? Killed it. Yeah, killed it. Killed it. So you felt like you were out to impress him, fair to say? Just.
Mr. Horton said, asked and answered.
Just doing what I do. We get it. We get it. Now did you have the impression that Mr. J.E. was the decision maker as to who to hire? I did. Yeah. And do you know if he was interviewing any other candidates?
Mr. Horton said, objection.
Mr. Skirrick said, to his knowledge.
The court said, you may answer.
None that I was aware of. Mr. Skirrick said, okay. So if we could just briefly please pull up the government exhibit that's in evidence, 3419. And you see this document, Mr. Brown? I do, counsel. And you were shown this on direct, right? Could you repeat that? You were shown this document on your direct testimony. Yes, yes. Right. Okay. And this was the offer letter that came from GTV, right? Right. Okay. Now before you accepted the job, did you look up Mr. Guo? I don't believe I did. Okay. So at the time you had no idea what Guo Media was, right? Well, can I retract that? I did do a little bit of research, yeah, typical quick scan. Okay. And you believe that these companies, that GTV was associated with Mr. Guo, right? Right. Okay. Now I believe you testified that you saw your job as part of the same job, withdrawn. That you saw your job at the Himalaya Exchange as part of the same job as the GTV job, right? Well, I was hired by GTV. Right. Did you ever talk to Yvette Wang again? I did one other time. And what was the purpose of that? She was calling to push along our development. They were getting very frustrated that we weren't delivering on time, as I stated previously in my testimony. Okay. So that call had nothing to do with GTV, right?
Mr. Horton said, objection.
The court said, sustained.
Okay. What is Guo Media? I'm sorry. Let me take that back. At this point in time, in June of 2020. What's your understanding of what Guo Media is? Just a large group of social media companies and of publications, a lot of it politically driven. You understood that in June of 2020? Yeah, I think so. And then how was Guo Media different from GTV, again, as you understood it in June of 2020? I didn't know. I don't know that. You don't know? No. Can you name an employee of Guo Media? The first interviewer that I had, yeah. Besides, do you know that she was employed by Guo Media? Or the technology, the head of tech, yeah. Okay. So besides the two people that you spoke to, can you name another employee of Guo Media? I cannot. Can you name another employee of GTV? I can't name them, but I've been on a couple of video calls with them later on. Okay. So just to be clear, your service for the Himalaya Exchange was different than, and separate from Guo News and Guo Media, right?
Mr. Horton said, objection. It's a compound question.
Mr. Skirrick said, I'll take it piece by piece.
The court said, okay.
So just to be clear, your work for the Himalaya Exchange was separate from GTV, right? I wouldn't say that. At the beginning, I was employed by GTV. I talked to their PR person, I mean, their human resource person. Mr. Quite a bit. I just want you to listen to my question, okay? Okay. Apart from interviewing with people who you believe to work at GTV, okay? Did you ever work with anyone else at GTV?
Mr. Horton said, asked and answered.
The court said, you may answer.
I did. I worked with human resource. In connection with with GTV. Let me finish. This is the part where we have to let each other finish, okay? Sorry, counsel. So you worked with human resources to get set up to be paid by GTV. That's correct. Okay. Other than that, did you work with GTV at all? No. Okay. Same question for Guo Media. Other than initial administrative setup stuff. Did you do any work with Guo Media? I did not. Okay. So now we get to the question. Your work at the Himalaya Exchange was separate from GTV, right? Correct. And it was separate from Guo Media, whatever that is, right? Yes. Okay. Now you testified on direct, I believe, that you never met in person. I should say, your work colleagues from Himalaya, is that right? Right. Okay. Now isn't it true that at the time Himalaya was a startup company? That's right. Okay. And it had employees at that point in time, again, we're just focusing on, June 2020, it had employees who were all over the world, right? Well, in June of 2020, there were only 3 of us, but yes, they were all scattered over the world. Scattered over the world, right? And as we covered before, this was during COVID, right? That's right. Okay. And the folks who were scattered over the world, just to cover off the geography. Some were in the UK, right? Right. Some were in Australia. Yes. Is that fair? Fair. You were in the US. Yes. And some were other places, right? Yes. Okay. So for the period when COVID was still with us, people didn't travel all that much, right? No. Right. And, you didn't think that these people that you worked with for 2.5 years were, not real people, right? No, they were real people. They were real people, right? Doing real work. Yes. Okay. So just to be clear, just because you didn't meet them in person, that didn't mean that they weren't real people doing real work, right? That's correct. Okay. Now you also testified that GTV paid your salary, I believe from June to December of 2020, right? Correct. Okay. And then shortly after that you started to be paid by Himalaya, right? After I was kicked to the curb by GTV. Well, we'll get to that. And let's just keep it to the facts, right? The question was, after you left GTV, you were being paid by Himalaya, right? Yes. Okay. And do you know whether Hamilton or Himalaya reimbursed GTV for its payment of your salary? I do not know that, counsel. Okay. Now when you started at Himalaya, just to reset now and go back to that, when you started at Himalaya, again. In June of 2020, you knew to report to Mr. J.E., right? Right. Okay. That was, like, clear to you off the bat. Yes. Okay. And because you had initial calls with him, right? Yes. Right. And you had some Skype messages with him? Yes. Okay. And at that time, as I think you alluded to before, the Himalaya also hired some other people. Right. That's correct. And some other senior people, like you, right? Yes, but they weren't Himalaya employees. Okay. Per se. We'll get to that. Now at the time that you started working for the exchange. It wasn't called the Himalaya Exchange yet, right? I'm not sure that's true. I believe it was called the Himalaya Exchange by the time I had left GTV and gone and worked there. Okay. Do you recall telling the government in your meetings with them that you had some input into naming Himalaya Exchange? I did not have input into naming Himalaya Exchange, but the coins I did. How about, fair enough. And who is Marios Mamzaris? He was the chief operating officer. Okay. And was Marios also someone who was hired around the same time that you were? Yeah. I was the assistant, yes. Yes is fine. Yes. Okay. And he was a blockchain consultant, right? He was. And he eventually became, as we just covered, the chief operating officer. That's correct. And he was based in Greece, right? That's right. Okay. And you all worked remotely together. That's true. Okay. And then there was also someone, and you may need to help me with this, named D1. Yes. D. I'm sorry. D, and was that D first or last name? That was his first name. And what was his last name? I can't recall. Okay. Unfortunately. And how long did you work with D? The whole duration. For 2.5 years. Yes. Okay. And he was the head of IT. He was. Okay. And again, he was also hired around the same time. I'm not sure that's true. I believe he had been working for William long before that. He was brought into the project around the same time, right? He was before me, a little before me. Okay. But. Yes. Within a couple months of you joining, right? Yes. Okay. And then was there a compliance person who also joined around the same time? The compliance person would have been a month or two later. Okay. Fair enough. I mean, within a couple of months I would consider around the same time. If that makes sense to you. Fair. Okay. Now when you came on to join the exchange project, was it your understanding that the project already had obtained a license in Australia? I'm not sure if it had already obtained it, but it was obtained, you know, right away. Sure. So it was either obtained or in the process of obtaining it. Correct. And ultimately it did get the license in Australia. That's right. And what was the license for? The license was for the exchange to conduct business as an exchange in Australia. Okay. And as I think we covered before, there was also a compliance person who was based in Australia. Right. Yes. All right. But ultimately the exchange decided to move away from the idea of operating out of Australia because of tax implications. Is that your understanding? That's correct. Okay. Now let's talk about Hamilton briefly. Now you became familiar with Hamilton after starting your job in June of 2020, right? Yes. Okay. And you understood that Hamilton was an investment firm, is that fair? Yes, that's fair. And it had a consulting wing, as people say, to it. Yes. Okay. And that both of those were started by Mr. J.E., right? Correct. And he was the owner of both of those. The UBO, yes. UBO. Okay. I wasn't going to use it, but you used it, so we'll go with it. So he was the UBO. Now Hamilton had, in your understanding, at this time, a pretty big office in the UK, right? They eventually got an office, yes. Okay. And as Hamilton grew, they started to put more people in place, right? Right. And more people in place who were working on the exchange project, right? Yes. Now I believe you testified earlier that it was hard for Hamilton and Mr. J.E. to get people to come into the office during the pandemic. Right. To get talented people. Right. And Mr. J.E. wanted people in the office, right? Yes, that was a mandate. Okay. And as you said, as a result, in your view, you felt like perhaps the exchange project didn't get some of the best people they could have gotten because of that. You know, requirement that people come into the office. True. Okay. Now again, even at this stage, in the second half of 2020 now, just to put down a time marker. Still fair to say that the exchange project is in startup mode, right? Yes. Okay. And there was a lot of excitement in startup mode. Folks were excited about trying to build this product, right? Fair to say. That's fair. Right. A lot of passion. A lot of passion. Right. And a lot to do. Could you repeat that? And a lot to do. Yes. Right. But especially given the big goals that we talked about before that Mr. J.E. had, right? Right. And it sort of felt overwhelming sometimes, fair to say. I wasn't overwhelmed. Okay. Now you said that you never met Mr. J.E. in person on direct, right? Correct. Okay. And again, this is during the time of COVID. That covers a fair part of the period that you worked there, right? Right. Okay. Now when you joined the exchange, and again, I'm focusing on let's say the sort of back half of 2020 into maybe early 2021, is it fair to say that your impression was that there was a lot of money being spent to stand up this project? Yes. And can you just give us some examples of that? Well, we had a huge payroll, we had huge tech bills and huge cloud bills. And we were developing data centers. Okay. And you had outside vendors for various things as well? Yes, quite a few. Okay. And I believe you told the government that you thought the IT spending was in the millions of dollars. Just to get things stood up, right? It was. Okay. And at this point you understood that the money for these startup costs was coming from Mr. J.E. Right. Yes. And in early, withdrawn. In 2020 and early 2021, the exchange hadn't sold any tokens to anybody. Right, prior to April of 2021. Correct. The exchange hadn't raised any money, as far as you knew, right? As far as I knew. Right. And they didn't sell any HCN during that period? No. They didn't sell any HDO during that period? No. Okay. So pretty clear to you that during this time the money that was spent to build the exchange was not money from investors? Yes. And not money from token purchasers? Yes. Or anyone else, as far as you knew? Yes. Okay. And I believe you told the government, am I correct, that it was something of?
The court said, you had testified that there were no token purchases, is that correct?
Mr. Skirrick said, at that point in time, Your Honor.
The witness said, at that point in time.
The court said, okay, go ahead.
And it was something of a withdrawn. You and your colleagues would talk about how much money was being spent on the exchange, right, to stand it up.
Mr. Horton said, objection. Hearsay.
The court said you may answer.
Yeah, a few of us talked about exorbitant expenses, yes. Yeah. Okay. So let's just briefly talk about the exchange's leadership team. So you have Mr. J.E., right? Who's the UBO? Yes. And sort of, at this point de facto head of the operation, right? Sort of like, titles aside. He's calling the shots, right? Head honcho. Yeah, sure. Okay. And then you have David Fallon, who is the CEO at Hamilton, right? Is that your understanding? Not sure about I knew CEO. I knew he was a fund manager.
Okay.
Fair enough. But he's a senior figure at Hamilton.
Yes.
Fair? And maybe one manager under him.
Yes.
And Tim Clark, who was Tim Clark?
Yes, he was the first CTO.
Okay. You weren't a fan of his, right?
Not of his skill set. I liked him as a person though.
Sure. Okay. But at some point, withdrawn. At this point in time, again. Focusing on late 2020, early 2021, Tim is the Chief Technology Officer, right?
That's right.
Okay. And later he gets replaced by somebody else, right?
Right.
Okay. And then Tom O'Leary, who is Tom O'Leary?
He was the Chief Marketing Officer that was hired during that time.
And then we talked about Marios Mamzaris. And he was the COO, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then how about Azim Bashir?
He was the Chief Security Officer.
Okay. So Chief Information Officer, Chief Security Officer.
Yes.
And who's Joe Wong?
Joe Wong. I'm not sure I recall that name.
Okay. How about Hesop, P.H. Chin?
He was the compliance officer from Australia.
So that's the person we referred to before.
Yes.
And Hesop was the chief compliance officer for the exchange, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then how about Ehsan Haq?
He was the lead counsel at that time.
Okay. And now I think we just listed roughly 8 or 9 fairly senior people who were working at the exchange during this period of time. Fair to say?
Well, they were working for Hamilton Consulting.
Right. They were spending a lot of their time working on the exchange, right? Because those were the people you were working with.
That's true.
Right. So fair to say that there were 8 or 9 senior people who were working at the exchange during that period of time. On the exchange?
Forgive me. In the spring. There weren't that many in the fall.
Are we talking, 2020?
Yeah, during the first, it took a little while to onboard all those executives. So it was probably January of 2021 before everyone was in place there.
Okay. Fair. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. So in the fall and sort of winter of 2020, there's still this gearing up that's happening with the exchange.
Yes.
The exchange is still hiring talent and hiring senior people, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in your recollection, that kind of comes together in roughly January of 2021.
Yes.
Okay. And then at its peak, how many people did Hamilton have working on the exchange, approximately?
Well, there were 200 employees.
Okay.
In London at one point.
Right. So isn't it true that the exchange, withdrawn? Understanding that the consulting wing of Hamilton was the former employer of some of these people, okay. We accept that. But those people were working on the exchange project, is that fair?
That is fair, counsel.
A fair description. Okay. So understanding that. Is it fair to say that the exchange employed multiple people in finance who were working on the exchange?
That's fair.
And multiple people in IT who were working on the exchange? multiple. Yes, correct. And multiple developers, right? Yes. Okay. And now the exchange also had a 24/7 customer service line, right? That is correct. Okay. And when does that come in? That was early on too, probably about that same period. Maybe lagged a couple weeks to get everyone in place. Okay. Fair. The exchange didn't really have any customers, which we'll get to in a second. Until kind of later in 2021, right? Yeah, it was a training and onboarding period. So the exchange was getting ready and getting prepared to have a customer service function when it anticipated having customers. Yes. Okay. And that was, again, a 24/7 operation, right? It was. And it wasn't even outsourced, right? No. And they were employed directly by the exchange, or Hamilton, right? Yes. And the customer service folks spoke both Mandarin and English, right? The majority, right? And fair to say you found that pretty impressive? I did. Yeah. Okay. Now let's just talk a little bit about the day-to-day work. And you touched on this I believe on direct a little bit, but you had daily conference calls, is that fair? Yes. Okay. And those conference calls started pretty early for you, right? 7 a.m. Yeah. 7 a.m., 'cause a lot of other folks were across the pond and a few hours ahead. Yes. Time zone-wise. Right. And sometimes you had one-on-one meetings with different of your senior colleagues. I did. Okay. And sometimes did you have one-on-one meetings with William? Not really. Okay. Well, did you have meetings with William where there were like one or two other people there? Yes. Okay. He wasn't alone often in meetings, he had people who came with him, right? Right. But understanding that, you did have lots of interaction with William during this period, right? Yes. Okay. And is it fair to say that your weekly schedule was made up of a Monday call that was a sort of all-employees meeting? Yes. And either William or Azim would sort of run that meeting. That's correct. And then on Tuesdays were for tech meetings, right? As I recall, yes. Okay. And that was run by the Chief Technology Officer, right? Yes. And you would have, depending on the time, anywhere from between sort of 20 to 30 people on those calls, right? Tuesday calls. No. Probably closer to 10 or 15. Okay. 10 or 15 people on the Tuesday calls. And then on Wednesdays, you would have operations meetings. Right. Yes. And those were run by the COO of the exchange, right? Correct. Okay. And about how many people attended those, on average? That's about the same as tech. Okay. And then Thursdays you had finance meetings, right? Yes. All right. And then on Fridays you had stakeholder meetings, right? That's right. And that was the phrase that was used to describe the sort of more senior group of executives. Including you. That's true, but most of the stakeholders were involved in all the meetings. Yeah, fair enough, but you had kind of a separate call. Yes. To a smaller, more senior group. Correct. Okay. Now that's an awful lot of people working on this project, isn't it? It is. All right. And do you recall, and I believe you, again, may have touched on this on direct, that you filled out what I'll just call timesheets? I don't know if that's the right word. But do you know what I'm referring to? I do. Okay. And you sort of, in a chart format, listed kind of what you had done for the weeks of the month, for the entire month, right? That's right. In summary. Correct. Okay. And that was kind of the way that you build the exchange so that you could be paid for your work. That's right. All right. And what was your salary during this period of time? I believe I started at 180,000. Okay. Now let's just talk a little bit about the sort of evolution of the exchange from a regulatory perspective. We talked before about the exchange initially thinking that it might operate with an Australia license, right? That's right. Okay. But that was abandoned, as we discussed before, right? Right. Okay. And then there was a pivot to potentially operating out of the British Virgin Islands, right? That's right. We're going to get to the surfing. I promise. Okay. I want to hear more about that. Now that decision to pivot to the BVI. Do you have an understanding of why that was? I believe it was a jurisdiction where we could issue the coin without having a license at the time. Okay. So it was favorable from a regulatory point of view. It was. Just more relaxed from a regulatory point of view. At the time, yes. At the time, right. And so you actually were asked to travel to the BVI. I was. Okay. And to explore establishing an entity there, right? That's right. And you actually hired lawyers down there, right? Yes. Okay. And you made a recommendation as to who to hire, right? No, I did not make the recommendation. Did you meet with the lawyers? I did. Okay. And then there was this BVI sandbox application, right? Correct. That you testified about on direct, right? Right. Okay. And when was this, approximately, that you go down BVI to explore the BVI sandbox? I believe it would have been in the late spring or summer of 2021, but I don't recall exactly. Okay. All right. Fair enough. But definitely 2021, it wasn't 2020. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Now I believe you also testified on direct that you kind of did some prospecting for potential office space down in the BVI. Yes. Right. And you also looked for some telecom providers. Yeah, yes, I did. Like data, internet service providers. Yes. Which one needs to run a crypto exchange, right? Yes. And then you also spoke to people in the BVI FSC, right? Yes. And is that the Financial Services Committee? Committee? Or Commission? Yeah, one of those two. Whatever, it's a regulator down on BVI. Right. It's a regulating body there. Understood. Regulating body. And you spoke to them about that sandbox application, right? Yes. And about how long were you down in the BVI? I would only go down for a couple weeks at a time, but I went back and forth few times. Okay. 2 times, more than 2 times. I think it was 3 total. 3. Okay. And this sandbox application? That was because the BVI was sort of looking to attract innovative technologies and businesses in the islands.
Mr. Horton said, objection.
To your understanding.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
Yes. Okay. And it was called a sandbox, again, asking for your understanding. Sandbox is sort of a metaphor. Right, for being able to play. Yeah. Right. Yes. And you can play because the rules are a little bit more relaxed, as you described before. They are. Right. Okay. And you discovered that in order to succeed on a BVI sandbox application, you had to have, I think it was 50% or so of your employees based on the islands. That's correct. Right. And fair to say that became something that was a little difficult to work with given where most of the folks for the exchange were located throughout the world. I'm not sure that's fair. Well, in any event, it was something that you all found difficult to work with as a condition, right?
Mr. Horton said, objection. Asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Mr. Skirrick said, did I ask that question? Okay. In any event, you ended up and the exchange ended up abandoning the BVI effort, right? Yes. But it got, fair so say, to at least sort of, withdrawn. Would you say that it got to a mature stage as a possibility of where to run operations out of? That's a...
Mr. Horton said, object to the form of the question.
The court said you can answer.
That's a fair statement. Okay. And there was significant resources invested in that effort, right? No. That's incorrect. There weren't significant resources invested in it.
Mr. Horton said, objection. Asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Okay. Did the exchange have to hire lawyers to work on the sandbox application? Yeah, they hired lawyers. Okay. And they were paying you, right? They were paying me. Okay. You don't consider that a significant investment, I guess.
Mr. Horton said, objection.
The court said you may answer.
I don't, because they weren't willing to pay the rent. And by rent, you mean literally the... Yeah, they weren't willing to put a deposit down on the office. Okay. All right. Fine. So they didn't want to put down the money for the office. So whatever the reason was, that didn't end up panning out, right? Yes. It would have been nice if it had. Much to my chagrin. Yes. It would have been nice if it had. Now while you were down there. I think you said you worked on some other sort of side projects. I said that. Let's try it this way. Did you work on any other side projects that were not exchange related when you were down in the BVI? Yeah, I did have a side project by that point. Okay. And I believe you testified on direct that you were really only working 3 or 4 hours a day for the exchange. That's fair. Right. And you were spending the rest of the time, fair to say, either surfing or working on your side project, right? That's right. Okay. Now after the exchange gives up, well, withdrawn. Can you kind of give us your best estimate as to when the decision is made to, not to the BVI anymore? It was, I believe it was right after we got denied the sandbox application. Right. Okay. And then there was another pivot. And this was to potentially move the exchange operations to Abu Dhabi, right? That's right, counsel. Okay. And then the exchange started working on trying to get licensed in Abu Dhabi, right? Correct. Okay. And this, withdrawn. Did Mr. J.E. ask you at any point whether you would be willing to move to the BVI if the exchange had successfully been able to locate in the BVI? He did. He did. And you told him you were willing to do that, right? More than willing. Sounds like it. And did Mr. J.E. also ask you at other times whether you would be willing to relocate for this job to other locations? He did. Okay. And did he ask you if you'd be willing to relocate within the United States? Yes. And did he ask you whether you'd be willing to locate to Europe? No. To the UK? No. Okay. And at some point did he ask you whether you'd be willing to relocate to Abu Dhabi? He did. Okay. And that's one you weren't willing to do, right? That's right. Okay. Now what? Mr. Skirrick said, I'm sorry. If I could just have one moment, Your Honor. Okay. Now when it comes to Abu Dhabi, you had the impression that Mr. J.E. sort of felt comfortable there. Right.
Mr. Horton said, objection.
Like he knew the landscape.
The court said you may answer that whether he felt comfortable, whether by observing him, you got the impression that he felt comfortable.
I did. Yeah. Like he sort of knew the landscape there. Knew the landscape and connected. Right. Okay. And at this point in time, and we're talking about Abu Dhabi, it's sort of early fall 2021. Is that fair? Early fall 2021. No, I believe that would have been a 2022 thing. Okay. I'm not sure of the dates though. All right. Fair enough. It was sort of in the later stages of your time there, fair to say. Yes. Okay. Now I just want to talk a little bit about this credit system that was much discussed on Direct. Okay. Okay. Can you just tell me how the credit system worked? Sure. So a user would be on board onto the exchange, they would go through a compliance checklist. They would be accepted by the exchange, and then they would be asked to top up their account with $. And then they would purchase these credits with those. Okay. And the credits would show in their account on their dashboard. Okay. Got it. Sorry. And I think you used the phrase, top up there. Yes. Now was there a reason that phrase was used in particular? Yeah, it's a London term. Sure. And was part of the reason that it was used, to your understanding? Because the word deposit would connote a banking transaction, right? That's right. Right. And so, top up was a better way to put it, right? There was some discussion back and forth. We ended up with top up. Okay. And so once the let's just call them dollars. Is that fair to say? They were almost always US dollars that were used to top up accounts. That's right. Okay. So once the dollars were put into an account. As I understand it, and you'll confirm this for me, the customer would receive a credit on Himalaya's internal records for an equivalent in the relevant.
Mr. Horton said, objection to counsel testifying about his understanding.
Mr. Skirek said, I can rephrase. I'm happy to rephrase. That's fine.
The court said, go ahead.
Is it fair to say that the way that it worked was that a customer would top up an account with dollars and then the exchange would issue the customer a credit on its internal books? Internal ledger, for the relevant cryptocurrency.
Mr. Horton said, object to form.
The court said, you may answer.
That's a fair statement, yes, that's true. Okay. And when the customer wanted to make a trade, the exchange would, on its internal ledger, move those credits as appropriate on its internal ledger, right? That's how I understood it, yes. Okay. And if a user?
The court said, are you testifying as to what you understood was the system or what actually happened?
The witness said, what I understood was the system.
The court said, in other words, that was what you understood to be the plan?
The witness said, yes, yes.
The court said, go ahead.
By Mr. Skirek.
And when a user wanted to, for example, purchase HCN, the trading coin, with HDO that the user held, that transaction would be affected on the exchange's internal ledger, correct? Correct. So you could use HDO credits to buy HCN, right? Yes. Okay. And then the HCN credit was tradable with others who had HCN or HDO, right? Yes. And the HDO credits were redeemable for cash, right? Right. Okay. All right. Now is it fair to say that the credit system that we just talked about wasn't meant to last forever at the exchange? I believe that's fair. Right. You had plans to further develop the system, right? Yes. And move away from the credit system, right? Yes. Right. And the plan ultimately was for the exchange to operate on-chain, right? That was the plan. And to do away with the credit system, right? Eventually, yes. Right. And the plan was for the exchange to become a regular crypto exchange that would allow trading in other cryptocurrencies besides HCN and HDO. Right. That was a goal, yes. Right. And no different than other crypto exchanges, right? In the sense that you could trade other cryptocurrencies. Yes, it would have been more like a typical exchange at that point. Okay. And those goals were ones that the Himalaya team that we talked about earlier was working towards. Right. Yes. Okay. And in fact, the plan, as we talked about earlier, was for the exchange to eventually become a full-blown ecosystem. The ambitious plan, yes. Yeah, fair. We covered that before. Very ambitious, but that was the plan. And in fact, that's what people were working towards, right?
Mr. Horton said, asked and answered.
Mr. Skirek said, the ecosystem is different, Your Honor.
The court said, sustained.
Okay. Now as part of the ecosystem, there was a plan at the exchange to build what was called a merchant portal, right? Yes. Okay. And what was that? It was a portal that would consist of retail clients who would be able to accept HCN or HDO as payment and ship products. Okay. Right. And merchants in this context means like businesses, right? Yes. And so the idea was that the exchange was building something that would allow businesses to accept the tokens that were traded on the exchange. That's right. Right. And so the idea was so that people could transact in those tokens. Yes. Right. And are you aware of something called HPay? Yes, I am. Okay. And is it true that Hamilton and the folks at the exchange were working on an HPay app? That is true. Okay. And true that people at Hamilton complained that the merchant portal was not being built as quickly as they wanted it to be. Right. Not people at Hamilton complained. Didn't. Could you rephrase that? Sure. Was Mr. J.E. at points frustrated that the merchant portal wasn't coming along as quickly as he wanted? He was. Right. And he was a little frustrated that the ecosystem wasn't coming along as quickly as he wanted. To a lesser extent. Okay. And how about same question with respect to HPay? HPay was started much later, so there wasn't big frustration level there. But probably a minor frustration level. But it was started, there was actual work done on HPay, right? Yes. And there was actual work done on the merchant portal, right? Yes. Right. And you didn't see anything the whole time you were there to suggest that people weren't working towards these things. Right. That's correct. Okay. Now do you recall telling the government that it was your impression that Mr. J.E. was out hustling to get merchants onto the platform? Could you rephrase that one more time? Could you say that again? Sure. I'll try it again. Do you recall telling the government, in your meetings with them, that it was your impression that Mr. J.E. was out hustling to get merchants onto the platform? I don't recall stating that, no. Okay. Let's see if we can refresh your recollection. Mr. Skirek said, can we pull up for just the parties and the witness, Jorge, please, 3506, at 13. If I may just have one moment. Your Honor. So Mr. Brown, do you see the excerpt of the document that's appeared on your screen? I do. And do you see the highlighted portion of that document? I do. Okay. Does that refresh your recollection of having said? It does. That to the government? It does. Thank you. So you did tell the government in your meetings with them that in fact Mr. J.E. was out hustling to get merchants onto the platform. Right. Yes.
Mr. Horton said, asked and answered.
Mr. Skirek said, well, we're just clarifying.
The court said, asked and answered. Sustained.
All right. So again, in your experience, at your time at the exchange, you didn't see anything to suggest that people weren't working hard to try to bring merchants onto the platform, right?
Mr. Horton said, asked and answered, Your Honor.
The court said, sustained.
Now they didn't always succeed, right? That's right. Okay. And you believe that the team was spread a bit too thin, is that fair to say? The team was spread too thin. Yes. I'm not sure that was something that I would have said. I thought there was too many people. Okay. Well, let's see if we can refresh your recollection. Okay. Mr. Skirek said, bring up that same document. Just give me one moment.
The court said, the question is not whether the document says that. The question is whether the document refreshes your recollection that you said that.
The witness said, understood, Your Honor.
Mr. Skirek said, okay. Thank you. So can we please publish only for the parties, the court, and the witness? The document. And if we could blow it up and just highlight the relevant portion, please.
By Mr. Skirek.
Do you see that, Mr. Brown? Yes, I do. Okay. Now I'm going to show you another excerpt here. Just give us 1 second. Okay. Thanks for your patience. I think we have it now. Mr. Brown, this is the same document but a different entry. Just for your context.
Mr. Horton said, sorry. Is there a question pending?
The court said, the document is up. I think the question is whether this refreshes his recollection.
Mr. Skirrick said, yes. It does refresh it, but it's in the context of the tech team. Fair enough. I mean, I hadn't asked that question, but yes, I understand. The point was, as you told the government, you believed that the tech team was spread too thin, right? Early on, yes.
The court said, you said in the context of the tech team as opposed to what?
The witness said, the overall staff was bloated. So the marketing staff, other departments were top-heavy.
Okay. And the tech team was spread too thin. And they were biting off more than you thought they could chew by trying to build a whole ecosystem, right? Yes. Okay. Now again. You didn't see anything in your time at the exchange to suggest that the tech team wasn't working in good faith to build out that ecosystem.
Mr. Horton said, asked and answered, Your Honor.
Mr. Skirrick said, well, we're on the tech team now, Your Honor. I think it's a different question.
The court said, you can answer as to the tech team.
Could you repeat that one more time? Sure. So you didn't see anything at your time at the exchange that suggested that the tech team wasn't working as hard as it could to build out the ecosystem. Right. That's correct. Mr. Skirrick said, Your Honor, if it makes sense to the court, I think before I move on to another topic, it might be a good time.
The court said, all righty. It's 2:29. We'll take our break now and return at 3 o'clock. Remember, don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Don't permit anyone to discuss the case in your presence. Don't read, watch, or listen to anything from any source that touches on the subject matter of this case. Sir, you may step out of the courtroom. Don't discuss your testimony.
Jury not present. Witness not present.
The court said, is there anything before we have our break?
Mr. Horton said, just a brief housekeeping issue, Your Honor. It would be helpful to know, for witness scheduling purposes, if the defense has an estimate for how long the rest of the cross is going to last.
The court said, how long the cross will last?
Mr. Horton said, that's right.
Mr. Skirrick said, Your Honor, my best estimate at this point is maybe another 45 minutes.
The court said, all righty. See you later.
Recess.
The court said, please have the jurors brought in.
The law clerk said, jury entering.
Jury present.
The court said, please be seated. Remember that you're still under oath. You may continue the cross-examination.
Mr. Skirrick said, thank you, Your Honor.
By Mr. Skirrick.
Mr. Brown, you testified on direct about white papers. Do you recall that? I do. And I believe you testified, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, that white papers are sort of an industry custom thing to issue before you issue tokens, right? Yes. In fact, you worked on the white paper for HCN. Yes. And for HDO. That's true. And if we could just please pull up the April 2021 white paper for HDO. I believe it's GXBR 190. Just to remind the jury, HDO is the cashback token that we talked about earlier, right? That's correct. And the process of writing these white papers was quite a process, right? It was. It took about 10 or 11 months, is that fair to say? Very arduous, yes. And you had a significant hand in drafting this, right? Yes. You worked with others, but you had a significant part. Yes. Let's just take a look if we could at, it's the page with the Bates stamp ending in 9898. While we pull that up, Mr. Brown, this is dated April 2021, right? Yes. It's dated April 2021. And this is around the time of the very first sort of private token offering, right? Is that fair to say? That's fair to say. 'Cause there was, before November 2021, which we'll come to in a second. There was just a private sale to kind of friends and family, right, fair to say? Yes. So this paper is issued in connection with that private sale, fair, or at least around the same time. Around the same time. There's going to be a sale, so you put out information about what's being sold. That's true. Now we're at this page here, and if you could see at the top it says the Himalaya dollar solution. Do you see that? Yes. And has this been published to the jury? Yes. All right. I'm going to read a short passage. And you let me know if I get it right. Third paragraph down beginning with the word members. Members of the Himalaya Exchange will be able to participate in an issuance of the Himalaya dollar through the purchase of HDO credits through the Himalaya Exchange. Do you see that? Yes. And then moving down 2 paragraphs to the sentence beginning in the middle of the market. You see here it says, if the market for HDO credits experiences significant liquidity shortfall, the issuer will have the ability to use the funds in the reserve to provide liquidity support. Do you see that? Yes. And then moving down another 2 paragraphs to the sentence that begins, in addition. In addition to the trading solution benefits, HDO credits are also designed for use through the Himalaya Pay app. The Himalaya Pay app, which will be launched during Phase 3, will allow members to use HDO credits to offer domestic and cross-border payments to merchants who accept payment for goods and services through Himalaya Pay within the Himalaya ecosystem. It defines Himalaya ecosystem. Members will also be able to make transfers of HDO credits from their Himalaya Pay account to the Himalaya Pay accounts of other members. Did I read that correctly? Yes. Now, is it fair to say that this describes the HDO credit system that you and I discussed earlier today? That's fair. And is it also fair to say that what we just read describes the anticipated launch of the HPay app? Yes. If we could just move to the next page, please. At the top it says rollout. You see that? Yes. And this just generally speaking. This slide or page from the white paper shows the sort of phased rollout of the ecosystem. Is that fair? Yes, that's fair. In fact, it says right there on the top of the left what the anticipated schedule for the phase rollout is. Right. Yes. Let's read one there. It says, Himalaya Exchange pre-launch and launch of HDO. Private placement participants. Just to pause there. Do you understand that to mean the private sale that you and I were just talking about a second ago? I understand, yes. It says, private placement participants may apply to open a Himalaya Exchange account and complete KYC procedures following opening of an account. Private placement participants may top up their account by purchasing Himalaya dollar credits with USD on a 1-to-1 ratio. If we zoom out, just go to 2, please, under Himalaya Coin launch. Do you understand that Himalaya Coin is HCN? Yes. And there it says that registration period for private placement participants expires. Private placement participants may purchase HCN credits up to their allocated amount.
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor, may we have a second to confer with defense counsel?
The court said yes.
Counsel conferred.
Mr. Skirik said, Thank you, Your Honor. And then if we go to arrow 3 it says, Full Himalaya Exchange and Himalaya Pay app launch. Under that it says, members may commence trading HDO, HCN and other crypto asset credits through their account on the Himalaya Exchange. The Himalaya Exchange is open to the public for registration and trading. The Himalaya Pay app will enable members to start sending and receiving payments globally. And again, that describes the anticipated rollout of HPay app.
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor, may we approach? There's an observation.
The court said okay.
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor will recall that during Mr. Roberts' testimony a week ago had an objection to the purposes of for which the defense was offering this white paper. And there was a ruling from the court that they couldn't come in for its truth. They could use the white paper to ask. We could go to Mr. Roberts the same as Mr. Brown, non-hearsay questions about the document. But not use it to sort of assert to the jury that so and so is true. I spoke to Mr. Skirik to say that we anticipated in his questions rather than the use of the document because it's mostly reading the document as opposed to questions. We're veering into the territory that we understood was set aside with the court's ruling last week. We think that reading the document over and over again with this witness crosses that line that the court set.
The court said, "So are you asking for a limiting instruction?"
Mr. Horton said, "Yes."
Mr. Skirek said, "We're offering this for a non-hearsay purpose. We're just offering it for the fact that it was said. It's directly relevant to materiality because we will argue that this was a disclosure of the way that the system actually worked. The government will argue that by saying these tokens were crypto that was somehow misleading. And we're entitled to be able to put this in. Again. For non-hearsay purpose of showing that this was in fact said and a disclosure was made."
The court said, "Are you saying that the document does not describe the asset as crypto?"
Mr. Skirek said, "That is a true statement. It's not only that, though, Your Honor, yes."
The court said, "But you're not seeking to offer it for its truth?"
Mr. Skirek said, "I don't think we need to offer it for its truth. The statements that are statements of anticipated events, of upcoming events are also being offered simply for the fact that they were disclosed."
Ms. Strofa said, or made.
Mr. Skirek said, "It's also relevant because they're obviously going to argue that Mr. Guo through some series of other people intended to mislead folks by saying it's crypto when it wasn't. So we're entitled to bring this in to show that there wasn't any intent to deceive."
Mr. Horton said, "There wasn't a question about, Mr. Brown, were these things actually said? Mr. Brown, what was the effect on you of these things non-hearsay purpose? This document is in evidence. It came in last week. And it came a week ago. A lot has happened at trial with a limiting instruction. We think it would be appropriate given the amount of time being spent on the same document with a similar witness to again remind the jury that that's how this document should be viewed."
The court said, "That's what I'll do."
Mr. Skirek said, "Your Honor, just for purposes of efficiency, I'm going to go through subsequent white papers. Hopefully very quickly, but there are 3 more and I will try to cover them quickly."
The court said quickly.
Continued on next page. In open court, jury present.
The court said, "Members of the jury, I want you to understand that this document is not being offered for its truth. It's only being offered for the fact that it exists and those statements were made."
By Mr. Skirek.
I've forgotten where we were. I think we were on phase 2 describing Himalaya payout. My question, Mr. Brown, is that did I accurately read that? Yes. And you were the author of this, in part, of this document, right? In part. If we can move to page 9901. And if I can just focus your attention on the last paragraph of this page beginning, in addition. It says, in addition, following the launch of the Himalaya Pay app, members will be able to use HDO credits to offer payment to merchants who can accept payment for goods and services through the Himalaya Pay app to make transfers of HDO credits from their Himalaya Pay account to the Himalaya Pay accounts of other members. When the planned infrastructure upgrade to a hybrid Ethereum and Quorum blockchain platform is completed, we believe that the Himalaya payout will provide significant benefits against pure offerings and represent a highly scalable solution. Did I read that correctly? You did. Let's go to page 9903, please. At the top, first paragraph reads, following commencement of Phase 3 rollout, members will be able to make a request to exchange credits to their Himalaya Exchange account for the corresponding crypto assets which, if approved by the Himalaya Exchange, would then be transferred to a member's external wallet address. Did I read that correctly? Yes. Now, as a co-author of this April 2021 HDO white paper, did you believe those statements were true when they were made? Anything incorrect in that? No. Let's move to.
The court said, there were 2 questions there. The first was, did you consider that statement to be true? And so he needs to answer both questions.
Mr. Skirek said, I believe he answered the second question, Your Honor.
The court said, I don't know that he answered both questions, and I'd like him to answer both questions.
Mr. Skirek said, I jumped the gun. The question is, did you believe that what we just read to be true at the time? Yes. And nothing incorrect in there, right? Nothing incorrect. Okay. Thank you. Now, if we could please pull up what's been marked as GXAS 13. This is just for the witness, the court, and the parties, please. Mr. Brown, do you recognize this document? I do. Is this a copy of the Himalaya Coin HCN white paper for April of 2021? It appears so, yes. Mr. Skirik said, Your Honor. We move this document or offer this document into evidence consistent with the court's prior instruction.
The court said, Is there any objection?
Mr. Horton said, No objection provided there's a similar instruction given to the nature of the document.
The court said, So how many of these similar documents do you have?
Mr. Skirik said, 3 more including this one.
The court said, So the instruction that I just gave you that these documents are not being offered for their truth, but merely for the fact that they existed. We'll leave it at that. That applies to a total of 4 documents.
Mr. Skirik said, and we're on the second here. Now can we please publish to the jury, Your Honor?
The court said, Go ahead. It is admitted.
Government's Exhibit AS13 received in evidence. By Mr. Skirik.
Now, Mr. Brown, you had a hand in co-authoring this paper as well, right? Yes. If we can please go to page 7. Just to draw your attention to the second paragraph beginning participation. It says, Participation in the issuance of the Himalaya coins will only be available to certain members of the Himalaya Exchange, a new digital asset exchange which is at the heart of our mission to create a new digital financial system. The operation of the Himalaya Exchange and associated application and infrastructure will be facilitated through the use of credits. Credits within the system will correspond to a particular type of crypto asset. Did I read that correctly? You did. Now, if we go down to the second to last paragraph on the same page beginning the Himalaya ecosystem. It reads, A Himalaya ecosystem is being developed through partnerships with businesses who it is anticipated will provide access to their products and services. The creation and development of the Himalaya ecosystem is intended to support the commercial value proposition of HCN and HCN credits, incentivizing adoption and use. Did I read that correctly? You did. Let's go to page 9, please. You can see here this is substantially similar to the chart we just looked at, the previous document. Right. If we can agree on that, we can spare everybody having to read it. If you go to page 11 and focusing on that last paragraph and just the last sentence of that last paragraph beginning. When the planned infrastructure upgrade to a hybrid Ethereum and Quorum blockchain platform is completed, we believe the Himalaya Pay app will provide significant benefits against peer offerings and represent a highly scalable solution. Is that the same HDO April 2021 white paper? Seems similar. Now, same question, Mr. Brown, when you helped to co-author this document. You believed everything that was stated in this document was accurate, is that right? I'm not sure that is right, no. What in this document is different from the earlier document you looked at? So the question was, is this document the same as the one we just looked at? No. The question was whether this document. You believe this document to be accurate at the time you co-authored it. All of this verbiage is not anything that I wrote. My question is different. At the time you co-authored this, did you believe that the statements in this document were accurate?
Mr. Horton said, Objection, mischaracterizes his testimony.
Mr. Skirik said, I'm not sure I characterized his testimony.
Mr. Horton said, the statement about co-authorship.
The court said, You threw in at the time he co-authored. He said he did not, so the question needs to be limited to, at the time, did you believe what was written in this document to be true?
Mr. Skirik said, Your Honor, respectfully, I believe he did testify that he co-authored this.
The court said, But this section I thought he said this was not correct.
Mr. Skirik said, he said some verbiage.
The court said, Did you write a portion of the sentence that we're looking at right now?
The witness said, I did not.
Mr. Skirik said, Your Honor, may we have a brief sidebar?
The court said, Okay.
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
Mr. Skirik said, Your Honor, candidly, Your Honor. I was trying to be more efficient to find a way to get this to show it to the witness and ask if certain statements are accurate at the time. And if I can't do it this way, I may have to do it the slow way. Which I preferred not to do obviously for everyone's sake.
Mr. Finkel said, "Is that a threat?"
Mr. Skirek said, "No, I just want to be candid. I can move quickly through the part that I want to highlight. I don't need him to affirm everything. I just need him to affirm certain questions."
The court said, "There's a question out there. Did he believe those statements in that section to be true at the time?"
Mr. Skirek said, "I think I asked him. I may be wrong. I thought I asked him about the entire document. And I think this is where we're running into. He's going to say, he wasn't responsible for the entire document. So I'm going to have to go piece by piece then. I'm open to suggestion. I'm not sure."
The court said, "You used those words, entire document?"
Mr. Skirek said, "I said what's in this document. Do you believe what's in this document to be accurate? Do you believe this document to be co-authored by?"
The court said he said yes.
Mr. Skirek said, he said he wasn't responsible for portions of it.
Mr. Horton said, "It's a fact. It is true. That's what he's saying. He didn't write certain pieces that are being shown to him."
Mr. Skirek said, "Be careful. He didn't say pieces that were shown to him. I asked him about the entire document."
Mr. Horton said, "I think you showed him an excerpt and he said I did not. He said I did not."
Mr. Skirek said, "We can have the record read back."
Record was read.
The court said, "Back on the record. He is disavowing at least a portion of it. And it's not proper to characterize it in another way."
Mr. Skirek said, "I can take it piece by piece and ask him statement by statement, which is really what I want to do. Again. Your Honor, I was looking to save time."
Mr. Finkel said, "I think what's going to come up, the document that he authored, he doesn't believe he authored all of it. If he wants to ask, do you believe everything in this document is accurate, I suppose he could ask that question. I don't know. Mr. Brown would need to review it. We can't, for efficiency, decide that the witness should just adopt something that the defense wants him to adopt. I don't think that's appropriate."
Mr. Skirek said, "Nobody is implying that. I'm saying I would reluctantly go back and do it in pieces because I think in pieces comes out differently. He's saying he didn't do the whole document."
The court said, "I don't know any other way of doing it."
Continued on next page. In open court, jury present. By Mr. Skirek.
If we could please go back to page 9. Actually, I'm sorry. Let's make it page 10. Now, Mr. Brown. If I could focus you on the third paragraph down from the top, beginning credits. You see that? Yes, I do. It says, "Credit can only be used on the Himalaya Exchange within the Himalaya ecosystem, representing a right to participate in trading on the Himalaya Exchange, and do not carry any right to require their exchange for fiat currency on crypto assets. A member may make a request to the Himalaya Exchange to exchange credits on their account and receive a transfer of corresponding crypto assets to their external wallet addresses." Did I read that accurately? I believe you did. And if we can now go to page 7, second paragraph. We read this earlier. Participation in the issuance of the Himalaya coins will only be available to certain members of the Himalaya Exchange. A new digital asset exchange, which is at the heart of our mission to create a new digital financial system. The Himalaya Exchange. The operation of the Himalaya Exchange and associated applications and infrastructure will be facilitated through the use of credits. Credits within the system will correspond to a particular type of crypto asset. Did I read that correctly? You did. At the time this was written in April of 2021. Did you believe that to be an accurate statement about the functioning of the credit system? Yes. If we could go down in the same document to the second to last paragraph, please. Beginning the Himalaya ecosystem. It says here, "The Himalaya ecosystem is being developed through partnerships with businesses who it is anticipated will provide access to the products and services. The creation and development of the Himalaya ecosystem is intended to support the commercial value proposition of HCN and HCN credits, incentivizing adoption and use." Did I read that correctly? Yes, you did. And understanding that this is a statement of future intention, at the time this was made in April of 2021. Did you believe?
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor, objection to the testimony including legal conclusions.
Mr. Skirek said, I'm happy to do it in pieces.
Mr. Horton said, it's not the size of the testimony. It's the fact that it's testimony.
The court said, don't ask him for legal conclusions. He's not a lawyer.
Mr. Horton said, the objection is that counsel is stating legal conclusions and testifying about them, not even asking a question.
The court said, and Mr. Skirek, you're not to state legal conclusion.
By Mr. Skirek.
The question is, what do you understand here by the ecosystem is being developed? I understand that the ecosystem is being built out. Right. And it's in process, right? According to that wording, yes. As you and I talked about earlier before the lunch break, it was in fact being worked on, right? Yes. So is that an accurate statement of what was being worked on at the time in April of 2021? Yes. Now, if we could please go to Government Exhibit AS-12. Mr. Brown, do you recognize this document? I do. And what is it? It's the white paper for the Himalaya coin. And what's the date on this document? That would be January 2022. And were you a co-author of this white paper? I would say at this point I pretty much given up the pen to the attorneys. So did you participate in drafting this in any way?
Mr. Horton said, asked and answered.
Mr. Skirek said, that's a different question.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
I would have to see the whole document to comment on that. Sure. We're happy to just flip through it briefly. I'm happy to focus you on a particular page if that would be helpful. If there's any page about the Quorum and Ethereum ecosystem, that would have been the only thing that I wrote. Let's focus on page 8 if you don't mind. It's halfway down on this page, the sentence beginning. The Himalaya Exchange is intended. It says, the Himalaya Exchange is intended to provide high levels of liquidity and credits traded on the platform and other crypto assets. Do you see that? I do. And this document still describes in January of 2022 the system at the exchange as being one based on credits. Right.
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor, I don't believe this document is in evidence. I don't believe it's been offered.
The court said, so it needs to have a foundation first.
Do you recognize this document?
Mr. Horton said, to be clear, we have no objection subject to the same instruction given that it's a similar document.
The court said, so have you offered it to be admitted?
Mr. Skirek said, yes, Your Honor.
The court said, so it's admitted.
Government's Exhibit AS-12 received in evidence.
The court said, is there an objection to this item?
Mr. Horton said, no objection, asking for an instruction given the substantially similar nature of this document.
The court said, you may go ahead.
Mr. Skirek said, if this isn't published to the jury, can we publish to the jury? My question is that at this point in time, January of 2022, the white paper still describes the system that the exchange is operating on as a credit system, right? Yes. Hopefully, lastly, if we can turn to, again just for court, the witness and the party's government exhibit as 18. Mr. Brown, do you recognize this document? Yes. Do you recognize it as the January 2022 white paper for the Himalaya $HDO? I do. Mr. Skirek said, we offer this document as 18 into evidence.
Mr. Horton said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Mr. Horton said, excuse me. No objection subject to the same limitation.
The court said, understood.
Government's Exhibit as 18 received in evidence. By Mr. Skirek.
If we could quickly go to page 8 in the third paragraph from the top beginning. Members of the Himalaya Exchange will be able to participate in the issuance of Himalaya dollar through the purchase of the HDO credits through the Himalaya Exchange. Do you see that? Yes, I do. Is it true at this point in time, January of 2022, when this document is put on withdrawn? You testified earlier that the white papers were put on the Himalaya Exchange website, right? Yes. And that applies to all of the white papers that we looked at here in the last few minutes, right? I'm not sure about that. But it was the practice to put the final white papers on the Himalaya Exchange website, right? It was the practice. And you don't have any reason to believe that these weren't posted to the website consistent with that practice. Right.
Mr. Horton said, objection, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Would you consider posting something to withdrawn? Is it fair to say that January of 2022 the white paper that we just reviewed that is in evidence as GXAS 18 continues to describe the Himalaya Exchange system as one that's based on credits? That's fair, counsel. If we can just go to page 11, the final paragraph there, just to blow that up. And I believe, Mr. Brown, you testified before that you recall that your role in drafting the white papers at this point in time would have been focused on descriptions of quorum. Is that fair? Yes, that's fair. So I'm going to read this paragraph. It says, in addition, following the launch of the Himalaya Pay app, members will be able to use HDO credits to offer payments to merchants who accept payment for goods and services through the Himalaya Pay app or make transfers of HDO credits from their Himalaya Pay account to the Himalaya Pay accounts of other members. When the planned infrastructure upgrade to a hybrid Ethereum and Quorum blockchain platform is completed, we believe that the Himalaya Pay app will provide significant benefits against peer offerings and represent a highly scalable solution. Did I read that right? You read that right. Do you recognize this as a portion of this document to which you contributed as an author? No, that is not true. Is there some other portion that relates to Quorum that you believe you contributed to? I believe in previous white papers there was a whole section devoted to Quorum. And you were working on Quorum, right? Well, I was working on the white paper around Quorum, yes. The exchange was working on Quorum, right, during your time there? Yes. Is it fair to say that the paragraph that we just read here at the bottom of page 11 of this document that's in evidence is an accurate statement of what was happening at the exchange at the time this was published? It is fair, yes. Thank you. I believe you testified that on direct that there was no difference between G-Coin and H-Coin. Do you recall that? I do. Did you ever write a white paper for G-Coin? I may have contributed to one, yes. Was one ever finalized? Not to my knowledge or my recollection. Did G-Coin ever exist? It did not. Was G-Coin ever anything more than a concept? Yeah, it was a concept of H-Coin. Try to answer my question. Was G-Coin ever anything more than a concept?
Mr. Horton said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Mr. Skirek said, move to strike, Your Honor.
The court said, it was already asked and answered.
Mr. Skirek said, move to strike as non-responsive. The prior answer was non-responsive.
Mr. Horton said, objection.
The court said, sustained.
When you say there's no difference between G-Coin and H-Coin, do you mean that the G-Coin concept became the H-Coin later? I'm not sure that's entirely true either. So G-Coin was never created, right? No, it was never created. Right. And H-Coin was the thing you worked on, right? Could you repeat that? H-Coin was the thing that you worked on, right? It was, yes. Not G-Coin, just to draw a distinction between the two. For the first month or so, we were calling H-Coin G-Coin. So it was renamed. That's right. Okay. Fair enough. But G-Coin never became a reality, right?
Mr. Horton said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Now, you testified that on direct that your work at the exchange was not what you expected at the time that you joined. Right. That's right. But you understood that the long-term goal of what the exchange was trying to build was consistent with what you expected. Right.
Mr. Horton said, objection, we've been through this, Your Honor.
Mr. Skirek said, this is as to his expectation.
The court said, you're asking whether the long-term goal was consistent with what, his expectation?
Mr. Skirek said, correct, of what the exchange was going to build.
The court said, you may answer.
I didn't expect it to build to be credits. In the long term, as we've discussed, it wasn't going to be credits, right?
Mr. Horton said, objection.
Mr. Skirek said, I have to be able to ask the question.
The court said, "You can answer that question."
That's right. So you didn't expect it to be a credit system. But you also understood that eventually it was going to move to a real crypto system that was not based on credits in your view. Right. That's right. So that would have been consistent with your expectation, right? Yes. So therefore the question is, the long-term plan of what Himalaya Exchange was building was consistent with your expectations. It was just the short-term plan that was inconsistent, right?
Mr. Horton said, "Objection, Your Honor."
The court said, "So there's a lot of questions in there."
Isn't it true that the long-term plan of what the Himalaya Exchange was building was consistent with your expectation of what they were going to build when you joined?
Mr. Horton said, asked and answered.
The court said, "Sustained."
Now, you were frustrated that it was taking longer than you wanted to bring about the developments in the Himalaya Exchange. Is that fair? That is fair. And you testified, I believe, on direct that you weren't allowed access to some of the trading data from the exchange. Is that right? I wasn't allowed access to any data. Can you answer my question? Yes. The trading data. The trading data. You never asked William J.E. for access to that trading data, right, as you testified to on direct. That's correct. And Mr. J.E. wasn't really running that as you said, right? Could you ask that question again? Sure. I believe you testified on direct that Mr. J.E. wasn't really running the trading data. He wasn't really the owner of the trading data, right? That's fair. That was the CISO. Right. Azim. Who was in charge of information and security. That's correct. And he was in your view sort of hypersecurity conscious, right? Yes. You don't think that Mr. J.E. was keeping anything from you, right? In terms of the trading data, because Mr. Azim was hypersecurity conscious. I found it odd that I couldn't have a peek at what was going on. Did you ever hear Mr. J.E. say that you, Mr. Brown, couldn't have a peek?
Mr. Horton said, "Objection, calls for hearsay."
Is it your understanding that Mr. J.E. ever told Mr. Azim not to show you the data?
The court said, "You may answer."
Could you repeat that one more time? Is it your understanding that Mr. J.E. ever told Azim not to show you the data? He never told Mr. Azim not to show you the data, correct?
Mr. Horton said, "Objection, 2 questions."
The court said, "If you'll just ask the main question."
To your knowledge, Mr. J.E. never told Mr. Azim not to show you the data, right? That's correct. Now, you testified earlier a point came when you were promoted to CEO. That's right. And this was roughly in the spring of 2021. Yes. And that was at a stakeholders meeting. Yes. And were all of the heads of the departments for the exchange there? They were. The folks that we talked about before as being kind of the senior group, right? Yes, correct. And you had the impression that there were some other folks in that senior group who wanted that CEO job. Right. Yes, that's correct. And you had the impression that they were maybe bugging Mr. J.E. to get that CEO job, right? I'm not so sure bugging is the correct word. They were overzealous maybe. Fair enough. And prior to that there was no CEO role, right? It was just Mr. J.E. effectively in control. That's correct, counsel. And you believe that you made CEO because you were fluent in the language of blockchain, right? No. No. Do you recall telling the government that you believed that you were made CEO because in part you were fluent in the area of blockchain? No. I recall saying that Mr. J.E. was impressed with some of the things I had done here in the States, and that was one of the reasons. And you also understood that in your view one of the reasons he promoted you to CEO was because of your willingness to relocate if necessary. That's fair. Within limits. We understand there are some things were out of bounds. Fair. There were real reasons for you to be made CEO, right? Those are 2 reasons, right? Those are 2. And now you testified you don't really feel like you're CEO material. That's true. Currently you have your own company, right? Yes, consulting company. You're the CEO of that company. It's a one-man company, so I'm not really sure. A lot of people like to say they're CEO of a one-man company. I don't really make that boast. There's nobody else in charge. Well, there's no one to run anything. During the entire time you were at the Himalaya Exchange. Is it true you never had any substantive interactions with Mr. Guo? That's true. And the only time you interacted with him was when he toasted you on a live stream, right? That's true. You never spoke to Mr. Guo ever aside from that? Not to my recollection. And he never gave you any management direction whatsoever, right? No. Now, did a time come when the smart contracts for HCN and HDO were created? There were. And those were published to the blockchain, right? Yes, they would have been. And they were publicly available for review as a result of being published to the blockchain, right? Could you repeat that? Were the smart contracts for HCN and HDO publicly available for review because they were on the blockchain? I'm not sure that's accurate. I believe the smart contract work was testing at the time. I didn't give you a time. My question is, well, at any time in my tenure there. Are you familiar with Etherscan? Yes. And you can use Etherscan to check to see if a smart contract is on the blockchain. You can. Have you ever used Etherscan to check if the smart contract for HCN or HDO were on a blockchain? I did not. Now, Himalaya had these smart contracts audited by a software code expert, right? Yes, if you call Certec an expert. Are they not? Are Certec not a recognized expert in software security? No longer. At the time. At the time it was suspect too because of the FTX crash. Did in fact Himalaya hire Certec to audit the smart contracts for HCN and HDO? They did. In fact Certec made recommended changes to the smart contracts of HCN and HDO, right? I believe so. I wasn't privy to it. Do you understand that those smart contracts for HCN and HDO are upgradable? I had no knowledge of that, but the potential to be upgradable through Solidity is there. Right, as a matter. It's inherently. They're inherently upgradable. Yes. Now, I just want to talk briefly about the KYC process at the exchange. What does KYC stand for? Know your customer. And in your view, the onboarding of an exchange customer was a pretty time-intensive thing. It's very arduous. Very arduous. And I think there was something like 16 questions that customers had to go through in order to sign up. That's correct. Do you recall telling the government in your view most people had trouble filling out more than 4 fields of the 16? Yeah, that's an industry understanding that after 4 fields, you begin to get a drop-off in people signing up. And even if someone did manage to fill out all of the fields, they still had to go through BitGo's onboard process, right?
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor, we object to the line of questioning beyond the scope of directive KYC and onboarding.
Mr. Skirik said, Your Honor, I'm happy to.
The court said, I don't remember anything about customers signing up, so this is beyond the scope.
Mr. Skirik said, Your Honor, I'm happy to call him as my own witness if we need to. This goes to the general operations of the exchange, which I think is well in bounds given Mr. Brown's direct testimony.
Continued on next page.
The court said, okay.
Mr. Skirik said, Thank you.
By Mr. Skirik.
So the question is, even if someone did fill out all fields, all 16 fields, they still had to get through BitGo's onboard process, right? I don't recall if BitGo was part of that 16 or not, but BitGo was involved in that, yes. Okay. So whether they were part of the 16 or followed the 16, they were involved in the process somehow. That's right. Okay. And do you recall that the BitGo onboarding process required customers to take a picture? Yes, I do. Okay. And it turned out that a lot of people had trouble taking pictures of their IDs when they were foreign IDs, right? That's right. By foreign, I mean non-US IDs, right? That's accurate. And that gave the technology fits, right? It did. Okay. And because the technology wasn't good at handling Mandarin characters in particular, right? That's correct. All right. And also because the software was designed for like a first name last name, and in China. At least, that is typically switched. Exactly. And as a result of the arduous, to borrow your phrase, onboarding process. It took customers sometimes a month or more just to complete the paperwork, right? That is correct. Okay. And you thought it should have taken something more like 24 to 48 hours, right? 20 minutes. Fair enough. Even shorter. And you were concerned that people were getting frustrated with it, right? It was obvious. Okay. And there were calls to the 24/7 Mandarin English hotline about that, right? Flooded the hotline. Okay. And one of the reasons that there were all of these checks was because the exchange restricted users by geography. Right. Can you repeat that? Yeah. I mean, sure. One of the reasons that there was all of this process that we just talked about was because the exchange restricted onboarding users from certain geographies. Yeah, that's true. Okay. And the US was one of those geographies, right? It was. And Canada was too, right? As well, yes. All right. And do you recall telling the government that you believed that the exchange spent more money on these compliance procedures than anything other than IT? I don't recall saying that, no. Okay. Maybe we can refresh your recollection real quick. Actually, withdrawn. Do you remember telling the government during one of your meetings with them that you thought the people at the exchange were overly compliant? I do. Okay. And your view was there was too much compliance, right? Yes. It was excessive. Yes. And you recall telling the government that you thought the exchange could have taken more customers. I think that's true. Okay. Now let's just talk about marketing briefly. The exchange, withdrawn. In your view, the exchange was too conservative when it came to its own marketing about its services and products, right? Yes. And you felt the lawyers were making the decisions about marketing, right? I did.
Mr. Horton said, objection.
Right. And they could have been doing much more marketing but didn't, right? They could have done some marketing but didn't. Right. You felt like they did virtually none. Yes. Okay. And the exchange was particularly diligent about not letting, withdrawn. Sorry. During your Wednesday meetings, which I believe were the compliance meetings, there were discussions about customer onboarding, right? Yes. And at the committee, I'm sorry. Withdrawn. At those meetings, the compliance folks would assess the risk of onboarding particular customers, right? I'm not sure if that's accurate. Okay. Well, what did the committee do with respect to onboarding or what, withdrawn? What did the committee do with respect to assessing the risk of particular customers? There's a process called regulatory mapping. That's what we did. Okay. And you would assign customers who you were doing a regulatory mapping for a risk score. Yes, yes. And in your view, this process was a good way of being able to monitor who was buying and selling. Can you repeat that again? And in your view, this risk scoring and regulatory mapping process was a good way of having the exchange track who was buying and selling. No. I don't see the correlation there. Well, if only approved, withdrawn. Only approved customers can buy and sell on the exchange, right? Yes. Okay. So in order to get onto the exchange, this regulatory mapping process was designed to allow only trusted customers onto the exchange, right? Yes, if you're referring to the risk scoring, yes. There were certain, yes. Yeah. And again, that was another part. I think, you correct me if I'm wrong, in your view that was a bit overly restrictive, right? It was. It had flaws. Okay. Now in the summer and fall of 2022. Do you recall that new registrations for the exchange started to decline? I do recall that. Okay. And in your view this was due in part to the lack of any marketing, right? That's fair. And the problems with onboarding people, right? The problems had been solved with onboarding at that point. But the excessive compliance, right? No. That had kind of been filtered down to where it was acceptable by me. Okay. So in your view it really came down to no marketing that was being done by the exchange. That was responsible for the decline. No, that's not entirely true either. Was it partially true? Yes. Okay. Was another part of it that the crypto market was experiencing a contraction, so to speak? That was a small part of it, yes. Okay. Now you testified on direct about the HCN launch in November of 2021, right? Yes. And your role in that, right, your role in the launch? Yes. That's the video that we looked at, right? Yeah. And you testified that you didn't like public speaking, right? Terrified. Right. You're doing great so far today. But would you agree that we all have some aspects of our job that we don't like, fair to say? No. I think there's a few who love their job. Okay. Most have aspects of their job that they don't like, right?
Mr. Horton said, "Objection to relevance, Your Honor."
The court said, sustained.
Now you remember telling the government that you were pretty upset that the launch of HCN took as long as it did. I'm not sure I used the word upset, but if I did, yes. Okay. Well, I mean, you weren't particularly happy about how long it took, right? No. I thought that we could have come to market much quicker. Okay. And actually, Mr. J.E. was unhappy too, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah. About the pace, right? Oh, my, he was. Okay. Yeah. I get it. And you understood that Mr. J.E.'s focus was to get the exchange up and running on the credit system and then continue to develop it. Right. That's fair. I'm sorry. That's fair. That's fair, right? Okay. And you were continuing to develop it, and in particular, working on the Quorum private blockchain, right? Yes. Mr. Skirik said, okay. Now if we could just please pull up GX3401. And we don't need to play the video, just the still. Please. This was, I believe, admitted on direct. While we're waiting for that, I believe you testified on direct that you thought the exchange wasn't quite ready to launch, right? That's correct. All right. And did you tell Mr. J.E. that you advised against launching? I did not. Okay. And isn't it true that sometimes businesses launch and experience difficulty in their first weeks or months?
Mr. Horton said, objection.
The court said, sustained.
Is it your experience that businesses, particularly startups, when they first launch, experience difficulties in the first weeks and months?
Mr. Horton said, same objection.
The court said, sustained.
Okay. Now you remember. Mr. Skirik said, let's just leave that up. Sorry. Just the still. Now you recall testifying that you believe you made false statements in this video, right? Yes. Okay. Because you said that Himalaya Exchange, withdrawn. You said in this video that the trading happened on the blockchain, and you believe that was misleading, right? I do. Okay. Now you testified that you said that because you didn't want to disrupt the launch of HCN, right? Yes. And you testified that you were just towing the line, the company line, right? That's correct. Okay. Now no one in marketing told you to say that the blockchain was going to be used for trading. Right. No one told me, could you repeat that again? Yeah. No one. I believe you testified that you got some guidance from marketing before this video. Yes. Okay. So my question is, no one in marketing told you to say that the blockchain would be used for trading, right? That's correct. Right. And in fact, we just looked at all these white papers that say that it's a credit system, right? Right. Right. So people who had access to the internet could find that out, right?
Mr. Horton said, objection. Calls for speculation.
The court said you can answer.
Could you repeat that one more time? Sure. If you had access to the internet and those white papers, you would know that the exchange used a credit system, not the blockchain, right?
Mr. Horton said, objection as to what somebody else would know.
The court said, sustained.
Isn't it true that the white papers disclosed that the exchange ran on a credit system? As we talked about earlier.
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor, as the question indicated, we have been through this. We've talked about it.
The court said, so you may ask him whether the document or documents say that. You can ask him whether he believed those words to be true.
You testified earlier that the white papers we looked at contained accurate statements about the exchange's use of a credit system. Right.
Mr. Horton said, objection. Cumulativeness, Your Honor.
The court said, sustained. Are you speaking about portions of the white papers?
Mr. Skirek said, Your Honor, the portions I'm referring to just relate to the HDO credits, which is what I was focused on. Just asking about the HDO credit system.
The court said, well, then you would need to frame the question that way.
Mr. Skirek said, sure.
By Mr. Skirek.
So the white papers that we reviewed earlier accurately disclosed that the exchange used an HDO credit system. Right.
Mr. Horton said, objection. Mischaracterizes his testimony.
The court said so.
Mr. Skirek said, I didn't characterize his testimony. I just asked him if it accurately.
The court said, you're asking for a legal conclusion. You can ask him whether they stated those things. You can ask him whether they believe those things to be true.
Mr. Skirek said, okay.
By Mr. Skirek.
Did the white papers state that the exchange used a credit system? They did. Okay. And to be clear, no one told you that you couldn't say on the launch video that the exchange used a credit system, right?
Mr. Horton said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Mr. Skirek said, Your Honor, I believe I asked the other question.
The court said, all right. So then you can answer. Go ahead.
Could you repeat it one more time, please? Mr. Skirek said, could the court reporter please read that back?
The court said, please.
Mr. Skirek said, thank you.
Record read.
That's true. Right. So you said that, right? What you said wasn't directed by anyone else at the exchange, right? That's right. Okay. Now we talked before about how users in the US were restricted from using the exchange, right? Yes. They were prohibited, actually, from using the exchange, right? Yes. Okay. And you were not so happy about that, right? That's true. It's fair. And you wanted to be able to participate in, again, to borrow your phrase, the fruits of your labor. Right, by purchasing some HCN. No. I felt that a typical startup, the founders receive HCN without buying it. Okay. So, forget the use of the word purchase. You expected to be granted some tokens for your work at the exchange, right? Yeah, that's fair. Right. And you were frustrated that you didn't get any, right? Yeah, that's fair too. Okay. And you were frustrated because others did get some, right, and you didn't. Accurate. Okay. And isn't it true that you actually tried to get your father-in-law signed up to be able to purchase some tokens? Yes, we did try that. Okay. And it's because your father-in-law had a Venezuelan ID, right? He had a expired Venezuelan ID. That's why he was unable to purchase it. Sure. And that's what happened, right? So you tried to have him register with the exchange using that expired ID, right? Right. And in fact, you encountered issues, right? Yes. You encountered issues because of that KYC process we talked about before, right? That's right. And then you actually had him call the 24/7 hotline that we talked about, right? The customer service line. Customer service line. Thank you. You had him call the customer service line. Yes. And tried to work these issues out so that he could register to buy HCN, right? I did. And ultimately it turned out, as you said, that the ID was no longer valid, right? That's right. And he couldn't purchase them, right? That's right. Okay. So you wanted to purchase them and you wanted to. No. I didn't want to purchase them. Fair. You wanted to be granted them, right? Can you? You testified before you expected a grant of HCN, right? A grant. A grant, that you were given HCN. Oh, yes, yes. Right. So you expected a grant of HCN, and when that didn't work, you tried to go through your father-in-law to purchase HCN. No, that's not true. My father-in-law wanted to purchase HCN. Oh, okay. Your father-in-law wanted to purchase HCN. Yeah. It was $20 at that point. I wanted no part of it. Okay. Now at the point in time where you expected to have these tokens and were upset you didn't get them. You couldn't have thought the tokens were all that bad, right? At $20, they were. Well, that's relative, right? You didn't want to pay $20 for it. They were drastically overpriced. When they were first launched, you wanted them, at that price, fair. That's fair. Okay. How bad could they have been then? Couldn't have been that bad, right? No. Right. Wasn't that bad of a product, right? No, it wasn't a bad product. Okay. Now let's talk about. Mr. Skirek said, I'm sorry, Your Honor. If I may just have a moment.
The court said yes.
Mr. Skirek said, okay. Thank you. Now, Mr. Brown, you recall testifying on direct about something called Hummingbot. I do. Okay. And I think you testified that you were told by David Fallon about Hummingbot, right? That's correct. And David Fallon was a senior person at Hamilton. He was. Okay. And you testified that the bot is used in low-volume situations, right? That's one of its use cases. Right. There's other use cases, right? Yes. Okay. And Hummingbot is what is referred to as an automated matching engine, right? Yes. It's an algorithmic trading tool, right? That's right. And was everything that you knew about Hummingbot at this point in time based on what Mr. Fallon told you? Yes. Okay. And Hummingbot really just matches buyers and sellers, right? That's what it does. I'm not sure that. So you're not sure what Hummingbot does? Well, I'm not sure that accurately describes it. You're not sure if its only use case is in low-volume situations, right? No, I'm not sure if it matches buyers and sellers. Okay. Now I'm going to ask a different question. You're not sure that Hummingbot's only use case is in low-volume situations, right? Right. Right. It could have other use cases. It could. Right. And so it's possible that Hummingbot was used for something else other than related to a low-volume situation at the exchange. Right.
The court said, don't ask him hypotheticals.
Are you aware that Hummingbot is what's called open-source software? I am. All right. Now you also testified on direct about an SEC settlement. Do you remember that? I do. Okay. And the fact that you raised the GTV settlement in a meeting at the exchange, right? That's right. Okay. At this point the SEC settlement was public, right? It was. Okay. And you testified about certain people's reactions when you raised this issue in the meeting. Right. That's right. Okay. And you testified in particular about the head of legal's reaction, right? That's right. Okay. Now to be clear, you're just speculating about what she knew or didn't know, right? You don't know for sure. Could you repeat that? When you testified about what you read into her reaction, you were speculating, right? Yeah, right. Yeah. You were speculating, right? I mean, you can't know what's in her head. That's how at least telepathy works these days, in that it doesn't work.
Mr. Horton said, Objection.
The court said, overruled.
Yeah, I can't read minds. Right. Okay. And you testified that you didn't ask William J.E. about it, right? Right. Okay. You were also shown a document that was marked GXC 405. Mr. Skirek said, can we please pull that up, Anne? Okay. And you testified that you saw this video at some point, right? I'm sorry. Withdrawn. That you testified that you saw this article at some point, right? No.
Mr. Horton said, objection. Yeah, misstates the testimony.
The court said, sustained.
Okay. Did you see this live broadcast at some point? I've never seen a live broadcast, no. You read an article summarizing it, right? Yes. Okay. Now when you read that article, you didn't raise this issue with Mr. J.E., right? I hadn't seen this article until recently. Ah. So you hadn't seen this article at the time, right? That's right. You hadn't even seen this article while you were still working at the exchange, right? That's right. You saw this article in preparation for your testimony. That's correct. Okay. So there was no way you could have raised whatever Mr. Guo was saying in this article with folks at the exchange. Right. Not this article. Right. Okay. Now I'd just like to talk briefly about Armanino. Do you recognize the name of that company? I do. Okay. And who were they? They're a Silicon Valley auditing group. Okay. And were you involved in the decision to hire them? I was not. Okay. And what was their role? I believe it was to audit the coins. Okay. And they conducted in particular an audit of the HDO reserves, right? They did. Mr. Skirek said, okay. And if we can just bring up GXBR 208, please. 208A, and just go to the next page. Now you recall being asked some questions about this on direct. I do, counsel. Okay. And is it your understanding that HDO, withdrawn? Is it your understanding that this report that we're looking at here relates to just HDO? Yes. Okay. Doesn't relate to HCN, right? Right. Okay. And this is an audit of the cash reserves backing the HDO credits, right? That's right. Okay. And would you agree with me that this document, which is in evidence, shows that the dollar reserves exceed the total amount of HDO credits in circulation, that is, the top number is bigger than the bottom, than the number on the second line? I agree with that. Okay. Now you were asked questions about whether this document reflected any holdings of gold. Do you recall that? I do. Okay. There's no reason that this document would show any holdings in gold, right?
Mr. Horton said, objection.
Well, we just established that it's an audit of the cash reserves. So the question is, there's no reason that gold would be reflected here.
The court said, you prepared this document.
Mr. Skirek said, no. This is an auditor's report, Your Honor.
The court said, this is an auditor's report.
Mr. Skirek said, yes.
The court said, you're asking him whether an auditor should include gold on the document?
Mr. Skirek said, no. We established with the previous questions, Your Honor, that this report reflects cash reserves. So my question is, he wouldn't expect to see gold on here because it's cash only.
Mr. Horton said, objection. That misstates the testimony.
Mr. Skirek said, I didn't ask him about his testimony.
Mr. Horton said, Mr. Skirek stated that something was established. That misstates the testimony.
The court said, you can ask him what he expected in the auditor's report.
Mr. Skirek said, okay. I'll move on. That's fine, Your Honor.
By Mr. Skirek.
Do you know in fact whether HCN was backed by any gold? I'm not privy to any gold being held at any time. Okay. You just don't know. You wouldn't have had access to that, right? I probably would have known that if we ever had gold, yes. You testified before that you were denied access to all kinds of information, right? Yes, but early on, there was discussions about gold. Right. And what was going to happen then is the gold is going to be kept in a third-party custodian and it was going to have a live feed to it. Okay. That was a public feed, so I would have had to have private access. Let's talk about the gold for a second.
Mr. Horton said, objection. Excuse me. Objection to cutting off the witness's answer to counsel's question.
The court said, don't cut off the witness.
Mr. Skirek said, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. Apologies.
Mr. Horton said, can the witness finish the answer?
The court said, would you read back the portion of the answer that he gave, and then you can add if you were indeed cut off.
Record read. The witness said, yes, that's accurate. By Mr. Skirek.
Okay. So let's just talk about the gold for a second. Was it your understanding that the original intention was to have HCNs withdrawn? Was it your understanding that the original intention was to have 10% of the original value of HCN in gold reserves? That's correct. Okay. It didn't have anything to do with HDO, right? Right. Right. Just HCN. Correct. And just HCN's value at launch, right? Yes. And just 10%, right? Yes. Okay. Now have you ever heard of something called Sharpe's Pixley? I don't believe I have. Okay. You also testified on direct about some seizures that took place, right? Yes. And you were asked whether you knew if the exchange informed its customers about the seizure, right? Yes. And were you aware that the exchange challenged the seizure? I was aware of that. That it hired lawyers to litigate the seizure? Yes. Right. And the fact of the seizure was public knowledge, to your understanding, right? I'm not sure I understood it was public knowledge. Did you ever take the time to Google it? No. Did you ever look it up on a court docket? I did not. Okay. Now you also testified about a loan and a yacht, right? Yes. Okay. And you were asked some questions about that, right? That's correct. Okay. Now Mr. J.E. was the ultimate beneficial owner of Himalaya, right? That's right. Okay. And as the ultimate beneficial owner of Himalaya, if he wanted to make a loan, he simply needed to follow the right procedures to be able to make a loan, right? Yes. Right. And he followed the right procedures, to your understanding, right? That's correct. He brought it up for a vote to the board, right? I'm not sure. I believe it was a committee. I'm not sure it was a board. Okay. So a committee, he brought it up for a vote to the committee. Yeah. And the committee deliberated, right? That's right. And then the committee approved it, right? That's right. Okay. Now sitting here today, you don't understand what exactly that loan was for, do you? I do. I do. I do understand what that loan was for. Do you understand that the loan was not to purchase a yacht? Do you understand that? I do not understand that, no. Okay. Now you also testified on direct about the Chinese Communist Party. Do you remember that? Yes. Okay. And I believe you testified, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, that you didn't think that the Himalaya Exchange had anything to do with being anti-CCP. Right. The exchange, no. Okay. And do you recall telling the government during your interviews with them that you understood that the CCP whistleblower movement was the basis for everything? Do you recall that? I do not recall that. Okay. Let's see if we can refresh your recollection. Mr. Skirek said, if we could please bring up 3506, at 11. And again, just for the witness and the parties in the court. Okay. Is that displayed on your screen, Mr. Brown? Yes. Okay. And we'll highlight it, and then just please read it to yourself, not aloud. Mr. Skirek said, and you can keep going, Jorge. Okay. Now does that refresh your recollection that you told the government that the whole CCP whistleblower thing was the basis for everything? It does. Okay. And in fact, William J.E. would talk about the anti-CCP whistleblower movement at Hamilton, right? Yes, he would. Right. And he told you about it, right? He did. Right. So you understood in fact that about 2/3 of the exchange's customers were based in China, right? Based on information that was made available to you. They were. Right. And that was the market, right, the main market. 2/3 of the market. Right. So your testimony earlier today wasn't correct, right? I'm not sure what. You testified earlier today that the anti-CCP movement had nothing to do with the exchange. And then we just read, and you just testified, that the anti-CCP movement was the basis of the whole thing.
Mr. Horton said, objection. That's not a question.
Right.
The court said, so I haven't. Oh, okay.
Mr. Skirrick said, there we go.
The court said, that was the question, right?
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor, it's an argument from counsel.
Mr. Skirrick said, it's 2 sets of testimony, Your Honor. I'm asking.
The court said, you can ask the question and you can answer.
Mr. Skirrick said, could the court reporter please read back the question?
Record read.
Yes, but there's a distinction there. Himalaya Exchange and everything that Miles Guo was saying on social media. Okay. So just to be clear, your testimony here is that the anti-CCP movement and the whistleblower movement had nothing to do with the exchange. You're sticking with that. I'm sticking with the exchange was non-political, yes. Okay. Now are you aware of something called a DDoS attack? Yes. Okay. What's that? That's when the servers for your web entities are attacked to try to knock you offline. Right. Okay. Now did the exchange experience DDoS attacks? Yes. Yeah. How many would you say, if you can count? I'm not sure of the real numbers. I'm not sure of the hard numbers. Okay. But it was an issue for the exchange, right? It wasn't an issue because we had protections in place. Right. Well, Azim, the security guy, was pretty focused on the potential for DDoS attacks, right? He was. Or other bad party or bad actor attacks, right? Correct. Did you understand that had anything to do with the anti-CCP whistleblower movement? Based on your time at the exchange? It was talked about. Right. It was talked about as perhaps being why the exchange was targeted, right? Yes. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Okay. And did you hire vendors to analyze the DDoS attacks? When I say you, I mean the exchange. Yes. And did one of these DDoS attacks happen in June of 2022, if you recall? I don't recall. Okay. Now you left the exchange in January of 2023, right? That's right. Okay. And after you left the Himalaya Exchange, did you solicit Mr. J.E. for an investment in a new project you were working on? I did. Okay. And did you send him an agreement asking him for an investment? I did. And how much money were you looking for? I don't recall. Was it more or less than $100,000? I'm going to say more. Was it more or less than $500,000? Probably right around there. Okay. And you discussed this investment with him? Yes. Potential investment with him? Yes. Yeah. But he never ended up getting back to you, right? He didn't. Okay. All right. Now is it fair to say that in the 2 months before you resigned from the exchange, you continued to work on the long-term goals of the exchange? I don't think so. I kind of checked out by then. So you were just collecting a paycheck? Pretty much. Okay. So you don't recall whether, in December 2022 and January 2023, you were continuing to work on things like the merchant portal? I don't recall the merchant portal. Okay. Or any self-custody options that may have been. Yeah, self-custody options. Okay. All right. And what about HEU? Do you know what that is? Please state that again. Sure. What about HEU? Hue. Oh, that, I believe that would have been Himalaya Euro. Right. So it was another stablecoin that the exchange planned to offer, right? Yes. Right. Another token that it was going to add to the tokens available for trading on the exchange. Yes. Right. And even though you may have stopped working on the exchange's long-term goals, is it your understanding that other people at the exchange continued to work on those long-term goals?
Mr. Horton said, objection.
Mr. Skirek said, during his time.
The court said, you can say what you observed.
Mr. Horton said, objection. The question was about after he had departed.
The court said, I did not hear you.
Mr. Horton said, I said the question was about after he departed, so.
Mr. Skirek said, no. The question was, and I'm happy to rephrase.
By Mr. Skirek.
The question was, during the end of your tenure, while you were still there. Even if you were checked out and just collecting a paycheck, as you testified. Were other people at the exchange still working on the long-term goals of the exchange? That's fair. Okay. Now, Mr. Brown. You met with the government lawyers on a number of occasions before your testimony here today. Yes. And how many times, if you recall? I believe it was four or five times. And would you be surprised to learn that in fact it was 9 times, including this morning? A total of 10. No, not surprised. Okay. Sounds about right, right? It sounds like more, but. I'm sorry. It sounds like more, but. Yeah, okay. Now, in addition to the times that you met with the government lawyers, your lawyer also had separate conversations with them, right? Yes. Okay. And your lawyer would, withdrawn. I'm going to just caution you to be careful. I don't want you to tell me about any communications that you had with your lawyer, okay? I don't want you to recount those conversations, okay? Does that make sense? It does. Okay. Is it fair to say that your lawyer would report back to you on his conversations with the government? Yeah, that's fair to say. Okay. Now did a time come when you reached an agreement with the government concerning its non-prosecution of you? Yes. Mr. Skirek said, okay. If I may just have a moment, Your Honor. Okay. Could we please show the witness what's been marked as DX60657? Not the jury, just the witness.
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor, we have no objection to its admission.
Mr. Skirek said, okay. We move its admission, Your Honor.
The court said, it is admitted.
Defendant's Exhibit 60657 received in evidence. By Mr. Skirek.
Okay. Now, Mr. Brown. Do you recognize this as the non-prosecution agreement that you reached with the government here? I do. Okay. Now I believe you testified at the beginning of your direct that you believed this agreement covered you for your involvement with Guo Media. Do you recall that? Yes. Does Guo Media appear anywhere in this first paragraph? It does not. Okay. So Guo Media was not included in this agreement, right? You were just mistaken about that. I was mistaken. Okay. Now this agreement covers you for your time working at GTV Media and the Himalaya Exchange, right? Yes. Okay. For the period June 2020 to January 2023. That's correct. Right. And do you believe that you committed any crimes during that time? I do. And is the crime that you're referring to the false statements that you made in the video? Yes. And those crimes were your crimes, right? Yes. Because, as we covered before, no one told you to say what you said on those videos. No one from the Himalaya Exchange told you to say what you said in those videos, right? No one told me what to say on the videos, no. Right. Those words were your own, they weren't the Himalaya Exchange's words, they weren't, right. No one at the Himalaya Exchange, withdrawn. Those words were your words, right. They were. Mr. Skirik said, okay. Now if we can please flip to the second page. Now who do you understand, withdrawn? You understand, I believe you testified on direct. That as long as you tell the truth today, you will get the benefit of this non-prosecution agreement, right? Yes. Mr. Skirik said, okay. And if we just blow up the second to last paragraph there on the first sentence. And it reads. It is understood that if the government has determined that Brown has committed any crime after signing this agreement. Do you see that? I do. Okay. Now who gets to determine whether you tell the truth here today? I determine if I'm telling the truth. Who gets to determine whether this agreement remains in force? The government. Right. And if the government determines that you've lied, then they can rip it up, right? That's true. Right. So it's the government that determines whether you told the truth here today, right?
Mr. Horton said, objection. Asked and answered.
The court said, you may answer.
The facts determine if I tell the truth. At the end of the day, some human being is going to judge those facts, right? That's correct. And who are the human beings who get to judge those facts? The folks sitting right here, right? No, that's.
Mr. Horton said, objection, Your Honor.
The court said, all righty. Sustained.
Mr. Skirik said, if I can have a moment, Your Honor.
The court said yes.
Mr. Skirik said, okay. No further questions at this time.
The court said redirect?
Redirect examination. By Mr. Horton.
Mr. Brown, you testified earlier that when you spoke in public on behalf of the exchange, you were towing the company line. Do you remember that?
I do.
Where did you get the company line?
Well, the company line was spoken about in meetings and, you know, what was proper to say and what wasn't.
And the things you said in the interviews in public, was that consistent with the company line?
It was.
Who arranged those interviews for you?
Marketing did.
And who did marketing report to?
William J.E.
You were asked some questions on cross about other people at the Himalaya Exchange getting access to H-Coin. Do you remember that?
I do.
Did those people get access to H-Coin before the launch or after it? I'll withdraw that. When was the private placement?
It was before the launch.
And did anybody at the Himalaya Exchange get access to H-Coin in the private placement?
Everyone had an opportunity to get the coin in the private placement.
Did you?
No.
And what price did people at the exchange, other than you, get access to H-Coin at the private placement?
10 cents.
Was that before the launch or after the launch?
Before the launch.
Was there anyone outside the exchange who had access to H-Coin at 10 cents at that time?
People involved in the private placement.
And was anybody involved, let me ask this, were there people involved in the private placement who didn't work at the exchange?
Mr. Skirik said, objection, Foundation.
The court said you can answer.
Yes.
And who were those people?
Those were individual investors.
And how did they get that access?
It was granted to them by William.
And what happened to the 10-cent price of H-Coin after the people you are talking about got access?
After the launch.
That's right.
Yes, after the launch the price spiked.
From 10 cents to what?
It went to $1 immediately when I was doing the interview, and it went to $20 in 2 weeks. And it eventually got up to close to $60-something, I believe.
And what, if anything, did that mean for the value of H-Coin that was given to the insiders you mentioned?
Mr. Skirik said, objection, Form.
The court said, sustained.
What, if anything, did that mean, Mr. Brown? For the value of the H-Coin that was given to certain people at 10 cents?
Mr. Skirik said, same objection.
The court said, "Are you asking him an arithmetical question?"
Mr. Horton said, "I'm asking him what the later price spike meant for the value of the coins that were granted earlier on. What his understanding was of what that meant. I can move on, Your Honor."
By Mr. Horton.
You were asked some questions on cross about the Himalaya Exchange's statements that it made about credits and crypto. You remember that?
I do.
Were H-coin credits crypto?
They were not.
Why not?
Because they weren't on the blockchain. Mr. Skirek said, "Objection, Your Honor. It goes back to the sidebar earlier."
The court said, "Overruled."
Were H-dollar credits crypto?
They were not.
Why not?
They weren't on the blockchain.
And when, if ever, could Himalaya exchange customers buy H-dollars on the blockchain?
Never during my tenure.
And when, if ever, could Himalaya customers buy H-coin on the blockchain?
Never during my tenure, counsel.
You were asked a series of questions about what it's like for customers at other cryptocurrency exchanges. Do you remember that?
I do.
When, if ever, was H-coin listed at another cryptocurrency exchange?
It never was.
And when, if ever, was H-dollar listed on another cryptocurrency exchange?
The interpreter said, "Counsel, slow down."
Mr. Horton said, "Fair enough." Mr. Brown, when, if ever, were customers able to buy H-dollar at another cryptocurrency exchange?
Mr. Skirek said, "Objection." During his time at the exchange?
The court said, "You may answer."
Never.
You were asked some questions on cross about the distribution of the white papers. Do you remember that?
I do.
Did Long Island David give out the white paper?
Mr. Skirek said, "Objection."
The court said, "Overruled."
The question was, did Long Island David give out the Himalaya Exchange white paper?
I'm not sure who Long Island David is.
Did David Dye in the UK give out the white paper?
David Fallon.
Oh, no. Did David Dye, in the UK, did he give out the white paper?
No.
Did the Phoenix Farm give out the white paper?
Mr. Skirek said, "Objection, Your Honor. Assumes facts not in evidence."
The court said, "Overruled. You may answer."
No.
Did Min Ran Wu get a copy of the white paper?
Mr. Skirek said, "Objection. Foundation. There's no way he can know that."
The court said, "You may answer if you know."
I'm not sure who that is or if they got a copy of it.
Did the Mountain of Spices Farm distribute the white paper?
Mr. Skirek said, "Same objection."
The court said, "You may answer."
Not that I know of.
What about the UK farm, did they distribute the white paper?
Not that I know of. Mr. Skirek said, "Same objection."
Did the G translators translate the white paper?
Mr. Skirek said, "Objection."
The court said, "If you know, you may answer."
I'm not sure who translated the white paper. I think it was our customer service team.
Did the Iron Blood Group distribute the white paper?
Mr. Skirek said, "Objection."
The court said, "You can answer if you know."
Well, I don't know.
Do you know if Miles Guo distributed these white papers to his followers?
I don't know that.
Mr. Horton said, "Could I have a moment, Your Honor?"
The court said yes.
You were asked questions on cross about a second conversation you had with Yvette Wang. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What was she calling you about?
She was calling me to try to push the development team to connect the ecosystem of Miles Guo's entities.
Who did Yvette Wang work for?
Mr. Skirek said, "Objection."
The court said, "Overruled. You may answer if you know."
I believe it was GTV or G Groups.
And who controlled GTV?
Mr. Skirek said, "Objection."
The court said, "You can answer if you know."
Miles Guo did.
Mr. Horton said, "Just one moment, Your Honor." Mr. Brown, in your 2.5 years at the Himalaya Exchange, did it hold gold?
Not to my. Mr. Skirik said, objection. Asked and answered.
The court said, overruled.
Not to my knowledge.
In your time at the Himalaya Exchange, was H coin backed by gold?
It was not to my knowledge.
The live feed of gold that you mentioned in response to Mr. Skirik's questions, did that ever happen?
Never saw it.
Mr. Horton said, no further questions.
The court said, recross?
Mr. Skirik said, very briefly, Your Honor.
Recross examination. By Mr. Skirik.
Mr. Horton just listed a whole bunch of peoples and entities, right? Yes. Right. Do you have any idea who those people are? I hadn't heard of them, no. Yeah. Do you have any idea whether they received a copy of the white paper or not? I don't. Yeah. But it's true that the white papers, in your understanding, were posted to the internet, correct? Yes. Okay. Do you know if any of those people he listed have access to the internet? Could you repeat that? Do you know if any of the people that he listed have access to the internet? I do not know that. Mr. Skirik said, okay. No further questions.
Mr. Horton said, nothing further. Thank you.
The court said, thank you. You may step out.
Witness excused.
The court said, members of the jury, it's now 4:59. So we have finished our work for the week. You'll be coming back on Monday, and we will revert to our prior schedule where you'll be able to leave at 2:45. So I want you to be ready to come in on Monday into the courtroom at 9:30. I also want to remind you about our schedule going forward. During the week of June 24th next week, we have no court on Friday, so it's just 4 days. And the following week we only are in on Tuesday and Wednesday, the 2nd and the 3rd of July. So I wish you a good weekend. Remember that you're not allowed to discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Don't permit anyone to discuss the case in your presence. Don't read, listen to, or watch anything from any source that touches on the subject matter of this case. Have a good weekend.
Jury not present.
The court said, you may be seated. Is there anything before we break for the weekend?
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, I just want to temper now what I said this morning, in light of this afternoon's pacing. We had anticipated in our projection to accomplish another 3 witnesses today, 2 of which are short. One of which is, I would say, a medium-length witness, probably along the lines of the Mollis special agent. Not short but not really long either. The cross today was very long, much longer than the direct. We would ask the court to consider sitting a full day on Tuesday to ensure that the government, what the government hopes to do is rest on Tuesday. We think that will help pick up the time. There are a number of witnesses that are left, many of which we think are short, but we don't know how long the crosses are going to be. And our projection of the cross for this particular witness was clearly wrong. I think Mr. Skirik said he had 45 minutes left at the lunch break. That didn't prove to be the case either. That happens, we understand. But to stick to the Tuesday, we might need more time. I just want to keep the court informed of where we are in terms of progress. That's all.
The court said, so I'm not opposed to asking the jurors if they can stay until 5 on Tuesday. So why don't we see where we are on Monday?
Mr. Finkel said, that makes sense to the government, Your Honor. Just so Your Honor understands. From the government's perspective, it's not just about when the government rests. The defense has a case, as they are entitled, and we're trying to predict the length of their case. Also the possibility that the defendant chooses to testify. And sort of where that puts us with the date that the court told the jury of July 12th, I think, if I have that right. Plus the days off. So that's the government's thinking. And we appreciate the court's indulgence on that and wish Your Honor a good weekend.
The court said, anything from the defense?
Ms. Shrofa said, Your Honor, I believe that Mr. Kamraju has communicated that the defense case is not long. And we're kind of confused as to why the government keeps thinking that we are going to exceed our time slot. We fully anticipate being on track with the trial end date that the court has told the jurors. I do not believe we need to change the schedule. But I think that there is no concern from the defense side of the case, and I'm trying to assuage that for the court. We do not believe it will be a long case. We've said this several times before, and we reiterate it here. And should that change, we will let the court know immediately as well. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, I have talked with defense counsel about the case, and their estimate is that it ends on July 3rd, without the defendant testifying, right? If the defendant testifies, that's going to change things, obviously. But we also have their witness list. And it doesn't look like a 4-day defense case. If there are witnesses that the defense has scratched off the list. Some they told us about. Some we agreed to scratch off as part of stipulation negotiations. But there are a lot who are still pending, and if they already know that they're not calling them, we'd ask that they tell us today who they're not going to call.
Ms. Strofa said, Your Honor, to the extent that we have any additional information, I'm sure we will be able to communicate that to them. But again, the defense does not anticipate this trial going beyond the time told to the jurors. I just reiterate that. It's been a long week, Your Honor, and if we have any updated information, we're happy to pass it along. Issue.
The court said, All right then.
Ms. Strofa said, Thank you.
The court said, On Monday at 11:30, I will revisit this.
Mr. Finkel said, Thank you, Your Honor.
The court said, Have a good weekend.
All counsel said, You too.
Adjourned to June 24, 2024, at 9 a.m.